Chapter 960. Zhang Yan's ice concept might be able to restrain the fire concept, but that was only if both of their strengths were on par. Presently, when faced with the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, Zhang Yan's ice concept was not worth mentioning at all, and it was easily defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Yan braced himself and slapped his palms out in the face of the flames that surged out of Feng Tianwu's whip. He exerted the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons. However, his strength was still slightly inferior in the face of the vast flames that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons that swept out from Feng Tianwu's whip. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. The flaming beasts that filled the sky swallowed Zhang Yan and gradually disappeared after a while. On the other hand, Zhang Yan's body flew out. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Here you go. Zhang Yan's face turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu was still flying towards him. He lifted his hand and threw the 7th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment that he took out from the exquisite box earlier. Slap! Feng Tianwu reached out her hand to catch it. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Zhang Yan with killing intent. Oh, no! Zhang Yan's face changed dramatically when he saw Feng Tianwu's eyes that were filled with killing intent sweeping towards him. He finally realized that Feng Tianwu wanted to keep him alive to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan, who was shrouded in the blue ice flame, turned into a blue lightning and fled without looking back. After fleeing for a while, Zhang Yan slowed down a little when he did not notice any wind whistling behind him. At the same time, his forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. Why didn't she chase after me? Could it be that I'm being paranoid? Shaking his head, Zhang Yan's figure flashed once again. Then, he disappeared into another cave and completely disappeared. Due to the fact that Zhang Yan had fled quickly, he did not notice the unusual change that had occurred to Feng Tianwu after he fled. When Feng Tianwu caught the 9th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment that Zhang Yan threw out, she really wanted to kill Zhang Yan to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the Profundity Fragment. Once the news of her obtaining a Profundity Fragment spread out, she would face a lot of trouble. Although she was not afraid of trouble, she did not like it either. However, just as she was about to attack Zhang Yan, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to have resonated with some kind of energy in her body, causing the origin energy in her body to become restless. At this time, she could only watch as Zhang Yan escaped from her eyes. At the same time, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique and tried her best to suppress the restless yuan power in her body. Is it the power of the fire spirit body at work again? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess this. For a moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. Huh! After finally calming down the restless yuan power in her body, something flashed in front of Feng Tianwu's eyes. She noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand flashed with a cold red light and cut her palm. For a moment, blood splattered out of her palm. The blood continued to flow out and dyed half of her palm red. Drip! Drip! Drops of blood dripped from Feng Tianwu's hand onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Just as Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly, and she was about to stop the bleeding with her yuan power. However, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand that was flashing with a fiery red energy suddenly softened strangely and turned into a pool of fiery red liquid that entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. If it was not for the blood, she might have thought that everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Where's the profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's expression changed immediately when she regained her senses. Only then did she recall that the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment seemed to have merged with her palm and body earlier. At the same time, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. At this moment, she could clearly feel a scorching warm current entering her arm from her palm and spreading to her entire body. Not only that, but the power of the fire spirit body that was originally lurking in her body also became restless when it sensed the arrival of this scorching hot current. It was like a passionate host welcoming the arrival of a guest. A moment later, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. With just a thought, a monstrous flame rose from her body. It burned and emitted a scorching aura. This is the 9th level advanced fire concept? Almost at the same time when the flame rose, Feng Tianwu instinctively lifted her head to look at the sky above her head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed there. 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there and descending. They were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, she did not use any origin energy or spirit weapon. She only used her fire concept to communicate with the heaven and earth energy to trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She did not know when the fire concept she had comprehended had improved from the 8th level void transformation concept to the 9th level void transformation concept. Wait. I feel like it can be even stronger. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head in a daze and thought again. Boom! Almost at the same time when Feng Tianwu thought about it, the flame that was hovering around her body soared again. Its color became even darker. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred again. In the end, it gathered into the embryonic silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, they disappeared again before they could form. Ah! When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons disappeared before they could form, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed abruptly. She was in so much pain that she could not help but cry out in pain. Earlier, when she was elevating her fire concept, she felt as though her entire body was burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable scorching energy rose in her body and almost made her explode. Due to this reason, she hurriedly stopped elevating her fire concept. At the same time, the inexplicable scorching energy that was spreading all over her body and almost made her explode finally calmed down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body, but it seems like there's another energy. Oh yeah, it's the energy from the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face turned pale. She had never thought that after the profundity fragment had inexplicably turned into a liquid and merged with her body, it would cause such a huge change to her. First, her fire concept had inexplicably elevated to the 9th level advanced level. Then, when she communicated with the 9th level advanced fire concept, she could faintly feel that she could continue elevating her fire concept. The fire concept that had been elevated was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps, it could no longer be considered as the fire concept. Isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu could not help but gasp when she thought of this. The 1st level monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Once she communicated with it and unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I can communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face froze when she recalled what had happened earlier. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. With just a thought, Feng Tianwu began to check the situation in her body. At the first possible moment, a deep-colored fiery red fragment appeared before her eyes. It was the fire concept fragment that had condensed in her body after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. Currently, it was already a 9th level fire concept fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that the 9th level fire concept fragment in her body was different from the ordinary concept fragments. There was a small gap on it. Wisps of fiery red gang chi were flickering from this small gap, ready to burst out at any moment. Isn't this the energy flickering on the surface of the profundity fragment? My 9th level fire concept fragment is showing signs of transforming into a 1st level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face again. Although I can communicate and unleash the first-level monarch stage fire profundity now, it'll trigger the energy from the fire spirit body in my body. It's going to explode my body. If I didn't withdraw the fire profundity in time earlier, I'm afraid my body would have exploded in no time. At that time, I won't even have to wait until I'm 30 years old. I'll be blown into ashes by the fire spirit body's energy. Feng Tianwu gasped when she thought of this. Fear still lingered in her heart. What's going on? Feng Tianwu could only smile wryly when she thought of the transformation that happened to her body. After a while, Feng Tianwu suppressed the throbbing in her heart and recalled the cause and effect. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. It's the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. It must be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid and merged with my body. Then, it caused me to undergo a transformation. After confirming the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I've successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th level advance. I can even risk my body exploding to communicate and unleash the first-level monarch stage fire profundity by force. Feng Tianwu did not expect a profundity fragment to cause such an outcome. Chapter 961. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her lovely and moving appearance aroused pity in others. Until now, she still had no idea why the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment would turn into liquid and enter her body. It resonated with the energy from the fire spirit body. However, it was no longer important to her. Elder brother Duan, a purple figure suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's mind. It was a young man who always wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Even if the prophecy isn't true, I, Feng Tianwu, will never regret knowing you. Feng Tianwu blushed as she muttered to herself. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Her bashful look was enough to captivate all living things. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see Feng Tianwu's bashful look. He was currently shuttling through the caves as he continued to search for the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He intended to head to the palace in the central area. That was the highlight of the treasure hunt for the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In terms of value, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the Emperor Wu's body was more than the sum of all the other treasures, including the 7 monarch stage profundity fragments combined. So what if there's no other way? I must get the Emperor stage profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, knew very well how precious the Emperor stage profundity fragment was. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu only has 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment in the great treasure left behind by him. Moreover, it's not his. He used up his Emperor stage profundity fragment when he was reincarnating. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that when the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he had to burn his own Emperor stage profundity fragment. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind his Emperor profundity fragment. The Emperor stage profundity fragment left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu is only a first-level Emperor stage profundity fragment. Moreover, I have no use for it. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the body of the Emperor Wu expert who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is something I can use. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to search faster and faster, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian was still searching non-stop. Along the way, the corpses of the 5-element sect's disciples appeared before his eyes one after another, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples were even Wood Peak's disciples that he was familiar with. Earlier, before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, these Wood Peak's disciples were extremely respectful to him. They kept calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian and Senior Brother Ling Tian. He had to admit that every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian, he felt a little happy in his heart. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were even older than him. Now, all of them had become corpses. Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, Dainu, Chen Wei. All of you should be alright, right? A few figures flashed past his mind, and Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with worry. Up until now, the thing he felt most fortunate about was that there was no one he was familiar with among the pile of corpses he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian continued to move through the various caves in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, he encountered some ignorant young powerhouses who took the initiative to attack him. However, without exception, all of them died in his hands. Up until now, the strongest young powerhouse Duan Lingtian had encountered was still that Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that there were definitely other young powerhouses whose strength was on par with or even stronger than Peng Bao in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao was from the second-rate force, Anika sect. There were also two other young powerhouses who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Among the young experts from the two second-rate forces, there must be someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Peng Bao, or even surpass him. Along the way, as long as it was someone who took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian, they were basically all killed by him in one move. It's a pity that I didn't encounter the other 4 monarch stage profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about this. However, he soon felt relieved. At the same time, he could not help but laugh at himself. I'm too greedy. I've already obtained 1 monarch stage profundity fragment, and I'm still thinking about the other 4. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and soon entered a cave. With just a glance, he saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies were already rotten and emitted a disgusting stench. Duan Lingtian did not cover his nose, nor did he show any disgust on his face. In his previous life on Earth, as a weapons specialist, he had encountered many similar scenes. He had experienced many more disgusting scenes than this, so he was already immune to them. Initially, this cave was just a random place that Duan Lingtian had passed by. He had encountered many similar scenes along the way, so it was not enough to surprise him. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to move to the other exit of the cave. It was as if he had discovered something special. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by a plant in the innermost part of the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the usual green color, but 3 other colors. Its slightly exposed roots were golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt that this unique plant was not simple when he saw it. He could not help but search through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories in an attempt to find the answer. Soon, he found the answer. Tricolor tree? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in an instant. Shock filled his face, and his eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a precious treasure. However, Duan Lingtian's expression soon froze. This was because he saw 3 small holes on the plant. It seems like this tricolor tree has already borne the tricolor fruit. The tricolor fruit is not a single spirit fruit, but a collective name for 3 spirit fruits. They have different colors, and their medicinal efficacy will not decrease. Their medicinal efficacy is mild, and even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Any one of the fruits is enough to help a martial artist below the 4th level void transformation break through a level. If the 3 spirit fruits are consumed by a 1st level void transformation martial artist, they can even cross 3 levels in a short time and enter the 4th level void transformation in one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and frowned. Who is it? I can't believe he's so lucky. Looking at the holes on this tricolor tree, the spirit fruits have been harvested for at least a month. Soon after, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the tricolor tree and muttered to himself, if I were that person, I would definitely look for a remote place to consume the spirit fruits and cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits. After all, in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the stronger one is, the longer one can live and obtain more precious treasures. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he thought of this. Perhaps, I can search for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits nearby. He must be consuming the spirit fruits and cultivating in a remote place nearby. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short time. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think that perhaps the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people and had become part of the origin energy in their bodies. However, after he carefully observed the 2 bodies in the cave, he noticed that they were killed by the same weapon and method. It was obvious that the person who killed them was the same person. It should be the same person. Even if it's not, I still have to take a gamble. If I make the right bet, I'll be able to obtain at least 1 spirit fruit. If I make the wrong bet, I'll just waste some time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Although he had made the decision, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. His gaze fell on the 3-colored tree, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like the person who took away the tricolored fruit is not someone who knows what's good for him. Although this tricolored tree itself is not as precious as the 3 spirit fruits, as long as some medicinal herbs are added to it, it can be refined into a tricolored pill that can slightly increase one's cultivation. There was nothing ordinary about the tricolor tree. In fact, even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, he would not be able to discover anything special about it. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory told Duan Lingtian that the tricolor tree, as the carrier of the tricolor fruit, had accumulated a lot of heaven and earth origin energy over the years. The heaven and earth origin energy had merged perfectly with the tricolor tree. Only by using a special refining method could one mobilize the heaven and earth origin energy accumulated in the tricolor tree to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill is not a difficult pill to refine. A grade 3 alchemist can refine it as long as they know the method. Let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He already had a plan in his heart to refine the tricolor pill. It just so happened that he had the other medicinal herbs to refine the tricolor pill. If it's just the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill, it won't be enough to help me break through. However, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill can trigger the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It won't be difficult for me to break through to the 2nd level void transformation. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. After he had entered the void transformation stage, the speed of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. It was not something an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist could compare to. However, there was still a limit to it. If he wanted the rebirth pill to unleash its overbearing medicinal efficacy, he still needed the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit to trigger it. Chapter 962. At this moment, the main medicinal catalyst, the tricolor tree, was right in front of Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian had the other medicinal materials he needed to refine the tricolor pill, he was able to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he decided immediately. He would refine the tricolor pill. In terms of grade, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 pill. Only alchemists above grade 3 could successfully refine it. If one was not an alchemist above grade 3, it would be useless even if one knew how to refine it. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor and inherited the lifetime worth of the rebirth martial emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience. He was a qualified grade 3 or above alchemist. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, he could condense a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. For this reason, he was now a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. They usually only existed in some first-rate forces, and there were very few of them. It was rare for a first-rate force to have a grade 1 alchemist. Some first-rate forces did not even have a grade 1 alchemist. If they wanted a grade 1 pill, they could only ask for it from a grade 1 alchemist outside. They would have to pay a high price. However, even then, they were still scrambling for it. The preciousness of a grade 1 medicinal pill was not something a grade 2 medicinal pill could compare to, let alone those grade 3 medicinal pills and medicinal pills below grade 3 that were not even comparable to grade 2 medicinal pills. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's achievements in martial Dao, just the fact that he had become a grade 1 weapons craftsman before the age of 30 was enough to shock many people. However, with the pill fire I have now, I need a grade 1 cauldron to refine the pill. After all, an ordinary cauldron can't withstand my pill fire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a purple flame lit up in his hand. There was a golden border around the purple flame. Violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. A low-grade cauldron would be melted into a puddle of liquid in just a blink of an eye when it was enveloped by a grade 1 pill fire. Not to mention concocting medicinal pills. It's not difficult for me to refine a grade 1 cauldron now. However, I don't seem to have enough materials to refine a grade 1 cauldron. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, not only could he use his origin energy to condense a grade 1 pill fire, but he could also condense a grade 1 weapon fire. As someone who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories and had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's methods and experience in refining medicine and weapons, Qin Wentian had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor. From the moment he was able to condense a grade 1 pill fire and a grade 1 weapon fire, he could be considered a qualified grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. Moreover, since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman on Cloud Continent, he could be considered as one of the top alchemists and grade 1 weapon craftsman since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman. Let's talk about refining pills first. If he could refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above, could other grade 1 alchemists do the same? Let's talk about weapon refining. If he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification, could other grade 1 weapon craftsmen do the same? Since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman, he was like the reincarnation of Emperor Wu when it came to refining pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I do have quite a few spatial rings with me. I haven't opened many of them yet. Perhaps, I can find the materials I need to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of spatial rings from his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on them. He intended to look for the materials he needed to refine a cauldron in these spatial rings. These spatial rings were his spoils of war in the past. He usually threw them into his spatial ring and did not bother to look for them. After looking through more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He had gathered all the materials he needed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform a blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings when I'm free in the future and take out the things inside. Otherwise, I won't know what's inside at a critical moment. After this lesson, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since he had gathered all the materials, Duan Lingtian began to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not deliberately look for a remote place. With the weapon crafting attainments he inherited from Emperor Wu of the reincarnation era and his current status as a grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore the interference from the outside world to a certain extent. Even if there was interference from the outside world, it would at most affect the quality of the medicinal cauldron that he refined. The grade 1 spirit cauldron was an auxiliary spirit weapon instead of an offensive spirit weapon, so it did not need to be of high quality. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron, the higher the chances of forming a pill. However, Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed Emperor Wu's memories and inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of artifact forging skills and experience, did not need to care about the quality of spirit artifacts at all. Even if the quality of the cauldron was even worse, when refining pills, he could still produce pills with a 100% success rate. All of this was because he had not only inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, but he had also inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. In terms of weapon crafting Dao and medicine refining Dao, he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian, who had absorbed his memories, was naturally not inferior to him. Begin. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron from before and began to refine the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron with another pile of refining materials. One by one, the materials turned into puddles of liquid and floated in the air under Duan Lingtian's guidance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved at lightning speed. The extremely mysterious refining technique was at his fingertips. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements at all. Soon, all the liquids merged together. As time went by, the embryonic form of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron began to appear. After Duan Ling Tian continued to refine it, a grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron was formed very quickly. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian only spent 3 hours. If the other grade 1 weapons craftsmen on Cloud Continent witnessed this refining speed with their own eyes, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to regain their senses for a long time. An ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman would need at least 3 to 5 days to refine a grade 1 spirit artifact like the medicinal cauldron. If they were to refine it carefully, it would not be strange if they spent more than 10 days. However, Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in just 3 hours. Due to the fact that there was no one to disturb him, the quality of the medicinal cauldron was extremely high. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and grabbed the medicinal cauldron. After glancing at the cauldron, he looked at the few exits of the cave and muttered to himself, "It seems like there aren't many living people left in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's been 3 hours, but there's no one else who came here." There were many treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was enough to make the group of young powerhouses who came in from the outside go crazy. At the same time, the group of young powerhouses would naturally fight for the treasures. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw no less than 50 corpses. They came here for the treasures. When they first came in, they must have had good dreams. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the end, they all lost their lives here. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he recalled the corpses that he saw along the way. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's gaze returned to the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. "Now, I can start refining the tricolor pill." With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian slowly pulled out the tricolor tree. After cleaning the soil on it, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out some herbs. They were all ordinary herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good grade 3 pill, due to its low grade and the fact that it mainly relied on the main herb, the tricolor tree, the other herbs were not rare. After gathering the herbs, a purplish gold flame appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a grade 1 pill fire. As a grade 1 alchemist, naturally, refining a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill did not pose any pressure to him. Following the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian's hand moved faster and faster. It was as though he had transformed into 2 streaks of lightning that crossed each other. Even the airflow in the air was stirred. Faint sounds of air explosions reverberated in the air. The compressed airflow swept out and set off gusts of strong wind that blew the flowers and plants in the damp cave. Even if it was another grade 1 alchemist, it would only take 3 to 4 hours at most to refine a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill. However, Duan Ling Tian was a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, other grade 1 alchemists could not compare to him. It only took him an hour to retract his pill fire. Smack! As Duan Lingtian's hands landed on the medicinal cauldron, a pill shot out from the medicinal cauldron. It was a strange pill. The reason why it was strange was because its surface was a mixture of three colors: gold, purple, and red. They were the three colors of the tricolor tree. Tricolor pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly threw the tricolor pill into his mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged at a low altitude and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation stage, he cultivated the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Apart from helping him comprehend the sword concept, the Sword Dragon form also came with a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the Nine Dragons Radiant Flash. It was an extremely domineering sword skill. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, he naturally no longer cultivated the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Chapter 963. The eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. In just a short moment, it had completed one cycle. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill entered his body through his throat and started to come into contact with his origin energy. The overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill that was hidden in Duan Lingtian's dantian seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed out. It merged with the origin energy and merged with the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill. At that moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate faster like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it had completed a few cycles according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mind started to sink into his cultivation. Of course, his spiritual energy was constantly on guard against the outside world. Once someone came near, he would immediately wake up and attack. Seeing that the origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form and everything was on the right track, Duan Lingtian finally had time to think about other things. Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens is the heaven-rank advanced martial skill that comes with the eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. Its foundation is the Spirit Serpent movement skill and whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he muttered, however, if I want to use whirlwind as the foundation to cultivate Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens to the initial stage, it's still slightly lacking. Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens was similar to ordinary martial skills. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. If it was only the rudimentary stage Dragon Soaring through the Nine Heavens, then in terms of speed, it was even inferior to the perfection stage whirlwind that Duan Lingtian had grasped. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't directly cultivate the Dragon Soaring through the Nine Heavens. During this period of time, following the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he wanted to use whirlwind as the foundation to master Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens to the initial stage in one go. At that time, his speed would be even faster, and it would not be a problem for him to traverse the strength of more than 10 ancient horned dragons. In addition, the eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form, had a very special characteristic. It emphasized the use of wind to nurture fire, and relied on the wind concept to comprehend the fire concept. Once he comprehended the fire concept, he would be able to master the ability to use the fire concept with the help of the wind concept, allowing the might of the fire concept to increase. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to using the wind to fuel the fire. His sworn enemy in the past, Zi Shang, had mastered such a technique. It was able to increase the strength of the fire concept by 50%, and it was similar to how the earth concept relied on the earth energy. At some point, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Lingtian's hands. A deep cyan fragment and a deep purple fragment. They were the 9th level Advanced Wind Concept Fragment and the 9th level Advanced Thunder Concept Fragment. They originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed by Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. The two concept fragments were in Qi Yu's hands, and he gave them to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian held the two concept fragments in his hands. While comprehending the two types of concepts at the same time, he was silently cultivating the mental cultivation method of the eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. While he was cultivating, he discovered that the elevation of his wind concept was a little strange. It was completely out of his expectations. The speed of the advancement was far faster than before. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that he had been enlightened. However, he soon realized that it was not him who had suddenly been enlightened. The reason this happened was entirely due to the mental cultivation method of the eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. When the origin energy in his body circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept was much faster than before. At this moment, he was completely certain. The eighth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, could help him to comprehend the fire concept to a certain extent and help him comprehend the wind concept as well. This is not recorded even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, he had never truly cultivated it. After Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart for a while, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation base rose rapidly. His wind concept and thunder concept were also quietly rising. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from Duan Lingtian's body. It was the origin energy that was guided by the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and broke through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base that was leading to the second-level void transformation stage. After the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation base broke through to the second-level void transformation stage in one fell swoop. At the same time, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Lingtian's dantian. As for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time with just the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I feel like my wind concept and thunder concept are going to break through soon. My harvest this time is not bad. As he felt the origin energy in his body that had undergone a transformation, Duan Lingtian probed to sense the advancement of his wind concept and lightning concept, and for a time, his face revealed a satisfied smile. With these 4 9th-level concept fragments, I don't need to deliberately search for another concept fragment. Unknowingly, 2 more concept fragments appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were the 9th-level Earth concept fragment and the 9th-level Sword concept fragment. Duan Lingtian weighed the 4 9th-level concept fragments in his hand, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Senior Brother Wei, these are the 9th-level concept fragments. Suddenly, a hurried and unpleasant voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to wake up immediately. At the same time, he put away the 4 concept fragments in his hand. I see them. 4 9th-level concept fragments. Another cold voice sounded, mixed with a hint of greed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood up hastily, saw 2 young men appear in the cavern with just a glance. They were staring at him covetously. Between the 2 of them, the skinny young man stood in front, and a young man with a ferocious and terrifying face stood slightly behind him on his right. His appearance was extremely ugly. Boy, there's no need to hide anymore. We've already seen the 4 9th-level concept fragments in your hand earlier. The young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than crying, and his voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears as well. It was the owner of the first voice earlier. When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the young man with the ferocious and terrifying face, he raised his eyebrows lightly. However, he did not pay any attention to the other party. At the same time, his spiritual energy swept out immediately and probed the cultivation base of the two young men. Ha! Senior brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly by us. When the young man with the terrifying face saw Duan Lingtian did not make any movement and stood still on the spot, he laughed complacently. His laughter became even more arrogant. Senior brother Wei, leave this boy to me. After I kill him, I only want the 9th level fire concept fragment in his hand. I'll give the rest to you. When the young man with the terrifying face reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the strong young man with a humble expression. All right. The strong young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not look Duan Lingtian in the eye at all. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian only looked to be around 25 years old. It was inevitable that people would look down on him when he was so young. When the young man with the terrifying face heard the strong young man's agreement, his eyes lit up. With a raise of his hand, a thick and heavy spiked club appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged within it before it was entwined with a ball of flame. Brat, to be able to die in my hands, you can consider yourself lucky. As the young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian, his figure flashed out as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot out swiftly. His entire body was suffused with vast flames as he fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Everywhere he passed, the spiked club that was entwined with flames would be swung, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed before it exploded. It set off a series of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. At the same time, waves of scorching air waves turned into gales and blew in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise by a few degrees. Whoosh! After a short moment, the young man with the terrifying face arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He swung the spiked club that was entwined with flames in his hand and smashed it towards Duan Lingtian like a falling meteor. At the same time, more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws above the terrifying young man's head as they charged towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. First level Void Transformation Stage. First level Advanced Fire Concept. Grade 2 Spirit Weapon. This was the strength of the terrifying-looking young man. Smack! Just when the terrifying young man thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by his spiked club, he was shocked to find that the spiked club that he had swung out violently had stopped in midair. When he focused his eyes and looked forward, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man that he had not taken seriously since the beginning had unknowingly raised one of his hands and forcefully grabbed the spiked club that he had swung out earlier. After all, the swing of his club contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. How's this possible? The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he exerted force in his hand in an attempt to pull back the spiked club that was grabbed by the purple-clad young man. Chapter 964. Duan Lingtian had already detected the terrifying young man's cultivation base before he even made his move. He was not afraid at all. Duan Lingtian watched as the terrifying young man coveted the 9th level concept fragment in his hand and attacked him. Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he smiled coldly. The mace in the young man's hand contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. It was ferocious like a falling meteor. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. In his eyes, the strength of over 500 ancient horned dragons was nothing at all. With a casual raise of his hand, he caught the mace in his hand effortlessly. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed the spiked club in the terrifying young man's hand, and the latter's expression changed drastically when he failed to pull the spiked club back even after using all his strength. Duan Lingtian made his move again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding the mace shook. He easily lifted the mace and the young man who was holding it. In the next moment, a terrifying energy bloomed in Duan Lingtian's hand and swept out. No! The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly let go of the mace in his hand and tried to escape. At this moment, the purple-clad young man before him was a god of death. A god of death that could take his life at any time. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It was a khaki energy that was entwined with green energy that swept out. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the terrifying young man and killed him. After the young man was killed, his body continued to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! His body crashed into the cave wall in the distance, leaving behind a pool of dazzling blood. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. He was dead. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head. A total of 700 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They wriggled and fell. Awesome! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. Earlier, he'd only utilized two concepts, the second-level advanced wind concept and the ninth-level intermediate earth concept. Of course, the combination of these two concepts was only equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. However, apart from using these two concepts, Duan Lingtian had also used his second-level void transformation stage origin energy that had just undergone a transformation. Once the origin energy at the second level of the void transformation stage was utilized, it gave Duan Lingtian a completely new feeling, and the hot blood in his body seemed as if it was completely boiling at that moment. I underestimated you. At this moment, a cold voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he focused his gaze and looked over. His gaze landed on the sturdy young man standing not far away. It was the senior brother of the young man with the terrifying appearance. When the young man with the terrifying appearance was killed by Duan Lingtian, not only was the sturdy young man not enraged or sad, he did not even have the slightest hint of agitation. It was as if the person who had just died in Duan Lingtian's hands was not his junior brother, but someone who had nothing to do with him. He's actually not running away? When Duan Lingtian saw the sturdy young man staring at him coldly, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier, under the circumstances that he did not use any spirit weapon, he had demonstrated a strength that was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. This second-level void transformation stage martial artist actually did not feel afraid after witnessing his attack with his own eyes. When Duan Lingtian had probed the cultivation base of the young man with the terrifying appearance, he had already probed the sturdy young man's cultivation base. It was the second-level void transformation stage. In his opinion, a second-level void transformation stage martial artist would usually comprehend the first or second-level void transformation concept. Even if he had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, without using any spirit weapon and with his origin energy, he would only be able to unleash the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons at most. It was far inferior to his strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. How could this sturdy young man be so confident in front of him after witnessing his strength? Whoosh! Soon after, the heaven and earth energy above the sturdy young man's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian obtained his answer. The origin energy on the sturdy young man's body raged and transformed into waves of khaki energy. It was the perfect combination of the earth concept and origin energy. Subsequently, the khaki energy that rolled around the sturdy young man's body seemed to have resonated with the entire cavern. The color became darker and seemed to have an additional trace of destructive aura. At the same time, 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the sturdy young man's head before another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The second-level void transformation stage had the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The third-level advanced earth concept had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the help of the earth energy, the earth concept strength would increase by 50%. In other words, it was the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Without using any spirit weapon, the sturdy young man's strength was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. It completely overpowered the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier. I see. Upon seeing the strength that the sturdy young man displayed, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the sturdy young man was so confident. The sturdy young man had actually comprehended the third-level void transformation concept. Moreover, it was the earth concept. However, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the sturdy young man's strength. Instead, he muttered to himself with interest, "Interesting. Die." At this moment, the sturdy young man glared coldly at Duan Lingtian before he shouted coldly and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. When the khaki energy on his body surged into the 3-foot-long blade, the 3-foot-long blade seemed to have been bestowed with life. It suddenly trembled and emitted a series of clear sword chimes. Whoosh! In an instant, another 230 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the sturdy young man's head. It was obvious that the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was a grade 2 spirit sword. On top of the foundation of the second-level void transformation stage's origin energy, it had a 78% increase in strength. It was equivalent to the strength of 230 ancient horned dragons. In other words, at this moment, the grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand contained the strength of 1,130 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the grade 2 spirit sword chimed, the sturdy young man made his move. He flew out and stuck close to Duan Lingtian like a shadow. If it was the Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough to the second-level void transformation stage, he might panic and fear when facing the sturdy young man. He might not even be a match for him. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not panic at all. Instead, his face was as calm as still water. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that emitted a destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into waves of khaki energy. Similar to the khaki energy on the sturdy young man's body, it resonated with the entire cavern. Soon after, streaks of deep purple lightning appeared on the surface of the khaki energy. There were also gusts of fierce green wind that emitted waves of terrifying aura. The khaki energy that was intertwined with the lightning and wind gushed into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in an unstoppable manner. It caused the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to skyrocket and emit a sword chime. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head began to stir, the sturdy young man had already appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes with his sword. He was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A sword that was filled with extreme coldness came from the west. The fierce sword chi raged like gusts of cold wind blowing on Duan Lingtian's face. It caused Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. Sword drawing art. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shook the sword in his hand. It seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and blocked in front of him. Clang! Almost at the same time, the grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The tip of the sword touched the body of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Humph! A cold snort that was faintly mixed with dread resonated in the air. The sturdy young man's attack did not succeed. His body quickly flashed backward and retreated far away. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, clean and efficient. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head finally condensed into form and appeared before the sturdy young man's eyes. He was so shocked that his eyes narrowed slightly. In the void above Duan Lingtian's head, 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there. They were accumulating their strength and were waiting to attack. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Impossible. The sturdy young man quickly returned to his senses. Horror dawned on his face as he said in disbelief, "Nothing's impossible." At the instant when the sturdy young man's expression changed, Duan Lingtian made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a ghost as he flashed toward the sturdy young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand flashed out like a shadow. "Run!" In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian and the 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on the sturdy young man's face again. He no longer had any intention to fight and turned around to flee. Trying to flee? Upon seeing the scene before his eyes, Duan Lingtian laughed wantonly. Whoosh! At the same time, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand had already shot forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. A violent energy surged out and transformed into 3 khaki divine dragons that were surrounded by lightning and green gales. The eyes of the 3 divine dragons flashed, and 6 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Whoosh! 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 6 ultimate radiant flashes pierced through the sky at a terrifying speed. One had to admit that the sturdy young man's reaction was very fast. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian struck out, his entire state turned around temporarily and the grade 2 spirit sword in his hand flashed out in an attempt to defend. Clang! He blocked the ultimate radiant flashes, and the grade 2 spirit sword in his hand fell from the impact. The palm of his hand that was holding the sword was lacerated and dripping with blood. However, he did not have the chance to stop the bleeding. Chapter 965. Spurt. 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 After the 5 blood arrows were shot out from the 5 vital points on the lean young man's body, his eyes that were originally shining dimmed completely. His body trembled and began to sway. Boom! In the end, his body still fell and crashed hard on the ground. He was no longer breathing. At the same time, the 3 khaki-colored divine dragons that were surrounded by purple thunderbolts and green gale disappeared into the air as if they were never there. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and looked at the lean young man's body. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "If my cultivation base hadn't broken through to the 2nd-level void transformation stage, I wouldn't be a match for him." Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Of course, even if he was certain about this, Duan Lingtian did not feel afraid at all. Even if he was not a match for his opponent and did not have the ability to escape from his opponent, the person who would die in the end would not be him. He had 2 extremely terrifying talismans in his hand. They were the talismans that his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, had left for him. It was not difficult for him to kill a 2nd-level void transformation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, he was fearless. In his opinion, he would just waste a talisman for the sake of his life. After all, nothing was more important than his life. These 2 people. They should be from a second-rate force as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but guess after he put away the terrifying young man and the lean young man's spatial ring and spirit weapon into his own spatial ring. If they were not from a second-rate force, it was impossible for them to have such powerful strength. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian guessed. Their strength. Even among the group of young disciples from their respective factions, I'm afraid they can be considered to be among the best. Duan Lingtian guessed again. Now, it's time to look for the person who obtained the tricolored fruit. If there's really one person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he would have at most consumed one of them. With a thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to search in all directions with the damp cave as the center. He wanted to find the person who obtained the tricolor fruit. If it was a person, once he found it, he would be able to obtain an opportunity because of it. If I can obtain 2 of the tricolored fruits and use the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, I might be able to break through to the 5th-level void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he knew the effects of the tricolored fruit very well. The tricolored fruit was enough to help him break through to the 4th level void transformation stage in one go. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was almost 100% certain that he would be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation stage, and there was even a certain chance that he would break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. 5th level void transformation stage. 6th level void transformation stage. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a surge of emotions. His speed increased even more. I hope there's really only one person who obtained the tricolored fruit. Moreover, he did find a secluded place nearby to cultivate. That way, I'll have a chance to find him and snatch the remaining spirit fruits from him. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart as he searched in all directions. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave not far away from the damp cave, there was a small dark and gloomy cave. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside as he cultivated quietly. This cave was located in the corner of a secluded cave. It was extremely well hidden. Most people who passed by here would most likely miss this place. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, it was not too shabby. It was obvious that it was man-made not long ago. Nobody knew when a sigh of relief came from the dark and gloomy cave. I've finally broken through to the 1st level void transformation stage. A voice that was filled with excitement and joy resonated in the cave. The owner of the voice was none other than Zishang, who obtained the 3 spirit fruits a month ago. A month ago, after Zishang obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he was prepared to find a secluded place to cultivate. However, after searching for a long time, he still could not find a suitable place. In the end, he found this inconspicuous secluded cave and opened up this small cave in an inconspicuous corner of the cave's ceiling. The small cave was backlit. Not a single ray of light could enter the cave. It was almost impossible for the people outside to discover this small cave that Zishang opened up unless they searched thoroughly. Therefore, Zishang stayed inside and cultivated peacefully. After a month, he finally digested the medicinal efficacy of one of the spirit fruits and successfully broke through to the 1st level void transformation stage from the 7th level void interpretation stage. Quickly consume and absorb the other 2 spirit fruits. Only then will you be able to do something in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Otherwise, even if my soul is in your body, you might not be able to deal with those outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice echoed in Zishang's mind as it reminded him. Yes, Elder Ghost. Zishang replied respectfully when he heard the voice. He did not dare be negligent in the slightest as he hurriedly took out the other spirit fruit and consumed it to cultivate. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again, and his cultivation rose rapidly. Currently, Zishang did not know that his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, was searching in all directions with the damp cave where he found the 3 spirit fruits a month ago as the center. It would not be long before they arrived here. In the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in a cavern that was as vast as a martial arts practice field. Shattered rocks were piled up on the cavern's floor. Mixed together with the shattered rocks were numerous azure-colored fragments. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were wind concept fragments. There were 3 groups of people standing in confrontation in the cavern. At this moment, most of them had their gazes on the exquisite box that was half exposed on the ceiling at the center of the cavern. Obviously, they were filled with curiosity and yearning for the treasures stored inside. Dainyu, are you confident? At this moment, a red-clad young man standing beside a tall and robust young man took a deep breath and asked in a light voice. A third young man that was close to middle age stood at the side, and traces of dread arose in his gaze as he looked at the other 2 groups of people. We can only give it a try. The tall and robust young man was none other than the 5-element Sex Wood Peak's disciple, Huang Dainyu. His expression was solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. As for the people standing beside Huang Dainyu, they were the Blade Sex disciples, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. They knew each other because of the same person and became friends. Since everyone wants that treasure, then let's fight. At this moment, one of the groups of people shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out and flashed towards the other group of people. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people in the former group easily suppressed the 2 people in the latter group, and in just a short moment, they caused one of the people in the other group to be in danger of death. *T. Huang Daniu and the other 2 did not expect that the 3 people in the former group would actually have such a formidable strength. At the same time that they completely surpassed the 2 people in the other group, they also surpassed the 3 of them. Once the 2 people in the other group were killed, the fate of the 3 of them could be imagined. "Let us help all of you." Huang Daniu and the other 2 flew out and joined the battle, and they helped the 2 people in the other group to resist the 3 small groups that were stronger than them, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position for a time. In next to no time, the blue-clothed young man that hadn't made a move all along suddenly erupted and revealed his 9th-level void interpretation stage cultivation and 9th-level intermediate earth concept to turn the situation of the battle around. For a time, the 3 people in their group fought Huang Daniu's group of 5, and they were evenly matched. However, because there was a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th-level intermediate earth concept amongst the 3 people, Huang Daniu's group gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Damn it. The expressions of Huang Daniu and the others were extremely unsightly. In the end, they were forced to retreat far away, and they looked at the 3 people in the distance from afar with faces filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling they were, they had no other choice, as they weren't a match for the 3 people. The young man with the strongest strength amongst the 3 people glanced at Huang Daniu and the others with disdain, and then he flew up to take down the exquisite box that was at the center of the cavern. Under the envious gaze of Huang Daniu and the others, the young man opened the exquisite box. A fragment that flickered with a green energy appeared before the eyes of everyone present. That's... Huang Daniu's eyes widened. A concept fragment? It doesn't seem like it. There doesn't seem to be any energy flashing on the concept fragment, right? Don't tell me that's a profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and guessed with an aghast expression. Profundity fragment? The moment Zhang Shouyong's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu and Su Li were dumbstruck. It's indeed a profundity fragment. At this moment, one of the 2 young men standing next to Zhang Shouyong and the other 2 said. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the fragment that was flashing with green energy in the exquisite box in the distance. It was as though it had taken root and sprouted on it. Congratulations, young man. This 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment is yours. Just when Zhang Shouyong and the other 2 were wondering why this young man from an unknown force would recognize the profundity fragment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears. The voice came from the exquisite box that was opened, and it was mixed with a strong penetrating force that spread far and wide. 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment. Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the young man holding the exquisite box in the distance. However, a hint of helplessness soon appeared on his face. Apart from comprehending the same earth concept as him and being able to borrow the earth energy, the other party was also a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. Therefore, he was no match for him. Damn it. It's actually an 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment. Chapter 966. At this very moment, even Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were completely stupefied. The profundity fragment had already surprised them. After all, no matter how weak the profundity fragment was, it was still a martial monarch powerhouse's body. To them, a martial monarch powerhouse was a legendary existence that was out of their reach. However, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind reminded them that the profundity fragment was not an ordinary monarch stage profundity fragment. An 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment. The monarch stage profundity was divided into 9 levels. Each level was more powerful than the previous one. A first-level monarch stage profundity fragment could help a ninth-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the corresponding ninth-level void transformation concept to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only could the 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment help a 9th level void transformation martial artist achieve the martial monarch stage cultivation base, it could also help a person quickly raise the profundity they comprehended to the 8th level after breaking through to the martial monarch stage. One could imagine how precious an 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment was. Ha 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 ha. The young man who was holding the exquisite box and staring at the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment in the box could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, he stopped laughing and stared at Huang Daniu and the other 4 whose faces were pale. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 young men next to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The people from Anika sect are really trash. The young man said slowly. His tone was filled with mockery. You. The 2 Anika sect's disciples who were mocked had a drastic change of expression. They were so angry that they could not speak for a long time. Anika sect? Huang Daniu and the other 2 were shocked and they heard the young man's words. They did not expect the people they helped earlier to be Anika sect's disciples. No wonder both of them were so powerful. Even people from second-rate forces are here? Huang Daniu and the other 2 exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they did not know who would come in from the other entrances. Now, it seemed like there were even people from second-rate forces here. The people from Anika sect are trash. Izumo sect's people aren't that strong either. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the cave. A figure silently appeared in front of everyone. This was a young man dressed in black. His appearance was strange, and his face was cold. His eyes seemed to be lifeless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. He gave off an invisible pressure. No one knew when the black-clothed young man had appeared. It wasn't until the black-clothed young man spoke that everyone, including Huang Daniu, noticed him. Who are you? The Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box could not help but have a change in expression. He then looked at the black-clad young man with dread and asked in a deep voice. Dead people don't need to know who I am. The black-robed young man spoke again. His voice was still cold. Before the crowd could react, he moved and disappeared before their eyes. Where is he? Just as Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were bewildered, they saw a flash before their eyes. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground entered their ears. Subsequently, they saw something. They did not know when the Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box that contained the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment had fallen to the ground. There was no trace of injury on his body. However, everyone, including Huang Daniu, could see that he was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed. The black-clothed young man stood next to the Izumo sect disciple's body. His face was calm as if the Izumo sect disciple's death had nothing to do with him. The exquisite box that was originally in the Izumo sect disciple's hands was now in his hands. The 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment on it was constantly flashing with green energy. So fast. When Huang Daniu and the others looked at the black-clothed young man again, their eyes narrowed in shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not catch any trace of when the black-clothed young man killed the Izumo sect disciple. This was because his speed was just too fast. Even a first or second level void transformation martial artist. His speed might not be so fast, right? Huang Daniu thought to himself. Very soon, Huang Daniu's expression changed drastically. This was because he noticed the black-clothed young man's cold gaze swept past them after he put away the exquisite box in his hand. Killing intent flashed. For a moment, everyone, including Huang Daniu, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If you can block one of my attacks and not die, you can live. At this moment, the black-clothed young man opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as before, but it caused Huang Daniu and the others to panic. Before they could react, the black-clothed young man had already lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground at lightning speed. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the ground. Bang! As the black-clothed young man stomped on the ground, a loud sound spread out. The terrifying sound wave caused Huang Daniu and the others' expressions to change drastically. Smack! In the next moment, everyone saw countless cracks spreading out in all directions from where the black-clothed young man's foot landed. It was as if they had formed a gigantic spider web. As the cracks spread out, there were 7 extremely terrifying forces contained in them. They spread out along with the cracks and rushed toward the 7 people, including Huang Daniu. *T. Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyang's expressions changed drastically. They were both martial artists who had comprehended the Earth concept, so they had a keen sense of the Earth concept. They could clearly sense that the 7 forces were the Earth concept. Moreover, it was the advanced Earth concept. Its level was not low at all. At the instant when both of their expressions changed, they only had time to hastily mobilize and control the Earth concept that they had comprehended to resonate with the ground in an attempt to resist the domineering Earth concept. Su Li, fly up. The instant Huang Daniu made his move, he suddenly shouted to remind Su Li. When Su Li heard the black-clothed young man's words, his nerves had already tensed up. When he heard Huang Daniu's sudden shout, he did not hesitate and hurriedly stepped into the air. Boom! 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 Almost at the instant when Su Li leaped up, a series of explosions resonated in the air. All Su Li could feel was a terrifying impact from the bottom of his feet that pushed his entire body up to the top of the cavern. He was caught off guard and crashed onto the top of the cavern with a loud bang, causing him to feel dizzy. As for Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyang, due to the fact that they had cast the Earth concept in time and resonated with the ground, they were not affected too much. They only spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. As for the remaining 2 Izumo sect's disciples and the 2 Anika sect's disciples, they were not as lucky as them. The 4 of them exploded, leaving behind broken bodies and fresh blood all over the ground. All of you are pretty lucky. The indifferent voice resonated again without any emotion as it entered Huang Daniu and the other 2's ears. It was the black-clothed young man's voice. The instant the words left his mouth, the black-clothed young man's figure disappeared before Huang Daniu and the other 2's eyes. Damn it! Just wait until I, Huang Daniu, surpass him in strength. I'll never let him go. Huang Daniu was a little flustered and exasperated. What the hell happened? Su Li, who had finally managed to stabilize his body, flew down from the air and stared at the 5 big pits that appeared on the cavern's vast ground. He asked with his eyes wide open. That fella used his Earth concept to attack us. Other than Zhang Shouyang and I who managed to communicate with the ground with our Earth concept in time and receive protection to resist his Earth concept, the rest of the Earth concepts that were flying towards you were all detonated. Huang Daniu said with dread on his face. I was scared out of my wits earlier. Fortunately, Daniu, you reminded Su Li in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid Su Li's ending would be the same as theirs. Zhang Shouyang's face was filled with lingering fear as he looked at the broken bodies and bloodstains all over the ground. Daniu, thank you. Su Li thanked Huang Daniu sincerely. Earlier, he had indeed heard Huang Daniu's reminder. That was why he flew up in time and dodged the Earth concept that exploded. There's no need to thank me. I only reminded you subconsciously. Most importantly, you were able to react at the first moment and fly up in time. Otherwise, even with my reminder, you wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Huang Daniu shook his head as he spoke. When he reached the end of his sentence, Huang Daniu's face turned grave. Who the hell is that fella? He simply doesn't care about our lives at all. Even after he obtained the profundity fragment, he still wanted to kill us. When Su Li and Zhang Shouyang heard this, their faces turned grave. With just a few words, the black-clothed young man from earlier had already controlled their fates in his hands. That kind of feeling made them very unhappy. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in another cavern that was extremely far away from the cavern where Huang Dainu and the other two were at, a series of loud noises resonated in the air. It was only after a long time that it fell into a dead silence. Two young men stood in the cavern. Around their bodies, the ground was filled with broken stones. There were hundreds of blue fragments mixed among them. They were none other than the water concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them at first glance. These two young men were the two young disciples of the Sun Moon sect who had survived. They were Hu Lin and Zhang Ping. Hu Lin, the treasure that's guarded by so many puppets. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Zhang Ping raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the middle of the cavern. There was an exquisite box inlaid on top of it. It was obvious that there was an extraordinary treasure stored inside. Why don't we just take it down and have a look? Hu Lin said nonchalantly. His body moved as he tried to take the exquisite box down. Whoosh! At this moment, a burst of extreme coldness and scorching heat came from the air. The combination of contradictory auras stopped Hu Lin. At the same time, it made both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turn grave. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of them. It's you. Looking at the young man in front of them, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned grave. This young man was no stranger to them. Chapter 967. So, it's the both of you. Zhang Yan stared at the two Sun Moon sect's disciples in front of him with a cold expression and said indifferently, both of you are pretty lucky to actually encounter a profundity fragment. Profundity fragment? Hearing Zhang Yan's words, both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Their expressions also became somewhat sluggish. After a while, Hu Lin was the first to regain his senses. He immediately stared at the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cave and muttered, "You mean, the treasure in that exquisite box is a profundity fragment? Whether the profundity fragment is inside or not has nothing to do with you anymore." In the face of Hu Lin's question, Zhang Yan continued to speak. His voice was as calm as before. It was hollow and did not contain any emotion. Why? Zhang Ping, who had just regained his senses, instinctively asked in a daze. Because, a dead man doesn't need to know so much. Zhang Yan spoke calmly again. The moment his words left his mouth, he suddenly made a move. He raised both of his hands abruptly and bent both of his arms backward while his back trembled. Both of his arms and his back were like a strong bow that was pulled back. His trembling back was more like a bowstring that was pulled to its limit. It trembled slightly and was ready to shoot the arrow that was pressed against it at any time. Shameless boasting. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Ping completely regained his senses. Hu Lin, on the other hand, sneered. Origin energy rolled out from his body as his concept followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Grade 2 spirit sword that he always carried with him. Whoosh! Hu Lin's eyes turned cold as he turned into a gust of wind and slashed his sword at Zhang Yan mercilessly. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into more than 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at Zhang Yan in a menacing manner. First level void transformation stage. Second level advanced sword concept. This was Hu Lin's true strength as the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. Whoosh! The moment Hu Lin made his move, Zhang Ping also regained his senses. A Grade 2 spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. His origin energy raged as his concept merged with it. Without any hesitation, he joined forces with Hu Lin and charged at Zhang Yan together. There were more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Ping's head. It was exactly 100 silhouettes of them. First level void transformation stage. First level advanced saber concept. Zhang Ping was the second strongest person among the younger generation of the Sun Moon sect. His strength was only below Hu Lin. Hu Lin and Zhang Ping dashed out. With a saber and a sword, they attacked Zhang Yan mercilessly, aiming for his vital points. Zhang Yan's back trembled slightly as he clenched his hands into palms and pulled his arms back like a strong bow. Wisps of blue flames appeared around the Grade 2 spirit artifact gloves on his hands. The scorching hot and icy cold aura coexisted. The contradictory combination caused the airflow in the air to be squeezed. Waves of soft air explosions involuntarily rose and fell in succession. Whoosh! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's Grade 2 spiritual sword and Grade 2 spiritual saber were about to attack Zhang Yan, the turbulent power of heaven and earth above Zhang Yan's head finally gathered into a heaven and earth anomaly. 978 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack, and it gave others an extremely strong oppressive feeling. No! Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, who were originally full of confidence and thought they could kill Zhang Yan, turned pale when they saw the heaven and earth anomaly that appeared above Zhang Yan's head. Zhang Ping even cried out in horror. Boom! Boom! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned pale and Zhang Ping cried out in shock, Zhang Yan finally made his move. His arms, which were pulled like a strong bow, shook, and his back stopped trembling. His palms, which were filled with blue flames, quickly swept out and enveloped Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, meeting the two's fierce attacks head-on. Between Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Hu Lin was the strongest. However, even if Hu Lin attacked with all his might, his strength was only equivalent to over 600 ancient horned dragon strength. This little bit of strength was easily crushed by Zhang Yan's over 900 ancient horned dragon strength. One could easily imagine the outcome. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping were killed by Zhang Yan without any surprise. After the two of them were killed, their bodies flew out without slowing down and crashed into the cave wall in the distance like an arrow that was released from a bow, stirring up a cloud of dust. From then on, all the Sun Moon sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were annihilated. After killing Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Zhang Yan casually stepped into the air as though nothing had happened and took down the exquisite box from the ceiling of the cave. He was not in a hurry to open the box. For some reason, his eyes could not help but land on the hundreds of water concept fragments that were mixed among the rubble on the ground of the cavern. According to my previous experience, the profundity fragment in this box should be the water profundity fragment. Zhang Yan's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The fire profundity fragment was useless to him. However, the water profundity fragment was extremely meaningful to him. He could use it to comprehend the water profundity in the future. After all, since he had cultivated the supreme emotion forsaking technique, he could easily condense water into ice and convert ice into water. To him, comprehending the water concept and water profundity was equivalent to comprehending the ice concept and ice profundity. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and opened the exquisite box. Zhang Yan could not help but narrow his eyes as soon as the box was opened. A fragment that was shining with aqua blue energy appeared before his eyes. Young man, congratulations. This 8th level Monarch stage water profundity fragment is yours. At the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered Zhang Yan's ears. It carried an extremely terrifying penetrating force as it spread far and wide. *T. Zhang Yan did not dare to delay when he heard the voice. He immediately flew out and left the cave immediately. He did not dare to take the risk again after he learned his lesson. Previously, he had obtained a fire profundity fragment with great difficulty. However, it had fallen into Feng Tianwu's hands because of Feng Tianwu's appearance. As the saying went, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. In order not to repeat the same mistake, Zhang Yan immediately fled. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Zhang Yan left, two ghostly figures appeared in the cave at the same time. Both of them frowned at the same time when they saw the water concept fragments all over the ground. You have the water profundity fragment? Both of them looked at each other tacitly and asked in unison. Both of them looked at each other deeply before they left to look for the person who had obtained the 9th level Monarch stage water profundity fragment. Inside one of the caves in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a bolt of purple lightning flashed into the cave quickly. He looked around carefully, not missing any detail. It was as though he was looking for something. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another 10 days had passed since he had made a breakthrough to the 2nd level void transformation stage. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian held 2 concept fragments in his hands and comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. At the same time, he was searching in all directions in an attempt to find the person who had obtained the tricolor fruit. Even if I find that person now, I'm afraid he has already consumed 2 spirit fruits. After searching the cave for a while and confirming that he did not find anything, Duan Lingtian flew away and entered another cave. Duan Lingtian searched the caves one by one. He was very patient. Soon after, Duan Lingtian flashed into a relatively remote cave and began to search around again. He did not miss any corner. In an inconspicuous corner at the top of the cave, a white-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in a small dark cave. He was cultivating quietly. Zishang boy, you and this Duan Lingtian are really enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the white-clad young man's mind, waking him up from his cultivation immediately. Duan Lingtian? The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang. When he heard the voice in his mind, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes in the dark as though he was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. From the time he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom until now, that person was like his destined enemy. No matter where he went or how high he stood, that person would always appear in front of him. Moreover, he was always at a disadvantage in the many times he fought with that person, causing him to feel extremely aggrieved. Originally, he was possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse and possessed powerful strength. However, he was restrained by a stone tablet in that person's hand, causing him to almost go crazy. Duan Lingtian, it's really you. Sitting cross-legged in the small dark cave, Zishang's eyes immediately landed on the purple figure outside the cave. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Almost at the instant when Zishang focused his eyes on Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt as though someone was spying on him. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the remote corner at the top of the cave. A pitch-black cave that could accommodate one person appeared before his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to use his spiritual energy to investigate the cave, he noticed a white figure suddenly flew out from the cave and slowly descended before his eyes. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man before him, his eyes widened in shock. Why, you're not dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. Previously, when he had just entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Zishang had launched a sneak attack on him on the high platform and both of them had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Moreover, they had fought in the bottomless abyss. During that battle, he had used the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons to suppress Zishang's strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. He had almost killed Zishang. At the critical moment, Zishang took out the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet that was lost outside. After interfering with him, it fell into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian thought he would definitely die. Chapter 968. You're not dead yet, so how can I, Zishang, die? Zishang sneered. Duan Lingtian, it seems like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. To think that we can even meet here. Today, I, Zishang, will settle all the grudges from the past with you. I, Zishang, will make sure that you die a graveless death today. Zishang's face was filled with confidence as killing intent shot out from his eyes. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast that could pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. Die a graveless death? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard Zishang's confident words. He did not know where Zishang's confidence came from. It was only when he extended his spiritual energy that he obtained the answer he wanted. First level void transformation. This Zishang has actually broken through to the first level void transformation. After probing Zishang's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. There was a hint of undetectable shock in his eyes. He knew about Zishang's cultivation base. That day, when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, although Zishang had displayed extraordinary strength, he mainly relied on two types of void transformation concepts. His cultivation base was only at the 7th level void interpretation. How long had it been, and Zishang had already crossed 3 levels and broken through to the first level void transformation? Wait a minute. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling inexplicably shocked, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately thought of the reason he found this place. This Zishang is hiding in such a secluded little cave. He's cultivating inside? He crossed 3 levels in such a short period of time and broke through to the first level void transformation in one go. Could it be that he obtained the tricolor fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he thought of this. Could it really be such a coincidence? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall that the wounds on the 2 corpses in the damp cave where he found the tricolor tree were caused by the same person. The person who attacked them used a weapon like a spear or a spear. What Zishang used was a spear. Looks like it really is such a coincidence. Not only do I and Zishang meet on a narrow road, even the thing I've been looking for over 10 days is in his possession. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze on Zishang became even colder. If you want me to die without a burial place, then bring it on. I will let you know that if I could make you flee that day, I can still kill you today. Duan Lingtian sneered in response to Zishang's provocation. His face was filled with disdain. Ha! Duan Lingtian, do you really think I'm still the same old me? When he saw the disdain on Duan Lingtian's face, Zishang couldn't help but roar with laughter. His laughter was arrogant, and as he finished speaking, his tone carried a trace of ghastly ruthlessness. Today, allow me, Zishang, to send you on your way. Duan Lingtian, remember this in your next life. Don't provoke me again. Zishang said sternly. As soon as his words left his mouth, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his Grade 2 Spirit Spear. As soon as the Grade 2 Spirit Spear appeared, it was entangled by a milky white origin energy. The origin energy quickly merged with the fire concept and transformed into a vast flame that swam around the body of the spear like a fire dragon. Soon after, the wind concept transformed into a gust of wind that surged into the fire dragon, causing the fire dragon to expand and emit an even more powerful aura. The fire borrowed the power of the wind. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and a heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In the end, it converged into over 1,050 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that wriggled down in an imposing manner. Previously, when Zishang's cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation. Relying on his 3rd level advanced wind concept, 1st level advanced fire concept, and the method of borrowing the power of the wind from his fire, he could exert the strength of 876 ancient horned dragons when combined with the Grade 2 Spirit Spear. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. Compared to his strength when he was at the 7th level void interpretation, it was 100 ancient horned dragons' strength more. Coupled with the 78% boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, he had a total of 178 ancient horned dragons' strength more than before. It was precisely because of this that Zishang, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, had the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. Zishang, who held the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand, had a confident expression on his face. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's full strength that day was only equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength, which was more than 50 ancient horned dragon strength compared to his current strength. It would be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, die. Zishang's eyes turned cold. At the same time, his face was filled with killing intent. He shouted loudly, and the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand that was entangled with the wind and fire energy suddenly shook before it pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As Zishang's figure flashed out, the grade 2 spirit spear shook, and spear rays covered the sky like a meteor shower. Their target was Duan Lingtian. You're not who you used to be. Don't tell me you think I'm still who I used to be. Faced with the spear rays that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke nonchalantly. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Deliberately mystifying. Zishang's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all in the face of his attack that contained the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons. The strength of the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand skyrocketed again. Whoosh! 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 The wind and fire spear rays that covered the sky seemed like it was raining as they completely enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian completely. Whether I'm deliberately mystifying or not, you'll find out soon enough. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a destructive aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that was intertwined with purple thunderbolts and green gales before it completely merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword soared and emitted a series of clear and crisp sword cries. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and began to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Before the heaven and earth phenomenon could fully condense, Zishang's spear rays that covered the sky had already arrived. They fell menacingly on Duan Lingtian's head. Wherever the spear rays passed, apart from causing a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds, it also set off countless rolling airwaves, causing a violent wind to blow in the cave and dust to fill the air. The violent wind gushed out and caused Duan Lingtian's purple robe to flutter, making him look even more graceful. Faced with the violent wind that was attacking him, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. His gaze was fixed on the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him. At this moment, it seemed like the world in his eyes was only left with these spear rays. Die! Seeing that Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the spear rays and was about to be killed, Zishang's face revealed a wanton smile. He shouted excitedly and the energy on the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand continued to surge out. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. He clearly saw that Duan Lingtian had made his move in the face of the spear rays that he had unleashed. With just a flash of his sword, the spear rays were shattered wherever the sword passed. Impossible. Seeing this, Zishang hurriedly shook his head. He was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. When he inadvertently saw the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that had completely condensed above Duan Lingtian's head, he was stunned. He was stunned, completely stunned. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's improvement would be greater than his in such a short period of time. The strength that Duan Lingtian displayed now was more than 200 ancient horned dragon strength compared to the last time. It was far from what his improvement could compare to. Of course, Zishang did not know that Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Otherwise, once he borrowed the earth energy with the earth concept, he would be able to gain another 50 ancient horned dragon strength. It was equivalent to half the strength of the earth concept that he had mastered now. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's sword swept out. Without using any martial skill, he easily shattered the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him one by one as if he was playing a game. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how brilliant the martial skill was, it would be useless. At this moment, the strength contained in Duan Lingtian's sword was more than 140 ancient horned dragon strength than Zishang's. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Zishang. After destroying the spear rays that covered the sky, the momentum of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand did not decrease. It swept towards Zishang rapidly without using any martial skill. Whoosh! The sword that contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons caused the airflow in the air to surge and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Airwaves and gales swept out. Whoosh! Facing Duan Lingtian's sword, Zishang did not dare to be negligent. He held his spear and charged forward with a solemn expression. The wind and fire energy on the spear sword. The spear ray swept out like a divine dragon opening its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! Finally, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and the spear in Zishang's hand collided. The two terrifying forces collided and set off a series of terrifying loud noises. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air and set off rolling airwaves. It caused gales to sweep out in all directions and wreak havoc in the entire cavern. Not a single corner was spared. Slap! 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 Zishang's face was extremely pale. His body suddenly trembled. With his feet as the center, countless cracks spread out and transformed into a ferocious and terrifying spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood at a low altitude with a calm expression. He casually placed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand on the tip of the grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand. Get lost! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian roared. The energy in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand soared instantly. It gushed out in an unstoppable manner and drowned Zishang. Boom! In the next moment, Zishang flew out with his spear and crashed into the cavern wall at the side. Chapter 969. Elder Ghost. Although he had the grade 2 spirit spear to support him, he was still kneeling on the ground with one knee. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The blood splattered on the ground and formed a dazzling stream in front of him. At this moment, he felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He no longer had the strength to fight with Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only place his hopes on the ghost fire hidden in his body. However, the ghost fire did not respond to him this time. Elder Ghost, Elder Ghost. Zishang continued to call out in an anxious tone. However, the ghost fire still did not respond. It was as though it had completely disappeared. At this moment, Zishang also felt that something was amiss. He could not help but raise his head with difficulty and look at the purple-clad young man who was walking towards him step by step. When he saw the stone tablet with a chipped corner in the purple-clad young man's hand, his heart trembled. He finally understood why the ghost fire was ignoring him. Since Duan Lingtian had taken out the devil seal tablet that could restrain the ghost fire, it meant that the ghost fire would not help him. Duan Lingtian. Zishang could not help but clench his teeth as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing not far away from him. Apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also a hint of bitterness. He knew that he was finished. With the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, even if he begged for mercy, Duan Lingtian would not let him go. Due to this reason, Zishang stood up with difficulty with the help of the grade 2 spirit spear. He glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Even if I die, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go even if I become a ghost. Duan Ling Tian, who was holding the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and guarding against the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body in the other hand, stared at Zishang coldly. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to kill Zishang. Now, when Zishang's words entered his ears, he couldn't help but laugh. After that, he glanced at Zishang with disdain and said indifferently, "Zishang, do you think I wasn't afraid when you were alive? So why would I be afraid when you're dead?" Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, Zishang laughed strangely, and his laughter was wanton and undisguised. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Ling Tian frowned and stared coldly at Zishang. At this moment, Zishang's laughter gradually stopped, but his face was still covered in a smile, a gloomy smile. Then, Zishang looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a dead man and sneered, "Duan Ling Tian, so what if you kill me? As long as the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort know that the Devil Seal tombstone is in your hands, they won't let you go. I'll be waiting for you on the path to the Yellow Springs. I'll definitely be waiting for you." Zishang chuckled as he spoke. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian being killed by the upper echelons of Skywolf Fort. "Then you can wait patiently." Duan Ling Tian sneered. He raised his hand and thrust his sword at Zishang. Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. Duan Ling Tian did not kill Zishang immediately. Instead, the sword in his hand landed on Zishang's right wrist and gave it a jerk. Pfft! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Duan Ling Tian had severed the tendons on Zishang's wrist. Zishang, who only had one hand left, was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Zishang could still hold the Grade 2 Spirit Spear tightly with his other hand. Otherwise, he would definitely fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. Whoosh! Unfortunately, when Duan Ling Tian's second sword landed and severed the tendons on Zishang's remaining hand, Zishang could no longer hold on. He fell to the ground with a loud thud, looking extremely miserable. "Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, then give me a quick death. If you don't give me a quick death, then you're a bastard raised by a whore." Zishang let out a muffled groan again. He raised his head with difficulty and glared at Duan Ling Tian, who was looking down at him. He shouted harshly, intending to infuriate Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian would give him a quick death. As soon as Zishang finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were instantly shrouded in a layer of scarlet red. It was fine for others to scold him. However, he was not allowed to curse his mother. "If you want a quick death, then I won't let you have it. I'll let you die a slow and painful death." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from an ice cave. It made one's hair stand on end. Zishang, who had wanted to infuriate Duan Ling Tian, did not expect to make a fool of himself. His expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian swung his sword again and slowly crippled one of Zishang's legs. During this process, Zishang could no longer hold it in and screamed in pain. Duan Ling Tian, you're the devil. You're the devil." Zishang only regained his breath when Duan Ling Tian put away his sword and shouted harshly. Whoosh! Soon after, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand descended again. Zishang's other leg was crippled and he continued to scream in pain. His face was pale. He only looked better after he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's expression was cold. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword again and crippled Zishang's dantian. Ah! This time, Zishang fainted after he screamed in pain. At the same time, the origin energy on Zishang's body was annihilated. Blood flowed out ceaselessly from the wounds on his limbs. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a river that drowned his entire body. Even until now, the fierce light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes did not fade. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he was an orphan without parents. After he came to this world, he had a mother, Li Ro. Li Ro's love for him caused him to completely take Li Ro as his own mother. If one were to ask who he cared about the most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Li Ro, his mother in this life. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched it would die. His mother was his reverse scale. Earlier, Zi Shang had insulted his mother, and it caused him to be completely enraged. He was enraged to the extreme, and his emotions were difficult to control. Whoosh! When he saw Zi Shang was about to bleed to death while unconscious, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a raise of his hand, he took out a jar of unopened wine from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian lifted the seal on the wine jar and poured the wine on Zi Shang's head. The icy cold wine caused Zi Shang to shudder and completely wake up. However, Zi Shang, who had just woken up, only felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from all over his body. He continued to scream miserably, and he no longer had the carefree appearance from before. Zi Shang, whose cultivation had been crippled, could no longer circulate his origin energy to stop the bleeding on his wounds. He could only watch as blood flowed out from his body. Soon, Zi Shang's eyelids rolled back, and he fainted again. Duan Lingtian patiently poured the wine on Zi Shang's head again and again, causing Zi Shang to wake up time and time again. Moreover, Zi Shang let out waves of miserable screams before fainting again. Duan Lingtian. Give me a quick death. I beg you. I beg you. In the end, Zi Shang's face was pale and his aura was weak as he begged endlessly. From the moment you insulted my mother, you should have known there would be such a consequence. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zi Shang and continued to torture him. After half an hour, Zi Shang's head swung and fell hard on the ground. He died from excessive bleeding, and there was no sign of him at all. Zi Shang was dead. He was completely dead. When Zi Shang died, Duan Lingtian's rage gradually dissipated. When he looked at Zi Shang again, although his eyes still flickered with a cold light, it was no longer as deep as the ocean as before. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly absent-minded as he looked at Zi Shang's corpse. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Zi Shang all those years ago. At that time, Zi Shang rode a flying demon beast and arrived at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak with the intention of seducing his fiancée, Ker. After that, conflict arose between him and Zi Shang, and they even made a 2-year agreement. During the 2-year agreement, he relied on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and easily defeated Zi Shang, whose cultivation base was a few levels higher than him, causing Zi Shang to be unwilling to leave. The next time he met Zi Shang was during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition, and the conflict between him and Zi Shang deepened. After glancing indifferently at Zi Shang's corpse, Duan Lingtian casually put away Zi Shang's spatial ring. Chi. Subsequently, a strand of violet flame with golden edges lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. He was prepared to sprinkle it on Zi Shang's corpse and make Zi Shang disappear from this world. Wait. Right at this moment, a ghastly, hoarse, and aged voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian, don't burn it yet. Don't burn it yet. What? Old man, are you afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to let me go and let me live in your body temporarily, I'll definitely help you in the future. As long as I'm here, you'll definitely. This voice was naturally the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zi Shang's body. It was the voice of Ghost Fire. Now that its host, Zi Shang, had been killed, it urgently wanted to find its next host. Otherwise, its remnant soul would completely dissipate. However, before it could finish speaking, it stopped abruptly. After pausing for a moment, it anxiously said, "You. What are you doing?" No. Unfortunately, Ghost Fire was destined to be unable to finish speaking. This was because when Ghost Fire's voice paused, the flame in Duan Lingtian's hand had already sprinkled on Zishang's corpse and ignited the strong wine on Zishang's body. The flames surged and engulfed Zi decease. At the same time, the ghostly fire was unable to continue speaking. It disappeared from this world along with Zi decease. Zishang and Ghost Fire were both dead. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression was cold. Naturally, he had heard Ghost Fire's voice clearly, but he did not pay any attention to it. He did not know anything about Ghost Fire. If he allowed Ghost Fire to possess him, he did not know what kind of potential danger he would face in the future. Therefore, he did not dare to take the risk. That's spirit fruit. Chapter 970. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, only one of the 3 spirit fruits that grew on the tricolor tree was left. Zishang had consumed 2 of them. Zishang probably only had time to digest the medicinal efficacy of 1 spirit fruit. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have definitely risen to the 2nd level void transformation stage once he digested the 2nd spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced when he thought of this. Once Zishang had broken through to the 2nd level void transformation stage, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent to him. Earlier, it was precisely because he possessed the strength to crush Zishang that he was able to heavily injure Zishang in 1 blow. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. If I didn't find the tricolor tree, or if Zishang had plucked the tricolor tree at the same time when he plucked the 3 spirit fruits, I wouldn't have been able to come here in time and encounter Zishang, who was hiding here. Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he thought of this. Once Zishang had absorbed and digested the 3 spirit fruits, his cultivation base would have definitely broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. At that time, I'll definitely lose if I encounter him. If I want to kill him, I'll have to use a talisman. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more shocked he became. After he calmed down, he could not help but rejoice. He rejoiced that he had saved a talisman that his cheapskate father had left behind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted elsewhere. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand that was so red that it seemed as though it would drip blood, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. After I consume this spirit fruit and improve my cultivation base, I'll continue to search for the central area. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the side of the remote cavern's ceiling when he thought of this. The black hole in the inconspicuous corner was where Zishang had hidden earlier. I'll cultivate here. Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the black hole in a blink of an eye. He noticed that it was empty inside and could easily accommodate his entire person. This small cavern is obviously newly opened. Looks like it's Zishang's work. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zishang's death also made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat. And that ghost elder, he was truly too strange. But fortunately, I annihilated him as well, and he no longer posed any threat to me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. This time, 20 disciples of Skywolf Fort all died in my hands. You can say that I took back some interest from Skywolf Fort for myself. If the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a burst of joy in his heart. Back then, because the people of Skywolf Fort coveted the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, they had almost killed him and caused an innocent person to die for him. From that moment onwards, his hatred towards Skywolf Fort was already deeply rooted in the bottom of his heart. In the future, so long as his strength improved, he would surely go to the ancient desert city to look for Skywolf Fort to properly settle the score. Not to mention the others, the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort that led the group to pursue him would surely die. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yukong, Feng Wei. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and spat out the names of the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort word by word, and his eyes were filled with extreme coldness. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, stuffed the red spirit fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it. The medicinal strength transformed into a warm current that instantly fused into his body. In next to no time, the origin energy in his body started to roil, and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was hidden deep within his dantian rose up along with this and completely fused with his origin energy. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roving dragon form. For a time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and his cultivation advanced at an extremely terrifying speed under the dual boost of the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Right when Duan Lingtian was concentrating on his cultivation, in a certain cavern in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Bang! 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 Numerous loud bangs resounded out without end, and the entire cavern was enveloped by gusts of violent winds that caused sand and dust to fly, causing it to be difficult to see the situation inside clearly. Within the cavern, there were 2 figures that were constantly crossing each other, and they were evenly matched. One of them condensed a domineering saber light every time the saber in his hand flashed out, and it carried the might of splitting Mount Hua. The other person wore spirit weapon gloves on his hands, and every time he punched out, his fists were coiled with violet lightning, and every time he punched out, it was like a thunderclap exploding out. Peng Bao, hand over that profundity fragment. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you today. The sturdy young man who punched out like thunder had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his voice was loud and clear. Lei Jun, everyone knows how to boast. If you have the ability, kill me and take away the profundity fragment in my hand. However, although the profundity fragment in my hand is an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, it's suitable for you as well. However, as far as I know, there seems to be a lot of people who have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept among the senior officials of Izumo's sect, right? Even if you obtain this profundity fragment, it'll only benefit someone else. Why do you have to risk your life like this? The young man who kept shooting out the domineering saber light in his hand was not bothered by Lei Jun's threat. Instead, he advised Lei Jun. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika sect's disciple whom he had made a deal with before. The current situation was obvious. Peng Bao had obtained one of the profundity fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not only that, it was an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment. It attracted Lei Jun, the Izumo sect's disciple, to fight for it with him. He and Lei Jun were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. After fighting for a while, Lei Jun seemed to have realized that it was difficult for him to defeat Peng Bao. His tone changed and became calmer. Peng Bao, as far as I know, none of the senior officials of Anika's sect have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept. Even if you bring it back, the senior officials of Anika's sect won't be able to use it. How about this, you name your condition. As long as you're willing to give this 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment to me, I'll promise you anything that Izumo's sect can do. When Lei Jun reached the end of his sentence, he sounded eager to obtain the profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand. Unless you can help me obtain the profundity fragment that the senior officials of Anika's sect need and exchange it with me. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to obtain the thunder profundity fragment in my hand. Peng Bao said nonchalantly. What a joke. The Anika sect that he was in and the Izumo sect that Lei Jun was in had always been at odds with each other. If he gave up the thunder profundity fragment in his hand, there was no doubt that Izumo's sect would have another martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, Izumo's sect would be able to suppress Anika's sect. Therefore, even if nobody in Anika's sect could use the thunder profundity fragment, it was impossible for him to give it to Izumo's sect. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Lei Jun's face turned slightly grave. His body moved and he suddenly retreated. Seeing Lei Jun retreating, Peng Bao did not pursue him. He stood in the same spot and looked at Lei Jun calmly. Peng Bao, I can promise you. Lei Jun took a deep breath and agreed. From this moment onward, the two of us will join forces to search for and fight for the second profundity fragment. A smile appeared on Peng Bao's face when he heard this. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. His strength was not inferior to his. Once he joined forces with Lei Jun, they would be able to sweep away all obstacles and obtain the profundity fragment that Anika's sect needed. However, from now on, other than continuing to search for and fight for the other profundity fragments in the periphery, we also have to confirm the direction to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and head to the central area. Peng Bao said. Then, the small team that was temporarily formed by Peng Bao and Lei Jun began to move rapidly in the periphery. Unfortunately, their dream of finding the other 4 profundity fragments in the periphery would not come true. The 4 profundity fragments already had their own owners. While Peng Bao and Lei Jun were searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the group of survivors in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were also searching for it. The central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left the secret treasure behind. According to the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, his body should be there. Putting aside the many treasures that might be there, just the 3 profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu powerhouse's body were enough to make people go crazy for it. 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment and 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments. While the people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were searching for the central area and heading to the central area, Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his cultivation. It was as though he had forgotten about the time. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roaming dragon form. The origin energy in his body circulated rapidly according to the roaming dragon form's mental cultivation method, causing his cultivation base to rise rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes that were hidden within the darkness flashed with a strand of bright light. Still lacking a little. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to his dantian, Duan Lingtian woke up and stopped cultivating. As for the red spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, it had already been depleted by him. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. Even the bottleneck to the 4th level void transformation stage had appeared and was on the verge of collapsing. Wind. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the small dark cave. It grew louder and louder as it went on. 3rd level advanced wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew out of the small dark cave and appeared in the spacious cave that was as bright as day outside. Now, it's time to continue searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Chapter 971. Duan Lingtian, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and comprehended the 3rd level advanced wind concept, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head followed him like a shadow. The khaki-colored energy rolled under Duan Lingtian's feet as though it resonated with the earth. He took a step forward and passed through a few caves. Other than the strands of purple lightning that raged around the khaki-colored energy, there were also strands of solid green wind that followed him like a shadow. Not only that, when Duan Lingtian flew out, there was a faint layer of energy on his body that led the way. Upon closer inspection, it was a solid sword-shaped energy. Above Duan Lingtian's head, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky followed him in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the speed was too fast, it was difficult to see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. As long as Duan Lingtian stopped moving, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head could be clearly seen. There was a total of 1,150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The 3rd level void transformation stage's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The 3rd level advanced wind concept was also equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The other 3 9th level void interpretation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when added together. Altogether, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. As for the additional strength of 50 ancient horned dragons, it was the earth energy that Duan Lingtian borrowed from the resonance between his earth concept and the earth. It was half the strength of the earth concept itself. Duan Lingtian, who was propelled by the strength of 1,150 ancient horned dragons, was as swift as the wind and lightning. His speed was so fast that many martial artists could not see his movements clearly. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. His face was slightly pale. Chen Wei. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a ghastly coldness as though he was about to devour someone. He was not unfamiliar with Chen Wei. It was to the extent that he already knew Chen Wei before he joined the Five Element sect. Although the first time he met Chen Wei was not pleasant, it was also because Chen Wei was deceived by his biological younger brother. Chen Wei himself was very much to his liking. Before entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Chen Wei was still alive and kicking. But now, he had turned into an ice-cold corpse, and it was obvious that he had been dead for many days. Bang! At some point, Duan Lingtian, whose face was gloomy, lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. Instantly, a hideous crack split open on the ground where Duan Lingtian had landed, and it extended all the way to Chen Wei's corpse, causing Chen Wei's corpse to fall into it. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, his origin energy fused with earth force surged and collided with the side of the cavern wall. Stone fragments swirled in the air, accompanied by some rubble that fell down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand once again, and the stone fragments and gravel were guided by his power, filling up the crevice where Chen Wei was buried, allowing Chen Wei to peacefully rest underground. Rest in peace. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he lowered his head and looked at the crevice that was filled up. What's he doing? I came earlier, and I just happened to see. He seems to be burying someone's corpse. It should be a senior brother from the same sect who was on good terms with him. Unknowingly, the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian had attracted many onlookers. These people stood in the distance and whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian frowned and was about to leave. It's Duan Lingtian. Two people who had just entered the cavern and joined the onlookers could not help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard them. With just a glance, he recognized the two of them. They were the two secular disciples from the Empyrean Temple. Although he did not know the two of them, he had some impression of them. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them. It could be considered fate for them to meet here since they had entered from the same entrance. After nodding his head and greeting the two of them, Duan Lingtian was about to leave again. However, before he could move, he realized he was surrounded by three figures who shot out at lightning speed. After the three of them surrounded him, their eyes lit up as they stared at him greedily. It was as though he was a rare treasure. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Element sect in the eastern district of the Northern Desert? I heard you obtained a profundity fragment. After the three of them surrounded Duan Lingtian, they spoke one after another. Their breathing quickened as they spoke. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. I heard he obtained a profundity fragment some time ago. I heard about it too. Duan Lingtian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Element sect, obtained a profundity fragment not long ago. So he's that Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, everyone else was staring at him. The other onlookers were glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger watching its prey. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion around him, he frowned and looked at the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples immediately. At once, the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples' expressions changed drastically. They shook their heads and said in a panic, Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you obtained a profundity fragment. That's right. If we had known that you had obtained a profundity fragment, we wouldn't have exposed your identity. The two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were flustered when they spoke. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could kill both of them in just one move. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He was not blaming the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples for exposing his identity. Instead, he was curious how the others knew he obtained a profundity fragment. Most importantly, apart from the fact that they had never seen him before, all of them knew his name and where he came from. When I obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, I even extended my spiritual energy to investigate the surroundings. Apart from me, there's no one else alive who knows I obtained a profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene when he obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. He was certain of this. There was no one else alive who knew he obtained a profundity fragment. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone's trying to frame me with the intention of making me the public enemy of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He wants me dead. Duan Lingtian was certain of this as soon as he thought about it. His eyes turned red as soon as he confirmed it. At that moment, he could not help but be enraged. What he wanted to do the most at that moment was to find the person who spread the rumor and kill him. Although he was not worried about the impact the rumor would have on him, he was annoyed that the person was trying to frame him secretly. Duan Lingtian realized something again when he regained his senses. Apart from the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples who were standing far away and trembling in fear, the other 4 people who surrounded him in the beginning had surrounded him as well. The 7 of them surrounded him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Apart from the 3 people who were together in the beginning, the other 4 people were also divided into 2 small groups with 2 people in each group. In other words, these 7 people came from 3 different forces. There were a total of 6 forces who came from entrance number 2. Apart from the 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort who were killed by him, he had some impression of the people from the other 5 forces even if he did not know them. However, he had no impression of the 7 people in front of him at all. Are all of you disciples from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the 7 young powerhouses whose origin energy and concepts were rising from their bodies. These young powerhouses could attack him at any time. That's right. Why? Are you scared? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a few young powerhouses who surrounded Duan Lingtian had a smug smile on their faces. As disciples from a second-rate force, they had a sense of superiority when faced with a disciple from a third-rate force like 5-element sect. It seems like there are only 2 entrances to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The people from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect came from entrance number 1. Meanwhile, the rest of us came from entrance number 2. So far, I haven't met anyone who came from the 3rd entrance. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart as he vaguely confirmed this. Who's the Anika sect's disciple? Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of fear when he was surrounded by the 7 people. Instead, he asked slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, and his face was calm as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. We're Anika sect's disciples. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a young man and a young woman answered nonchalantly. The young man's face was cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. The young woman's face was calm, and one could not tell if she was happy or angry. Considering that I know Peng Bao. Both of you can leave now. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 Anika sect's disciples indifferently. His tone was calm and did not contain any emotions. Peng Bao was the Anika sect's disciple he met previously. His cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation, and his strength was extraordinary. At that time, although he and Peng Bao had only made a deal that was beneficial to both of them and could only be considered as a chance encounter, he had a good impression of Peng Bao's straightforwardness. Now that he knew the 2 people before him were Anika sect's disciples, he remembered Peng Bao and was willing to let them live. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his breath on them. You know Senior Brother Peng Bao? The female Anika sex disciple who had a calm expression since the beginning could not help but exclaim softly. Yes, I do. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. When the female Anika sex disciple heard this, she nodded her head and retreated. Senior Brother Peng Bao saved my life before. Since you're his friend, I won't make things difficult for you today. Humph. So what if you know Senior Brother Peng Bao? The profundity fragment in your possession is mine. Chapter 972. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear the Anika sex disciple's words at all. He glanced at the 6 people surrounding him and said nonchalantly, "The 6 of you. Come at me together." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the indifference on his face, the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces had a drastic change of expression. They were completely enraged. A disciple from a third-rate force actually dared to challenge 6 disciples from second-rate forces? Provocation. A blatant provocation. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. We'll let you know that a disciple from a third-rate force like you is just an ant in the eyes of disciples from second-rate forces like us. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for us. The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed, and their concepts followed them like shadows. The spirit weapons in their hands were all out as they attacked Duan Lingtian with all their might. Several hundred silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed above their heads and followed them to attack Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded in the middle. More than 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle and pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and claws. Boom! 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 The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked with all their might, causing the airflow in the air to rapidly compress and set off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time as the sound of the air exploding rang out, waves of vast air waves swept out in all directions, transforming into gusts of wild wind, causing the robes on everyone present to flutter, making fluttering sounds. Kill. The spirit weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples from second-rate forces seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper at this moment as they charged toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to reap his life. The female Anika sex disciple who was watching by the side had a calm expression on her face. In her opinion, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, to survive in the face of 6 young powerhouses from forces that were not inferior to her. However, when her eyes inadvertently landed on the 2 people who were watching by the side, she noticed that the 2 of them were looking at the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces with pity in their eyes. Huh! Her heart could not help but skip a beat as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had the strength to deal with the 6 of them? The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt that it was a little absurd. A disciple from a third-rate force, even if he was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, would not be able to withstand the siege of 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to hers. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. Then, her face flushed red as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the scene before her. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. God! What did she just see? Under the siege of the 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his, the purple-clad young man stepped into the air at a leisurely pace. In the next instant, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. This is definitely not a second-grade spirit sword. At this moment, such a thought appeared in her mind subconsciously. However, what shocked her the most was the purple-clad young man's next move. The origin energy on the purple-clad young man's body skyrocketed and transformed into a vast khaki energy. It was surrounded by bolts of purple lightning and was accompanied by waves of solidified green wind. Not only that, but the purple-clad young man's body also exuded waves of fierce aura. Sword concept. As a martial artist who had comprehended the sword concept as well, the Anika sect's female disciple was very familiar with the sword concept. He has comprehended so many concepts. Not only that, but their levels seem to be quite high as well. In a flash of lightning, the Anika sect's female disciple could only have this thought in her mind. In the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the days that followed, she would be awakened by this scene many times in the middle of the night. At that time, she was so glad that she had made the right choice today. At the same time, the Anika sect's female disciple saw it clearly. As the purple-clad young man lifted his hand and swung his sword, the terrifying sword ray twisted and flashed past like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, the 6 young powerhouses who were charging at him aggressively were sliced into 2 at the waist. Their broken bodies collided with each other due to inertia. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. All 6 of them were dead. None of them even had the time to scream. The Anika sect's female disciple was stunned. She was completely stunned. After a while, she snapped back to her senses. Fear was written all over her face. She could not help but mutter to herself, "Senior brother Peng Bao, I owe you another life." She knew. If the purple-clad young man had not mentioned Peng Bao and caused her to retreat today, there would definitely be more than 6 dead people. She would not have survived either. Boom. 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 The broken bodies that were sliced into 2 at the waist fell to the ground loudly. In just a short while, the place where they landed was dyed into a river of blood. It was a ghastly sight. The 2 Empyrean Temple's disciples were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling. Although they had long expected this scene to happen, they still could not help but feel terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. It took them a long time to recover from the shock. Although the 6 young powerhouses were disciples from second-rate forces, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian from 5 Element Sect's cultivation base had long surpassed the ordinary young disciples from second-rate forces. Unless they were the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, it was impossible for them to be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, although they had never seen them before, they could tell with their naked eyes that the 6 people who killed Duan Lingtian were definitely not at that level. The 6 of them could only be considered as the more outstanding young disciples from second-rate forces at most. However, the fact that Duan Lingtian killed 6 first-level void transformation disciples from second-rate forces in just one move still terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian seems to be even more powerful now. The 2 of them looked at each other and could see the same thought in each other's eyes. The depth of their eyes was filled with fear from the bottom of their hearts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes swept across the 6 broken bodies on the ground. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy had long detected the cultivation base of the 6 people. All of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. They were not worth mentioning at all in front of him now. With a raise of his hand, waves of origin energy swept out. Duan Lingtian kept the 6 people's grade 2 spirit weapons and spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the female Anika sect's disciple and the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. Duan Lingtian, will never tell anyone that you've obtained the profundity fragment. When the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw Duan Lingtian looking at them, they hurriedly pricked their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky as they swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Since when did he ask them to swear on it? He knew very well in his heart. Since the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment was purposely leaked out by someone, it must have spread to most of the young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Other than those who were ill-informed, the rest of them must have known about this news. I don't care who it is. How dare they plot against me, Duan Lingtian? Just wait for my endless fury. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the fury in his heart soared. Whoosh! Under the fearful gaze of the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and the female Anika sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian moved and disappeared before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. At this moment, the three of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. In front of Duan Lingtian, they felt oppressed from the bottom of their hearts. He was a killing god who sent chills down their spines. When their eyes landed on the 6 mutilated bodies in front of them, their faces could not help but turn pale. A hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts could be seen in their eyes. Both of you. Did you already know that he's so powerful? The female Anika sect's disciple looked at the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and asked calmly. Of course. When he just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he already killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces whose strength is not inferior to ours with just 2 swords. He's a monster. I have to say that you made the right choice. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them. When the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples reached the end of their sentence, their eyes landed on the mutilated bodies piled up in the blood river again. Their bodies trembled for no reason. He killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords. The female Anika sect's disciple could not help but narrow her eyes. Since they were young disciples sent by third-rate forces to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they must be the best among the younger generation of third-rate forces. No matter how weak they were, they would not be too weak. He only killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords. She knew she might not be able to do that with her strength. Even if she could, she knew she would not be able to do it so cleanly. Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Peng Bao, what kind of monster do you know? The female Anika sect's disciple had a bitter smile on her face. If the other party had not mentioned Peng Bao in time and she had retreated from the battle in time due to the fact that Peng Bao had saved her life in the past, she would have been dead already. Right now, she could not be any more dead. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to figure out the thoughts of the female Anika sect's disciple and the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. At this moment, he continued to search for the direction to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Naturally, along the way, he could not help but speculate who the person who framed him was. He knows my name and my background. The person who framed me could only be one of the 6 major forces who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure with me. The 19 disciples from Skywolf Fort were all killed by me as soon as they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Could it be that Zishang spread the news? The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he frowned. In his opinion, this was the most likely possibility. Although he had killed Zishang, who knew if Zishang had framed him and spread the news that he had obtained the profundity fragment? No. Chapter 973. The wisp of soul remnant hiding in Zishang's body. It's very likely that it came from the Devil Seal tablet. After all, he used to have a fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Most importantly, the soul remnant in Zishang's body that's suspected to be Emperor Wu seems to recognize the Devil Seal tablet. It's very likely that he knows about the Devil Seal tablet. If that's the case, he must know about the Devil Seal tablet's value. In other words, it's impossible for Zishang to frame me like that. Otherwise, the Devil Seal tablet would fall into someone else's hands if I was killed. Duan Lingtian thought about many things in just a short while. First, he was certain of one thing. Zishang knew the value of the Devil Seal tablet. Previously, Zishang had used the Devil Seal tablet to lead the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to hunt him down. Perhaps, Zishang wanted the people from Skywolf Fort to get the Devil Seal tablet first before he thought of another way to take it back. With the help of the soul remnant that's suspected to be Emperor Wu, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a strength that surpasses Skywolf Fort in the future. However, it's different in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Once he spreads the news that I have the profundity fragment and frames me, he might not even know who killed me, let alone take the devil seal tablet back from the person who killed me. Duan Lingtian was completely certain when he thought about this. The person who framed him was not Zishang. As long as Zishang was interested in the devil seal tablet in his possession, he would not do such a stupid thing. But if it's not Zishang, who could it be? While he was flying, Duan Lingtian frowned. He still could not figure out who framed him even after thinking for a long time. Could it be the 2 disciples from Sun Moon sect? Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 remaining Sun Moon sect disciples. Without a doubt, their motive was the greatest. After all, the other 18 disciples from Sun Moon sect had died in his hands. If the 2 of them wanted to avenge the 18 people, they indeed had the motive to do so. In addition to them, the people of the emotion-severing sect also have a motive. When he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, not only did he kill 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort and 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect, he also killed 12 disciples of emotion-severing sect. Among the remaining emotion-severing sect disciples, there might be someone who wants to avenge the dead emotion-severing sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. And that blade sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, had one of his arms severed by Tian Wu before he even entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure because of me. Although he reattached his broken arm later on, he must have hated me. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to think about suspicious people. He realized that if he continued to think about it, regardless of whether it was the Blade sect's disciples, the Empyrean Temple's disciples, or even the 5 Element sect's disciples, it seemed like all of them could have framed him. This is really a headache. Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer thought about it. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. No matter who it is, if they dare to plot against me behind my back. As long as I find them, I'll definitely make sure they die a horrible death. Duan Lingtian's speed was as fast as the wind as he shuttled through the caves one after another. Along the way, Duan Lingtian heard many young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive talking about him wherever he passed by. They were all talking about how he had obtained the profundity fragment. After spending half a month, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed the direction of the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make his way to the central area. I've finally confirmed the direction. The palace left behind by Emperor Wu is over there. Duan Lingtian's speed as he made his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure soared to the maximum, leaving behind only his purple, lightning-like silhouette for the young powerhouses along the way. That person's speed is so fast. That's right. I can't even catch his trace at all. Such a fast speed. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the 4th level void transformation stage or above. Looking at the purple silhouette that flashed past, the young powerhouses along the way could not help but sigh and feel ashamed of their inferiority. While Duan Lingtian was making his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, many young powerhouses in various places of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had also figured out the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make their way to the central area. Brother Lingtian has obtained a profundity fragment. 2 figures were making their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. One of them could not help but be surprised when he heard the young powerhouse's discussion along the way. Peng Bao, do you know that Duan Lingtian? The other person was Lei Jun, the 2nd strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo sect. The former was Peng Bao, the 2nd strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Anika sect. Yes, I do. He's a friend of mine. However, I didn't expect him to have the strength to obtain a profundity fragment. Peng Bao nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but be surprised. He would never have thought that the young man he had met once before would actually have such a powerful strength. As the person who obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he knew very well that in order to obtain a profundity fragment, one would need to have sufficient strength in addition to luck. Otherwise, those puppets guarding the profundity fragment would be enough to give one a headache. Other than the puppets, the box that stored the profundity fragment would also emit a piercing sound that would attract the people nearby to rush over. If one could not fend off the people who came later, the profundity fragment would have to change owners. For this reason, if one wanted to obtain a profundity fragment, luck was secondary. Strength was the most important factor. If I meet him and I snatch the profundity fragment from him, you won't interfere, right? Lei Jun's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. If I meet him, I'll ask him what kind of profundity fragment he obtained. If it's something that our Anika sect needs, I'll exchange it with the profundity fragment in my hand. Peng Bao said nonchalantly without answering Lei Jun's question. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's eyes lit up. The profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand was undoubtedly something that he desperately wanted to obtain. It was impossible for him to obtain the profundity fragment since it was in Peng Bao's hand. However, if it was in the hands of the disciple from the third-rate force, five-element sect, would it not be a piece of cake for him to snatch it away? Even if a young disciple from a third-rate force was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, how could he, the second strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo's sect, lose to him? Lei Jun was very confident in his strength. Now, I can only hope that the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand is something that Anika sect needs. Even if it's not, I'll still snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. A cold gleam flashed across Lei Jun's eyes as he muttered to himself, an ant from a third-rate force. He doesn't have the right to obtain the profundity fragment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Peng Bao and Lei Jun's speed was very fast as they made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, many people were making their way to the central area as well. Whoosh! A fiery red figure filled with a scorching aura swept past the caves in just a blink of an eye. Her speed was so fast that many young powerhouses along the way felt embarrassed. Elder brother Duan should be making his way to the central area now, right? The figure that flew out was a woman in red. When she moved, she was like a fire spirit dancing gracefully in the air. The lady's appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. She looked like she was only in her early 20s, and there was a hint of anticipation between her brows as she hurried along. The figure of the purple-clad young man appeared in her mind, causing her to blush instantly. It was very pitiful. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, two figures flew out side by side at an extremely fast speed. They were a red-clad young man and a blue-clad young man. They looked exactly the same, and it was obvious they were twins. However, their facial expressions were as different as heaven and earth. The red-clad young man's expression changed a lot, but the blue-clad young man's expression was extremely cold. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Duan Lingtian obtained a profundity fragment. A hint of surprise appeared on the red-clad young man's face. It seems like his luck is not worse than ours. The blue-clad young man raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. The profound assimilation formation we found in Emperor Wu's secret treasure is much more powerful than the profound assimilation formation we went through in the sect. Just by looking at the improvement in our comprehension of concepts, we can tell that there are many concept fragments that have merged with the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, but they're of a high level as well. The red-clad young man sighed. These twin brothers were none other than the Nangong brothers from the five-element sect. The blue-clad young man with the cold expression was naturally Nangong Chen. As for the red-clad young man with the exaggerated expression, he was Nangong Yi. The two brothers, one was quiet while the other was active. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, apart from obtaining a grade 1 spirit weapon each, they had also entered a profound assimilation formation that activated on its own. After spending 3 hours in the profound assimilation formation, their concepts had improved tremendously. Compared to the time when they were in the profound assimilation formation of the five-element sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. The five-element sect's profound assimilation formation was nothing compared to the profound assimilation formation in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's a pity that the profound assimilation formation can only be activated once. Otherwise, We might be able to comprehend our concepts to the 9th level advance if we enter it again. Nangong Yi sighed and said with a regretful expression on his face. Greedy. Nangong Chen spat out 2 words coolly. Don't tell me you don't want to. Nangong Yi glanced at Nangong Chen in disdain. However, speaking of which, the fortuitous encounter we obtained is still better than Duan Ling Tian. Although he obtained a profundity fragment, he still has to hand it over to the sect. It's very difficult for him to survive. Nangong Chen said as if his words were as precious as gold. That's right. We didn't expect the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure from another entrance would be from the 3 second-rate forces. Chapter 974. Since they had heard that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the profundity fragment, it was only natural that the young powerhouses from the second-rate forces had heard about it as well. Right now, Duan Ling Tian must have become the target of public criticism. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength is strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Nangong Yi took a deep breath. Based on his words, it was obvious that he was fearful of the few top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. With his current strength, he could easily deal with ordinary young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. However, he had no confidence in dealing with the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Other than having a martial monarch powerhouse, the reason why the second-rate forces were called second-rate forces was because the young powerhouses they nurtured were much stronger than the young powerhouses nurtured by third-rate forces like the Five-Element sect. It was rare for Nangong Chen to nod his head and agree with Nangong Yi's words. At the same time, more and more people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure confirmed the direction of the central area and rushed to the central area. Huh! Duan Ling Tian, who was rushing to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, saw 3 familiar figures in the distance as soon as he passed through a cave. The 3 of them were heading in the same direction as him. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well. Dainyu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian was as fast as lightning. He caught up with the 3 of them like a ghost and greeted them with a smile when he arrived next to them. The 3 of them were none other than Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to meet the 3 of them here. He did not expect the 3 of them to be together. Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. The appearance of Duan Ling Tian gave Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong a great surprise. Seeing Duan Ling Tian again, the 3 of them were excited. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. I thought you'd already been killed. Huang Dainyu jokingly scolded. Duan Ling Tian, did you really obtain a profundity fragment? Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a burning gaze. Zhang Shouyong also looked at Duan Ling Tian. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Upon hearing Su Li's question, Duan Ling Tian knew that Su Li and the others must have heard the rumor of him obtaining a profundity fragment. He could not help but smile wryly. Although he had obtained a profundity fragment, no one else knew about it. As for the news that was spreading like wildfire now, it was completely a case of someone framing him. No. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, let alone Su Li and Zhang Shouyong, even Huang Dainyu could not help but feel shocked. Someone is framing me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, I don't know who it is for now. However, I'm sure it's the person who came in from entrance number 2 with us. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. Duan Ling Tian's words made Huang Dainyu's face turn grave as he waved his fist in anger. It's obvious that the person wants to kill you by framing you like this. That person must have a grudge against you. Could it be the 2 surviving disciples of the Sun Moon sect? Su Li speculated. It could also be Lian Xiong. Zhang Shouyong's eyes gleamed as he said in a deep voice, everyone in the Blade sect knows that Lian Xiong is a vengeful person. Previously, he suffered such a huge loss in front of Brother Ling Tian. I'm sure he won't let it go so easily. I've thought about all the people that you mentioned. Even the emotion-severing sex disciples and other people are all possibilities. The person who framed me might not necessarily have a grudge against me. It could also be that he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to survive in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slowly and revealed his speculation in the end. At once, Huang Daniu and the other two fell silent. That person is really cunning. He put you in danger with just one sentence. Right now, those young powerhouses from second-rate forces must be looking for you. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. Second-rate forces? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. None of the disciples from second-rate forces that he had encountered or fought with were a match for him. All of them had died in his hands. Even if it's that Peng Bao from a Nika sect. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat him. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian recalled Peng Bao whom he had met once in the past. At that time, his spiritual energy detected that Peng Bao was a third-level void transformation martial artist. If it was him at that time, he would not have much confidence in defeating Peng Bao. However, he was different now. Unless Peng Bao had encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for Peng Bao to defeat him. Duan Lingtian, did you find anything else along the way? Huang Daniu could not help but ask curiously along the way as the four of them made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not bad. I obtained a 9th-level Earth concept fragment and a spirit fruit. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, but he did not mention the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth concept fragment. Otherwise, he would have to admit that the person who framed him was telling the truth. At that time, that person would not be framing him, but telling the truth. That was something he did not want to see. What about you guys? After Duan Lingtian told him about his gains, he looked at Huang Daniu and the other two and asked, how did the three of you encounter each other? I met Su Li first, Huang Daniu said. Su Li nodded. Yes. Su Li nodded. After that, Daniu and I met Big Brother Zhang together. The three of us then traveled together, and we did have some gains. Until now, we've basically collected all the 9th-level concept fragments that we can use. It seems like you guys have a good gain as well. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, you don't know. Apart from these gains, the three of us also encountered a profundity fragment. And it's an 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment. Huang Daniu sighed as he spoke. His face was filled with pity. 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked and he heard Huang Daniu's words. Although he also had a Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment, it was only a 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment. It was far from comparable to the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment. You guys didn't obtain it? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he saw Huang Daniu sighing. He asked curiously, since you guys didn't obtain it. It means the person who obtained the profundity fragment is more powerful than all of you. However, why did he let all of you go? Isn't he worried that all of you would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment? He wanted to kill us, but we managed to escape with great difficulty. Besides, he didn't seem to care that we spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong smiled wryly. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was puzzled. In his opinion, since that person wanted to kill Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, it meant that he was worried that the three of them would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. However, why did Zhang Shouyong say that person did not care that they spread the news? Wasn't this contradictory? Soon after, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on after listening to Su Li's explanation. You mean? He merely lifted his foot and shook the ground to kill the few Izumo sect and Anika sex disciples. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He could guess from Su Li and the other two that the few Azumos sect and Anika sect's disciples were the weakest among the group of disciples from the second-rate forces that entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, the black-clad young man was actually able to kill them with just a lift of his foot. Moreover, he almost killed Su Li and the other two as well. This shocked him from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least at the second or third level of the void transformation stage. Most importantly, he has comprehended the earth concept and can borrow the earth energy. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. According to what you said, he's at least at the third level of the void transformation stage. Not only that, but the earth concept he has comprehended is at least at the third level advanced stage. Duan Lingtian speculated based on the knowledge in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. It's bad luck to talk about him. Huang Daniu shook his head. Duan Lingtian, now that the news of you obtaining the profundity fragment has spread out, why don't you not go to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? That's right. Duan Lingtian, what you need to do now is to protect yourself. Su Li agreed. Brother Lingtian, I also think you shouldn't go. Once you're there, human greed will make you a target for everyone. Zhang Shouyong added. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard their concern. Just when he was about to say something, You're Duan Lingtian? A cold snort resonated from the entrance of the cavern in front of Duan Lingtian and the other three. It clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw a black silhouette appear on the path the four of them were taking. It was a young man in black. He had a cold expression, and his eyes seemed to be dim. However, in reality, they were filled with killing intent. He gave off an oppressive aura. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to probe the other party's cultivation base. It's you. At this moment, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong exclaimed in surprise. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his spiritual energy almost collapsed. It made Duan Lingtian curious from the bottom of his heart. Huang Daniu and the other two knew this black-clad young man. Duan Lingtian, he's the person we mentioned to you before. It's just that we didn't expect him to be nearby. Not only that, but he also overheard our conversation. Su Li's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and answered the question in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, does this mean that the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment is with him? When he heard Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the black-clothed young man who stood nearby and blocked their path. Chapter 975. When Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clad young man with killing intent flashing in his eyes, the black-clad young man looked at him with the same cold killing intent as though he was about to devour him. Greed could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes that were filled with killing intent. It seems like he's also heard about the news of me obtaining the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who was observant, happened to see the greed in the depth of the black-clad young man's eyes. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the black-clad young man's cultivation base. After probing the black-clad young man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. I can't believe I met the three of you here again. You were lucky last time, so I spared your lives. This time, since all of you are with Duan Lingtian, then all of you shall die together. The black-clad young man's cold gaze paused on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it landed on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. His tone was cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clad young man lifted his leg. The origin energy on his leg skyrocketed before it merged with the earth concept and transformed into a vast khaki energy that slammed hard on the ground. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air, and the entire cavern seemed to be shaking. A ferocious crack bloomed under the black-clad young man's feet before it split into 4 cracks that led to Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The speed at which the crack spread was as fast as lightning. It was terrifying. Horror dawned on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the black-clad young man's attack today was much more powerful than the last time he attacked them. He held back last time. The same thought appeared in the minds of the 3 of them at the same time. At this moment, 3 ferocious cracks that contained terrifying energy had already appeared in front of them. It was too late for them to block or escape. At this moment, they felt despair from the bottom of their hearts. Are we going to die? At this moment, a hint of sadness could be seen in their eyes. Boom! 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 At this critical moment, for loud noises exploded and were clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to feel as if they had been jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, they saw it clearly. The 3 ferocious cracks that contained extremely terrifying power that were spreading towards them were suppressed by an even more powerful force just inches away from them. It wasn't just the cracks that were spreading toward them. Even the cracks that were spreading toward Duan Lingtian were being suppressed. The person who made the move was naturally Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. His purple robes fluttered without wind, making him look elegant and graceful. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the black-clothed youth with a calm expression. It was as if he wasn't the one who had attacked just now. The black-clothed young man stood there while the heaven and earth energy above him roiled and condensed into 800 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that wriggled down. 3rd level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had detected the cultivation of the black-clothed young man when he had extended his mental strength. 3rd level advance earth concept. Now that the black-clothed young man had made his move, he could see the level of the earth concept that the black-clothed young man had comprehended. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. This is before he uses the earth energy to resonate with the earth concept and borrow the earth energy. Once he borrows the earth energy, he'll be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons even without the help of a spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm, he could not help but feel shocked in his heart. Once the 3rd level advance earth concept was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. If he borrowed the earth energy, he would be able to increase his strength by half, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with his 4th level void transformation stage origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the black-clothed young man would be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without the help of a spirit weapon. Huh! The black-clothed young man's originally cold and calm expression could not help but change slightly when Duan Lingtian had made his move to suppress the 4 waves of his energy. His opponent's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before he was able to suppress his energy. His opponent's energy was even more powerful than the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that he had unleashed earlier. Although his opponent was like him and did not use a spirit weapon, he was not afraid at all. He did not have the slightest fear. This was because he did not utilize the earth energy when he attacked earlier. Once he utilized the earth energy, his earth concept would gain an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. He believed that at that time, the purple-clad young man before him would not be a match for him at all. He would definitely be trampled under his feet. No wonder you were able to obtain a profundity fragment. I've underestimated you. When the black-clothed young man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression had regained its calmness. However, there was a hint of seriousness in the depth of his eyes. He truly regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu saw the silhouettes of 800 ancient horned dragons that appeared above the black-clothed young man's head, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, his gaze immediately landed on the purple figure standing in the air. At this moment, just the purple figure alone had become extremely tall in Huang Daniu's eyes. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was suppressed by Duan Lingtian with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not use a spirit weapon. Huang Daniu only felt that his heartbeat was terrifyingly fast. He could not accept this shocking fact for a long time. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian very well, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a person who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed in front of him in the past and the strength that he displayed now made him feel like he was a completely different person. How did Duan Lingtian become so powerful in such a short period of time? Duan Lingtian said that he obtained a spirit fruit earlier. Could it be that the spirit fruit helped him to make a breakthrough? At the same time, Huang Daniu could not help but guess. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a complicated luster. Compared to Duan Lingtian, they knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. They had practically watched him grow step by step. At this moment, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian was getting wider and wider. Such a gap made them feel suffocated. However, although you're quite strong, you'll still have to die today. Not only you, but your 3 friends will also have to die. The black-clothed young man's eyes turned cold. The khaki energy on his body trembled violently and formed a special connection with the entire cave. A few moments later, the khaki energy on his body began to boil. At the same time, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and landed in front of Huang Daniu and the other 2. The 3 of them were horrified. He displayed the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons earlier. Did he not use the earth energy? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed. With the help of the earth energy, his strength is equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, he didn't use any spirit weapon. How powerful would he be if he uses his spirit weapon? Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed to the extreme. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and they could not calm down for a long time. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of their mouths without them noticing. No wonder when he saw his strength being suppressed by Duan Lingtian, not only did he not run away, but he also did not show any signs of fear. As it turns out, he didn't use the earth energy earlier. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang could not help but feel despair in their hearts. Although the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was very strong, they did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat the black-clothed young man who could display the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon. Suddenly, a gigantic hammer appeared in the black-clothed young man's hand. The moment the gigantic hammer appeared, it was surrounded by the khaki energy and emitted a domineering aura. Whoosh! For a moment, the heaven and earth energy above the black-clothed young man's head stirred again. Soon after, over 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The black-clothed young man's cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation stage. When he fully unleashed his origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The gigantic hammer added another 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon strength to the black-clothed young man on top of the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon strength. It was obvious what grade it was. A boost of 88%. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He immediately saw through the grade of the gigantic hammer in the black-clothed young man's hand. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon. The black-clothed young man stood there with the gigantic hammer in his hand. The vast khaki energy that filled his body turned into a whirlpool with the gigantic hammer in his hand as the center. The whirlpool swayed and set off a series of faint air explosions. When the vast power spread out and reached the ground of the cavern, the ground began to crack. Dense cracks spread out, forming a huge spider web. Not only that, gusts of strong wind swept out in all directions with the black-clothed young man as the center. In just a blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire cavern, causing Duan Lingtian and the other 3's robes to flutter loudly. All of you, leave first. Duan Lingtian did not turn his head. He stared at the black-clothed young man calmly and said slowly. Naturally, his words were not directed at the black-clothed young man. When Huang Daniu and the other two heard this, they looked at each other and sighed one after another before they left the cavern. They stood at the entrance of the cavern and looked at the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the black-clothed young man from afar. They knew that in the face of such a powerful black-clothed young man, not only would they not be able to help Duan Lingtian if they stayed, they might even become a burden. You're a North Nether Sect's disciple. Duan Lingtian stood in the air as he faced the black-clothed young man with more than 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. His face remained calm as he asked nonchalantly. He had heard about it from Huang Daniu earlier. This black-clothed young man did not even bat an eyelid when he killed the disciples from Anika sect and Izumo sect. Chapter 976. There's no need for a dead person to know my identity. The black-clad young man who held the giant hammer in his hand like a peerless god of war spoke slowly with a voice as cold as ice. His black clothes fluttered loudly in the wind. That's right. Why should I know the identity of a dead person? Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he laughed. His laughter was extremely brilliant. Duan Lingtian's laughter caused Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other. Duan Lingtian can still laugh at this time. Could it be that he's confident in defeating that black-clad young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly. That black-clad young man can exert the strength of 1,350 ancient horned dragons when he uses a spirit weapon. If Duan Lingtian can defeat him, then Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I've known Brother Lingtian for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he can laugh at this time, it's obvious that he's confident in defeating or even killing that black-clad young man. Zhang Shouyong muttered as he stared at the purple figure standing in the air in the distance with a burning gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Huang Daniu and Su Li's hearts that were hanging in the air finally relaxed. Both of their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for Duan Lingtian to make his move. You're courting death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face, the black-clad young man could no longer hold himself back. After he shouted loudly, his entire person disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand pierced through the air. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Wherever he passed, the airflow in the air would surge, and a series of thunderous air explosions would be heard. As the sound of air exploding rang out, the invisible air wave trembled, pressuring the airflow in the air to set off a vast gale that swept out in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Moreover, it was filled with waves of ear-piercing wind-whistling sounds. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand contained the strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons. It was as though it had transformed into a meteorite that fell at lightning speed as it ruthlessly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's head. What a powerful force! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the giant hammer fall and the airflow in the air was dispersed by it. His expression became slightly dignified. Facing the giant hammer that was smashing towards him with the black-clothed youth, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. It was a sword that emitted a fierce aura. As the milky white yuan power rose from Duan Lingtian's body, it turned into an earthen yellow energy and surged into the sword. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as purple electric snakes coiled around the sword. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of slight air explosions sounded. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a gust of swift green wind appeared and coiled around the sword, emitting a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand vertically above his head. At the same time, his entire body emitted a peerlessly sharp aura. In an instant, the energy on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand spread throughout his entire body, causing him to seem as though he had become one with the sword. The earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind spread on the surface of his body and the sword in his hand. It enveloped him and the sword within, transforming into a gigantic sword. Whoosh! As the earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind under Duan Lingtian's feet exploded, the gigantic sword soared into the sky and pointed directly at the giant hammer that was falling menacingly like a meteor. The peerlessly sharp aura that soared into the sky along with the gigantic sword filled the entire cavern. Even Huang Daniu and the other two who were standing at the entrance could clearly feel the aura. What a powerful sword concept! Su Li's eyes narrowed all of a sudden. As a sword cultivator, Su Li had a special sense for the sword concept. This was far better than Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At this moment, his attention suddenly shifted to the gigantic sword that was about to collide with the giant hammer. He could see that Duan Lingtian did not use any martial skill. The black-clad young man did not use any martial skill as well. It was more like a brute force battle between the two of them. They threw away all the cumbersome techniques and fought with pure strength. They completely displayed the passion of a martial artist. Boom! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was like the hammer of Thor. It fell with a loud bang, causing the airflow in the air to disperse continuously. It was like a giant rock that fell on a calm lake, setting off countless ripples that spread out. The strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons gave the giant hammer an extremely powerful strength and gave the black-clad young man a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! The giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword suddenly charged out and faced the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand that was smashing down. He faced it head-on without any fear. It was different from the 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that the black-clad young man gathered with the heaven and earth energy. From the moment Duan Lingtian made his move until now, only a blink of an eye had passed. The heaven and earth energy was still surging in the void where he passed, and it had yet to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with the giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword, the black-clad young man's face was filled with disdain. The khaki-colored energy surrounding the giant hammer in his hand continued to expand as it crossed the sky and smashed toward the giant sword. Boom! The giant hammer once again broke through the sky and fell from the sky. It was only a foot away from the giant sword. Whoosh! The giant sword faced the hammer head-on without any fear. The skyrocketing sword ray and the giant hammer collided violently, emitting a series of deafening loud noises. Boom! 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 The sword ray on the giant sword seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. When it was in a stalemate with the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand, it continued to surge out. On the other hand, the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand also surged with a rolling khaki-colored energy when it smashed down. The third-level advanced Earth concept that was supported by the Earth energy swept out without any reservation. However, the black-clad young man's expression changed very quickly. This was because he noticed the energy on the giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword was rising and becoming stronger. In just a blink of an eye, it suppressed the energy that was contained in the giant hammer in his hand. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that had finally formed above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on him. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Being distracted was a taboo in a battle between powerhouses. At this moment, the black-clad young man had undoubtedly committed a taboo. It caused the giant hammer in his hand to lose its momentum temporarily. Whoosh! When the black-clad young man was distracted and caused the giant hammer's energy to change, the rising energy on the giant sword swept out in an unstoppable manner and collided violently with the giant hammer. It enveloped the black-clad young man's entire body. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black-clad young man was sent flying along with his hammer. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, he crashed into the wall at the side of the cave and was directly embedded in it. Naturally, it was mainly because the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was embedded in the cave wall. His entire body was hanging on the giant hammer. Barf! The black-clad young man felt his vital energy and blood surging. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who knew that the mouthful of blood would go out of control? Every time he opened his mouth, he would spit out a pool of dazzling blood. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a small stream on the ground. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. His face was pale as he looked at the purple-clad young man in the distant sky. It was Duan Lingtian. When the black-clad young man was sent flying, the giant sword that was formed by Duan Lingtian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword had already disappeared. Not only that, but he had also put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head gradually disappeared. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually disappearing had a total of 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Compared to the black-clad young man's strength, it was more than 140 ancient horned dragons' strength. Overpowered. Absolutely overpowered. This was the strength that Duan Lingtian did not use his earth concept to communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy to display his strength. Otherwise, it would not be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were gradually disappearing. It would be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instead. However, even if it was only 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, it still brought great shock to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons? Huang Daniu's eyes were wide open and his entire body was in a daze. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were similar. They were both stunned. Duan Lingtian's strength had completely stunned them. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped out in the air. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black-clad young man who was holding a giant hammer and was hanging on the cave wall. He looked at him calmly. Horror dawned on the black-clad young man's face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment before he was sent flying, he saw the 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were condensed above Duan Lingtian's head. At that moment, he already knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Why, you're really a disciple of a third-rate force, the Five Element sect? The black-clad young man's facial muscles were trembling non-stop. His tone was filled with disbelief. Dead man, there's no need for you to know my identity. Duan Lingtian returned the black-clad young man's words to him in full detail. It caused the black-clad young man's face to change drastically. The khaki energy on his body was rolling as he still wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, when Duan Lingtian spoke, one of his hands was already accumulating strength. The moment his words left his mouth, a palm that contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and landed on the black-clad young man's body. Boom! At once, the khaki energy that had just risen on the black-clad young man's body was shattered. He was slammed into the cave wall by Duan Lingtian's palm. He was embedded on the wall as though he had turned into a mural. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the spatial ring from the black-clad young man's hand. Without any hesitation, he performed the blood ownership claim on it. The 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Chapter 977. Soon after, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian saw a fragment shining with a green energy in the spatial ring. It was the Wind Profundity Fragment. This Wind Profundity Fragment is surrounded by a green energy that's much more profound than the one I obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian raised his brow and thought to himself. Previously, he had obtained a total of 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure. All of them were third-level monarch stage profundity fragments. One of them was a third-level monarch stage profundity fragment. However, compared to this 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment, the third-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment was nothing. Now that I've obtained this 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment, I can use the third-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment to deal with the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made up his mind. After entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, any 5-element sect's disciple who obtained a profundity fragment would have to hand it over to the sect. If they obtained a second profundity fragment or even a third profundity fragment, they could keep it for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was preparing to hand over the third-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure to the sect as a form of repayment for the sect's help in nurturing him. Since he had obtained the 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment, the third-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment did not matter to him at all. Duan Lingtian, since when did you become so powerful? At this moment, Huang Dainiu was the first one among the 3 people who were stunned at the entrance of the cave. He was the first one to regain his senses. As he walked towards Duan Lingtian, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was simply like a dream to him. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were also awakened by Huang Dainiu's voice. They walked into the cave together and walked towards Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed was too exaggerated. It was completely beyond their imagination. Duan Lingtian only smiled in the face of the trio's surprise and did not say anything. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clothed youth that he had killed and embedded into the cave wall. His gaze then fell on the giant hammer at the side. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and pulled out the Grade 1 spiritual weapon giant hammer from the cave wall. He weighed it in his hand. It's quite heavy, Duan Lingtian, look at all the swords you use. As for this gigantic hammer, it doesn't seem to suit you at all. Otherwise, you. Hee. Unknowingly, Huang Dainiu had arrived beside Duan Lingtian. He stared at the huge hammer in Duan Lingtian's hand and couldn't help but rub his palms together. What? Are you trying to say that this giant hammer doesn't suit me but suits you? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. How could he not tell what Huang Dainiu was thinking? He was obviously interested in this Grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer and wanted to obtain it. Hee. Huang Dainiu smiled awkwardly when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and revealed a rare honest expression. Take it if you want it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually tossed the giant hammer in his hand to Huang Dainiu as though he was throwing trash. Huang Dainiu did not expect Duan Lingtian to give the Grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer to him so readily. He panicked and took the giant hammer. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, this Grade 1 spirit weapon, are you really giving it to me? Why? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll give it to Big Brother Zhang. I'm sure Big Brother Zhang would be interested in this Grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer as well. Duan Lingtian teased with a smile. I want it. Of course I want it. How can I not want it? Huang Dainiu panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Zhang Shouyong, who was walking over slowly with his gaze fixed on the giant hammer in his hand. He was really afraid that Duan Lingtian would take the giant hammer back and give it to Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, I'll help you upgrade your wine gourd to a Grade 1 spirit weapon later. The Grade 1 spirit weapon that I refine is much more powerful than this hammer. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was interested in the giant hammer, and said to him through voice transmission. Whether it was Huang Dainiu or Zhang Shouyong, they were both his friends. He did not want to favor one over the other. When Zhang Shouyong heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, He asked through voice transmission in shock. Brother Ling Tian, you can refine grade 1 spirit weapons already? Naturally, he knew what it meant to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon. It meant that Duan Ling Tian was now a grade 1 weapons craftsman. A grade 1 weapons craftsman, let alone a third-rate force like the Blades sect that he was currently in, even those second-rate forces did not have one. Even first-rate forces might not necessarily have a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Based on this, one could imagine how honorable a grade 1 weapons craftsman was on Cloud Continent. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Is the grade 1 spirit weapon that you'll refine for me stronger than the hammer in Dania's hand? Zhang Shouyong's breathing quickened. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. That lousy hammer? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and shook his head. Big brother Zhang was underestimating him. Lousy hammer? Zhang Shouyong was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. When he regained his senses, the corner of his mouth twitched. That was a grade 1 spirit weapon. However, it became a lousy hammer in the mouth of brother Ling Tian? Even if he wanted to attack someone, he did not have to attack like this, right? It's only a grade 1 spirit weapon with an 88% boost. If it's not a lousy hammer, then what is it? Duan Ling Tian said matter-of-factly. You mean you can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that has an amplification of more than 88%? Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. If I can't refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% boost, I'd be embarrassed to call myself a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak through voice transmission. A 90% boost? Zhang Shouyong was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although the grade 3 spirit weapon, Wine Gourd, in his hand, was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% amplification that Duan Ling Tian had refined back then, and it was the best grade 3 spirit weapon among the best grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, he was already shocked that the grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Ling Tian had such a powerful boost. However, it did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that had a 90% boost. A grade 1 spirit weapon like that could be considered the best grade 1 spirit weapon among the best grade 1 spirit weapons. However, when Zhang Shouyong saw the confidence in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he did not doubt his words at all. After laughing heartily, he no longer looked at the gigantic hammer in Duan Ling Tian's hand. In his opinion, the gigantic hammer was only trash that was not worth mentioning compared to the grade 1 spirit weapon, the Wine Gourd, that he was about to obtain. Duan Ling Tian. Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian. A bitter smile crept up the corner of Su Li's mouth as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. This man whom he had known since he was 18 years old had already grown to such an extent. Initially, in his opinion, it was already considered heaven-defying for him to be able to walk out of a small kingdom in the Darkhan dynasty and achieve what he had today. However, compared to the purple-clad young man before him, his achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and called out to the three of them. They continued to make their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! 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 The four of them were extremely fast. It was as though they had transformed into 4 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the entrance of the cave. Not long after Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 left, another 3 swift figures passed through the cave. Their destination was the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure just like Duan Ling Tian and the other 3. When the 3 of them passed through the cave, they seemed to have noticed something. All of them came to a halt and revealed their true identities. They were 3 young men who looked to be around 35 years old. Soon after, the 3 young men discovered the corpse that was embedded in the wall of the cave. Their eyes narrowed immediately. To be able to press a corpse into such a thick cave wall. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least equivalent to the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons. One of the young men exclaimed with a shocked expression. When the other two young men heard this, their faces turned solemn as well. Soon after, another young man muttered to himself in shock, even among the most outstanding young powerhouses in our Izumo sect, and Nika sect, and North Nether sect. I don't think there are more than 10 of them who possess such strength even if they use their spirit weapons, right? Based on the young man's words, it was obvious that he and the other two young men beside him were disciples from the second-rate force in the northern desert, Izumo sect. This person seems a little familiar. The last young man's gaze landed on the corpse of the black-clad young man that was embedded in the cave wall. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows. He had a feeling that this black-clad young man was a little familiar. You know him? At once, the other two young men looked at the person who spoke. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Soon after, the person who felt that the black-clad young man embedded in the cave wall was a little familiar approached the black-clad young man's corpse step by step out of curiosity. The closer he got, the more familiar he felt the black-clad young man was. When the other two saw this, they immediately followed the young man and walked step by step to the front of the cave wall. They looked at the black-clad young man's corpse that was hanging on the wall like a mural. After taking a closer look at the corpse's face, the young man who took the lead could not help but narrow his eyes. This is Leng Ji. Chapter 978. What did you say? Leng Ji? Why you said he's Leng Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized the black-clad young man embedded on the wall asked in shock. The moment his words left his mouth, the other two Izumo sect's disciples narrowed their eyes immediately. Did you get the wrong person? Leng Ji. How could Leng Ji be killed? Leng Ji is ranked in the top 6 among the younger generation of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. The other person also had a look of disbelief on his face. It's impossible for me to get the wrong person. I've met Leng Ji once before. He might not know me, but I know him. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Leng Ji shook his head and said with certainty. Seeing how certain this Izumo sect's disciple was, the other Izumo sect's disciple who suspected he had the wrong person completely dispelled his doubts. He could not help but frown as he muttered, among the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid only our Izumo sect's senior brother Mo and the 2 from Nika sect and North Nether sect have the ability to kill him. That person from North Nether sect came from the same sect as Leng Ji, so it's impossible for him to kill him. Could it be that senior brother Mo or that person from Nika sect killed Leng Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple could not help but speculate as his eyes flashed. That's the only possibility. Other than senior brother Mo and that person from Nika sect, I can't think of anyone else who can kill Leng Ji. The last Izumo sect's disciple agreed. After all, even our Izumo sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, senior brother Lei Jun, and Peng Bao, the second strongest person among the younger generation from Nika sect, are no match for Leng Ji, who has comprehended the earth concept in this place where we can borrow the earth energy at will. I can't believe that the North Nether sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, Leng Ji, would die here just like that. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Leng Ji could not help but sigh. He deeply felt the fragility of life. Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, naturally, did not know that 2 idiots had become his scapegoats. I wonder how Chen Wei is doing now. Huang Dainyu, who was traveling with Duan Lingtian and the other 2, frowned slightly and said worriedly. Chen Wei? Hearing Huang Dainyu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. He then muttered, he is already dead. What? Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Huang Dainyu. His expression couldn't help but change. Duan Lingtian, you're telling the truth? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of the matter of him encountering Chen Wei's corpse and burying Chen Wei without holding back in the slightest. Damn it! Huang Daniu's face was ashen, and his eyes were suffused with scarlet red. He couldn't help but wave his fists in anger. If I find out who killed Chen Wei, I, Huang Daniu, will definitely not let him off. His relationship with Chen Wei surpassed the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei. When he saw Chen Wei's corpse earlier, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be enraged, let alone Huang Daniu, who had a violent temper, so his rage naturally skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He knew clearly in his heart that it was practically impossible to find Chen Wei's murderer. Not to mention they didn't know if that person was still alive. Even if that person was still alive, if that person didn't take the initiative to mention it, they would utterly have no way of knowing who killed Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 continued on their way, and they were getting closer and closer to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure vault. Brother Ling Tian. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just entered a spacious cavern when they heard a voice that contained slight pleasant surprise sound out from the other end of the cavern. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he only felt that it was a little familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. When he turned his head around and saw one of the 2 young men flying towards him from afar, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Peng Bao. The person who called him was none other than the Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao, whom he had met once before. At that time, although he had only made a deal with Peng Bao once, the magnanimity that Peng Bao revealed inadvertently made him have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. Huh. Soon after, the smile that appeared on Duan Lingtian's face froze again. This was because at this moment, he noticed that the sturdy young man next to Peng Bao was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. In the depth of this sturdy young man's eyes, there was a hint of greed mixed in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could faintly guess something. It seemed like this sturdy young man had also heard about the news that was purposely spread out to frame him. He said that he had obtained a piece of news about a profundity fragment. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to look at him with such a gaze since it was their first meeting. Since the sturdy young man knew about it, Peng Bao must have known about it as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Peng Bao again. He purposely focused on Peng Bao's gaze when he looked at him. However, he noticed that there was no malice in Peng Bao's gaze. Looks like I didn't misjudge you after all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Perhaps Peng Bao had also heard about him obtaining a profundity fragment, but he did not harbor any greed because of it. It could be said that this was extremely rare. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who are these 3? Peng Bao greeted Duan Lingtian as he looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong who were standing next to Duan Lingtian. They're my friends. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Peng Bao nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and the other 2 in a friendly manner. He did not have any sense of superiority just because he was a disciple of a second-rate force, Izumo sect. This made Huang Daniu and the other 2 feel much better. This is... Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sturdy young man next to Peng Bao again. His eyes gleamed as he asked Peng Bao. His spiritual energy that he had just extended told him. This sturdy young man was similar to Peng Bao and the black-clad young man he had killed not long ago. They were all at the 3rd-level void transformation stage. Anika sect is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Other than Peng Bao, they actually have a disciple who's not inferior to Peng Bao. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that he had misunderstood. Brother Lingtian, this is Lei Jun from Izumo's sect. He's also the 2nd strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. Peng Bao smiled as he introduced Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian. Izumo's sect's disciple? When Duan Lingtian heard Peng Bao's introduction of Lei Jun, he knew that he had guessed wrongly. This sturdy young man was not Anika sect's disciple but Izumo sect's disciple. When Duan Lingtian saw Peng Bao introducing Lei Jun to him, he still smiled at Lei Jun out of courtesy for the sake of Peng Bao, even though he did not really want to pay attention to Lei Jun. He considered it as a greeting. However, the smile on his face quickly froze again. This was because Lei Jun completely turned a blind eye to the smile on his face. It was as though he did not see it at all. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel dissatisfied. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, a clear voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell that this was Peng Bao's voice transmission that entered his ears. Huh. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard the voice, he immediately looked at Peng Bao with a puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea why Peng Bao suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I heard that you obtained a profundity fragment. Peng Bao's voice continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears. There was a hint of urgency in his tone now. Profundity fragment? Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. The first thought that came to his mind was that Peng Bao had also believed the rumor that framed him and was coveting the profundity fragment in his hands. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had misunderstood Peng Bao. Brother Ling Tian, please don't misunderstand. Peng Bao seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian's thoughts when he saw Duan Ling Tian frowning. He immediately explained through voice transmission, I just want to know what kind of profundity fragment you obtained. It just so happens that I have an 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment with me. The senior officials in our Anika sect have no use for it. I'm thinking that if the profundity fragment in your hands is useful to the senior officials in our Anika sect, perhaps we can make another trade. Peng Bao revealed his plan in one breath. Trade? Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard Peng Bao mentioning the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Extreme desire filled the depth of his eyes. His interest was piqued when Peng Bao finished his words. I have a total of 5 profundity fragments with me. However, the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment and the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment definitely can't be exchanged with him. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. In that case, I'm only left with the 3 profundity fragments that I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. The 3 profundity fragments are 3rd level Monarch Stage profundity fragments. Perhaps, I can try to exchange the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment with him. As long as he's willing, I'll obtain the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment in his hands. At that time, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment in my hands is dispensable. I can hand it over to the sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao immediately and said through voice transmission, I'm just worried that you won't be willing to exchange. The profundity fragment that I obtained is only a 3rd level Monarch Stage profundity fragment. 3rd level Monarch Stage profundity fragment. As expected, Peng Bao could not help but frown when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. The difference between a 3rd level Monarch Stage profundity fragment and an 8th level Monarch Stage profundity fragment was extremely huge to a martial Monarch Stage martial artist. Chapter 979. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he saw Peng Bao frowning. Although he was confident he could kill Peng Bao and snatch the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment in his hand, he had never thought of doing so. When he first met Peng Bao, he knew he would not be a match for him if he did not use the talisman. In Peng Bao's eyes, he was just an ordinary disciple from a third-rate force. It would be easy for him to kill him and snatch the concept fragment in his hand. However, Peng Bao did not do that. Instead, he exchanged the concept fragment with him openly. Due to this reason, he had a good impression of Peng Bao. Now that it was his turn, it was impossible for him to be biased and kill Peng Bao. Although he knew he was not a good person, he would not feel guilty even if he snatched a treasure from someone he did not know. However, the person he was facing now was Peng Bao, the Peng Bao who did not snatch the concept fragment from him just because he was a disciple from a third-rate force. Naturally, Peng Bao did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength and knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment, he would definitely feel lucky that he managed to escape. What kind of profundity fragment is the profundity fragment in your hand? Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling anxious, Peng Bao's voice entered his ears clearly. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He knew Peng Bao was interested in the profundity fragment in his hand. Wind profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian stared at Peng Bao and said word by word through voice transmission. Soon, he saw the joy that flashed in Peng Bao's eyes. His heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He could not help but exclaim, "This is good." While joy flashed in Peng Bao's eyes, he could not help but feel conflicted. In terms of value, the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand was undoubtedly more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, none of the high-ranking officials in Anika sect had a use for the Thunder Profundity Fragment because none of them had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept. Only a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept would be able to comprehend the Thunder Profundity through the Thunder Profundity Fragment and open the door to the Martial Monarch stage. The Wind Profundity Fragment belonged to the second strongest expert of Anika sect, the sect leader of Anika sect, who was also his teacher. Master will definitely break through to the Martial Monarch stage in one fell swoop once he obtains the Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. He will become the second monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. The moment when he thought Bao thought Profundity Fragment. However, at the same time, he recalled the grade of the Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Unknowingly, a bitter smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. In the end, Peng Bao made his decision. Exchange. The 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand was naturally more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, there was a problem. Even if he brought the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment back to Anika sect, it was impossible for Anika sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse in such a short time. By the time a 9th level Void Transformation Stage martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept and could comprehend the Thunder Profundity with the help of the Thunder Profundity Fragment appeared in the Anika sect, who knew how long it would take. To Anika sect, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was much more valuable than the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Brother Ling Tian, I'd like to exchange my 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment for your 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Are you willing to do it? Peng Bao looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly and asked through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He lifted his hand at lightning speed and a fragment with green energy shot out from his hand towards Peng Bao. He answered Peng Bao's question in the most direct way. Peng Bao did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so straightforward and trust him so much to throw the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to him. Was he not worried that he would take the Profundity Fragment for himself? Although Peng Bao thought so, he was not slow at all. As he caught the Wind Profundity Fragment, he took out a fragment with purple energy and tossed it to Duan Lingtian. It was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had obtained. Slap. Duan Lingtian reached out his hand at lightning speed and caught the Thunder Profundity Fragment. He held it tightly in his hand. What a great deal. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian tried his best to remain calm on the surface, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He exchanged a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment for an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. If this matter were to spread out, who knew how many jaws would drop to the ground in shock? Duan Lingtian and Peng Bao exchanged the Profundity Fragment so quickly that even Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not see their movements clearly. However, other than the two of them and Huang Dainu's group of 3, there was another person present. It was Lei Jun, the second most powerful person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Lei Jun had seen Duan Lingtian and Peng Bao's movements from the beginning until the end. Especially when Duan Lingtian and Peng Bao exchanged the profundity fragment, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was even more greedy. If it was not for Peng Bao, he would have made his move long ago. Naturally, Duan Lingtian saw Lei Jun's gaze, but he did not care about it at all. His mind was completely focused on the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand. He only put it away in his spatial ring after giving it a thought as though it was a treasure. Now, the 3 nature concepts that I've comprehended have their corresponding high-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. As long as I comprehend them to the 9th level Advanced Stage, I'll be able to use the 3 profundity fragments to further transform them into Monarch Stage profundities. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought of this. Even if there was only one profundity fragment that he could use, it meant that he was one step closer to the martial Monarch Stage. Currently, he had the corresponding profundity fragments in his hands for the 4 concepts he had comprehended. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. As for the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, I'll hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Initially, he planned to give the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to the sect after he killed the black-clad young man who seemed to be a North Nether sect's disciple and obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. However, who would have thought that meeting Peng Bao would bring him another opportunity? He traded a 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment for Peng Bao's 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. It was a profitable trade. Since the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was in Peng Bao's hands, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over to the sect. Therefore, he could only hand over the other profundity fragment. Coincidentally, since he had obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had was dispensable now. It was time for him to hand it over to the sect. There are a total of 5 profundity fragments in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Now, 3 of them are in my hands. I wonder who obtained the other 2. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He could not help but feel curious. Brother Ling Tian, you guys must be heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well, right? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he snapped back to reality and looked at the source of the voice, he saw Peng Bao looking at him with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. If that's the case, let's go together. I'm going there anyway. Peng Bao suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed. However, Lei Jun, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Peng Bao's words. The reason Peng Bao did that was to protect Duan Lingtian and prevent him from snatching the profundity fragment from Duan Lingtian. Peng Bao, since you've obtained what you want, there's no need for us to continue working together. A murderous gleam flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. He stared at Peng Bao for a while before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His killing intent was cold as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As soon as his words left his mouth, Lei Jun dashed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 in just a blink of an eye. Peng Bao did not care about Lei Jun's departure at all. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not care about it at all. After calling out to Huang Dainyu and the other 2, he rushed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Peng Bao. That would also be the destination of their trip. Naturally, it was not their final destination. They would go to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and search for treasures with the other young powerhouses. In the end, if they could survive, they would have to leave through the entrance they came from. Whoosh! 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 The 5 of them traveled at a fast speed. They were getting closer and closer to the central area. Peng Bao, since you're a disciple of Anika sect, you must know some of the North Nether sect's disciples, right? Duan Lingtian asked Peng Bao curiously along the way. If it's the North Nether sect's disciples. I only know a few of them who are more outstanding. Peng Bao asked, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Don't tell me you have friends in North Nether sect? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said casually, I'm just asking. Is there a young powerhouse in North Nether sect who has comprehended the third-level advanced Earth concept and whose cultivation base has entered the third-level void transformation stage? You mean Leng Ji? Chapter 980. Leng Ji? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The figure of the black-clad young man whom he killed not long ago appeared in his mind. It seems like he's really a disciple of North Nether sect. Yes. Peng Bao nodded. Among the younger generation in North Nether sect, Leng Ji is the only one who has comprehended the third-level advanced Earth concept and is a third-level void transformation martial artist. Leng Ji is the second strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. His strength is extraordinary. If we fight in the sky, we're on par. However, if we meet in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm no match for him. Peng Bao's tone was filled with dread when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Peng Bao said that. The martial emperor's secret treasure was composed of numerous caves that were hidden deep underground. Every corner of the cave allowed a martial artist who had comprehended the Earth concept to freely communicate with the Earth and borrow the Earth energy. So that fella's name is Leng Ji. At this moment, Huang Daniu nodded in realization. He could not help but sneer, so what if he's the second strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, North Nether sect? He was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu's face was filled with pride when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he was the one who killed Leng Ji and not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not react to Huang Daniu's words. However, when Peng Bao heard it, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and no longer flew forward. Seeing that Peng Bao had stopped, Duan Lingtian and the other three stopped as well. Brother Lingtian, why you killed Leng Ji? Peng Bao looked at Duan Lingtian with his eyes wide open. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. When he found out Duan Lingtian had obtained a profundity fragment, he had faintly guessed Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he thought. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have the ability to kill Leng Ji. Leng Ji's cultivation base was similar to his, and the concept he had comprehended was similar to his as well. However, if he were to fight Leng Ji in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely lose. What Leng Ji comprehended was the Earth concept. He could freely borrow the power of the Earth from Emperor Wu's secret treasure and increase the power of his Earth concept by 50%. In response to Peng Bao's question, Duan Lingtian nodded gently with a calm expression, as if killing Leng Ji was nothing to him. Of course, in reality, it wasn't much. If he chose to make the first move and unleashed all of his strength, he would be able to unleash an ancient horned dragon's strength that was more than 200 times stronger than Leng Ji's. He only needed one move to kill Leng Ji. Monster. The corner of Peng Bao's mouth twitched when he saw that Duan Lingtian only nodded casually in response to his question. This was the first thought that popped up in his mind. The third-rate force, five-element sect, actually had such a terrifying disciple. It made him feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. No matter how he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him, he was only around 25 years old. Even if his cultivation base could suppress his aging and he paid attention to his body's maintenance, his real age would not exceed 30 years old. Peng Bao was certain about this. It was precisely because of this that he felt inexplicably shocked and even in disbelief. Let's go. Under Duan Lingtian's beckoning, Peng Bao continued to travel with Duan Lingtian and the other three to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, along the way, he would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. This young man who could be called a peerless monster was able to kill Ling Ji, who had borrowed the power of the earth. Just how powerful was his strength? Fortunately, I didn't think of snatching the 9th level saber concept fragment from him. Otherwise, I'd be the one who died instead of him. Peng Bao could not help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the first time he met Duan Lingtian and made a deal with Duan Lingtian. He still remembered that transaction very clearly to this day. He used the 9th level Earth concept fragment to exchange for the 9th level Saber concept fragment with Duan Lingtian. At that time, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a hothead from a third-rate force. He was weak and not worth mentioning at all. When he recalled that he was still teaching Duan Lingtian when he left, he could not help but feel his face burning. And this time. Fortunately, I didn't covet the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Brother Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, I might not even be able to survive, let alone obtain the Profundity Fragment for the sect. Peng Bao felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. To think that I was worried that Lei Jun would covet the Profundity Fragment in Brother Ling Tian's hand and attack Brother Ling Tian. Lei Jun's ability is on par with mine, but he's no match for Lang Ji in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao laughed at himself. He felt that he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian can even kill Lang Ji. If Lei Jun dares to offend Brother Ling Tian, he'll definitely die. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not know what Peng Bao was thinking. Currently, he was fully focused on the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure that he was about to reach. That place was an unknown place to him. The unknown was also the scariest, because anything could happen inside. According to the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, there's a palace in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's where he died. Duan Lingtian recalled the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse after he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It won't be easy to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body in that palace. Duan Lingtian had a strong intuition about this. Naturally, he had such an intuition because he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, if an Emperor Wu powerhouse really left his final resting place and Emperor stage profundity fragment behind, it would not be easy for anyone to obtain it. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only the most outstanding person was qualified to obtain his Emperor stage profundity fragment. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. The other 4 people by his side also came to a halt and stood next to him. This was because they realized there was no path ahead. Right now, they were in a spacious cave. There were 3 entrances to the left and right of the cavern that led to other caverns. They had a confused expression on their faces. They did not know which entrance led to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Shall we split up and explore? Huang Dainiu took the lead and suggested. That's the only way. Duan Lingtian nodded. His gaze then shifted to the innermost entrance on the left. I'll go there. Peng Bao, go there. Then, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the innermost entrance on the right and said to Peng Bao. Peng Bao nodded. He had no objections. Dainiu, Suli, Big Brother Zhang. The 3 of you will enter one of the entrances to explore. No matter what the outcome is, we'll meet here one day later. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Dainiu, Suli, and Zhang Shouyong. The 3 of them were the weakest among the 5 of them. In consideration of their safety, Duan Lingtian allowed them to go together. All right. Huang Dainiu and the other 2 responded immediately. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 4 of them. Then, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and dashed into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. He dashed in quickly, intending to explore the situation inside. Peng Bao followed suit and dashed into the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. Huang Dainiu and the other 2 entered the entrance as well. Just as the 3 of them made their move, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance on the outer side of the cavern. Peng Bao. Let's see how you're going to protect Duan Lingtian this time. The owner of the sturdy figure was none other than Lei Jun. Ever since he parted ways with Duan Lingtian and the other four that day, he had gone all the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and arrived here. After arriving here, he quickly found the correct path to the central area with the help of the speed boosted by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The correct path was behind the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. That entrance was also the entrance that Peng Bao had gone to explore. After confirming the correct path to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, a thought flashed in his mind when he was about to continue his journey. He realized this might be an opportunity for him. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Lei Jun's eyes gleamed with greed. In the next instant, purple lightning surrounded his body as he dashed out and disappeared into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. His target was none other than Duan Lingtian. To be exact, it was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Lei Jun was hiding here. He did not know that Lei Jun was chasing after him. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian entered the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern, the origin energy in his body exploded. 4 types of concepts followed him like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword that was surrounded by khaki energy, purple lightning, and green wind. Whoosh! The gigantic sword pierced through the air and shuttled through the caverns one after another in an attempt to find out if this was the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half a day had gone by. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also figured out the situation here. This was a maze of death that he could not get out of. There was no other way except to go back. Let's go back first. Maybe they have some clues. With a thought, Duan Lingtian began to go back. Duan Lingtian's swift figure came to a halt when he was about to reach the cave entrance. His eyes were suffused with coldness as they descended onto the nearby robust young man. Chapter 981. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. A few days ago, Lei Jun was with Peng Bao when he met him again. They had even formed a small group that specialized in searching for and snatching profundity fragments. When Duan Lingtian first met Lei Jun, he noticed the greedy look in Lei Jun's eyes when he looked at him. It was a greedy look that could not wait to kill him and take his spatial ring for himself. However, he did not care. In his opinion, Lei Jun was not a threat to him. Later on, Lei Jun saw Peng Bao standing on his side and deliberately protecting him. In his anger, he fell out with Peng Bao and left on his own. You're really haunting me. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared calmly at Lei Jun, who was standing in the distance. It seemed like he had been waiting for him for a long time. The corner of his mouth moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that Peng Bao exchanged with you. If you do that, perhaps I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. He flew out and approached Duan Lingtian in a short while. He confronted Duan Lingtian and spoke in a condescending tone. The arrogant look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a living person. It was more like he was looking at a dead person. Perhaps, in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive today. Hand over the profundity fragment and leave me with a complete corpse. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lei Jun's words. Then, he smiled brilliantly. Lei Jun, since you said that. Should I thank you for your kindness? Of course. Lei Jun did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's words as he said proudly, if an ordinary person is killed by me. If it's light, they would explode into a few pieces. If it's heavy, they would explode into minced meat. Of course, you should thank me for my kindness if I leave you with a complete corpse. As Lei Jun spoke, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. His eyes flickered with a cold light. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, as if he was about to devour someone. Idiot. Duan Lingtian did not show a frightened look as Lei Jun expected. Instead, he looked at Lei Jun like looking at an idiot and spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot? Lei Jun was stunned. He was completely stunned. This Duan Lingtian, a mere disciple from a third-rate force, called him an idiot? You're courting death. The Lei army, who recovered his wits, suddenly roared. His rage soared to the extreme. At the same time, the origin energy on his body surged and swept out, and then it transformed into numerous bolts of violet lightning that were like numerous thick violet electric snakes that coiled and suffused around his body. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time that the essence energy on Lei Jun's body turned into purple lightning, a series of slight thunder sounds rang out. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above the sky. They were lifelike, and they were ready to pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. 3rd level void transformation stage. 3rd level advanced thunder concept. You only have this much strength? Duan Lingtian asked in a neither hurried nor slow manner in the face of Lei Jun's fusion of origin energy and thunder concept that caused his body to be filled with bolts of purple lightning and thunderbolts. Duan Lingtian's tone was laced with sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lei Jun was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian, and his restless emotions only calmed down when the energy swept through his entire body. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer suppress his restless emotions that had just calmed down and completely vented them out. Bang! Lei Jun stomped both of his legs on the ground, causing ferocious cracks to appear on the ground. They spread out densely as though they were forming a gigantic spider web. In the next instant, he borrowed the force to fly out like a bolt of lightning and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Wherever Lei Jun passed, the sound of thunder and air exploding was mixed together, and it was deafening. At the same time, waves of invisible airwaves spread out and set off gusts of violent wind that swept out in all directions, causing the nearby cavern to be filled with dust. Boom! Lei Jun arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Without using any spirit weapon, he punched out with his bare hands. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel at Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. The punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons smashed toward Duan Lingtian as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Rolling purple lightning enveloped him. At the same time, Lei Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was motionless in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian did not react was because his speed was too fast. In the face of his attack, this young disciple from a mere third-rate force did not even have time to react. A disciple from a third-rate force is indeed a disciple from a third-rate force. In front of me, you're just like an ant. Just when Lei Jun was feeling disdainful and thought that his punch was about to end Duan Lingtian's life, he was shocked to find that his punch had encountered an extremely terrifying resistance when it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Smack! A soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had made a move at lightning speed when Lei Jun's punch was about to land on him. He easily caught Lei Jun's menacing punch. Lei Jun's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was like a falling meteorite. When it landed on Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had crashed into a cotton ball. It had no offensive power at all. Horror dawned on Lei Jun's face when Duan Lingtian easily caught his fist that he had thrown out in a ferocious manner. At that moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could clearly see that the strength possessed by the purple-clad young man before him was far from what he could compare to. Just when Lei Jun was about to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand that was like an iron clamp and was about to turn around and flee, his eyes could not help but narrow all of a sudden. At that moment, he was shocked to see that. Unknowingly, the heaven-earth phenomenon had already appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. A total of 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were condensed. His eyeballs gave him a great shock. Without using any spirit weapon, he had the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength on his fist, it was 300 ancient horned dragons' strength more. After seeing the 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons before him, Lei Jun completely lost his temper. Oh no! Very soon, when Lei Jun realized that Duan Lingtian's strength could easily kill him, his expression changed again. It became extremely grave and filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively wanted to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand. However, when his fist was held in Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had taken root and sprouted on his fist. He could not pull it out at all. Ah! The next moment, the sharp pain from his fist and the sharp pain all over his body made Lei Jun unable to help but let out a hysterical scream. The hysterical scream was so heart-wrenching that it made one's scalp go numb just by listening to it. Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding Lei Jun's fist suddenly trembled with the energy that was fused with 4 types of concepts. It shattered the purple lightning that was entwined around Lei Jun's fist as easily as breaking rotten wood. That was the energy that was formed by the fusion of Lei Jun's origin energy and thunder concept. After dispersing the energy entwined around Lei Jun's fist, the energy entwined around Duan Lingtian's hand swept out and pressed on Lei Jun's body. Barf! Lei Jun's body trembled violently. His face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No! When Lei Jun, who had just caught his breath, saw Duan Lingtian's next action, he realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Horror dawned on his face as he hastily shouted. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Jun's shout as though he did not hear it at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to hold Lei Jun's fist tightly. He lifted his hand abruptly and swung Lei Jun up. His pair of sharp eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the cave wall not far away. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and spun him a few rounds in the air like a windmill before throwing him out of his hand, causing him to smash into the cave wall not far away like an arrow that was shot from a bow. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, and the stone chips on the cave wall flew everywhere. Lei Jun was smashed into the cave wall and turned into a pile of meat paste that hung on the cave wall. It was a ghastly sight. The scene before his eyes was extremely similar to an extremely abstract painting on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his previous life. Lei Jun was completely silent, and he could not be any more dead. Before Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and threw him out, Lei Jun had mobilized his strength many times in an attempt to break free from his control. However, every time Lei Jun's strength appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, when Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out, there was no strength in his body that could be used to defend himself. How could a mere body of flesh and blood be able to block his strength? How could he go head-on against the cave wall that was as hard as iron? It was precisely because of this that Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out by Duan Lingtian without any surprise. He was smashed to death. From the beginning until the end, Lei Jun did not even have the time to take out his grade 1 spirit weapon glove from his spatial ring. Of course, even if he used his spirit weapon, it would still be difficult for him to escape the same ending. This was because he did not use his spirit weapon, and Duan Lingtian did not use it as well. I wonder how many people have been killed just because of the word greed. After putting away Lei Jun's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian continued to walk to the cave entrance that he came from without even turning his head back. He shook his head and sighed like an old man. Whether it was Lei Jun now or Leng Ji earlier, both of them ended up like this because they coveted the profundity fragment in his hands. Chapter 982. Not long after, 3 figures flew out from the left side of the cavern and appeared in front of Duanling Tian. They were none other than Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. How was it? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. He asked in anticipation. The 3 of them shook their heads. It's a maze without a path. We've searched every corner but we didn't find a second exit. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. It was apparent that they had encountered the same thing as Duanling Tian. It seems like we can only wait for Peng Bao. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duanling Tian nodded in disappointment. If the path that Peng Bao went to isn't the path that leads to the central area, then we can only split up and explore the remaining 3 entrances. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, he looked at the remaining 3 unexplored entrances on both sides of the cavern. Up until now, they still did not know what was going on inside these 3 entrances. An hour passed by very quickly. Why isn't Peng Bao back yet? Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong could not help but frown. He's here. Duanling Tian focused his gaze on the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave. With his sharp hearing, he could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling coming from inside. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Soon after, dust filled the air outside the entrance. Following that, a familiar figure flew out of the cave and appeared before Duanling Tian and the other 3. It was none other than Peng Bao. That's the path that leads to the central area. As soon as Peng Bao appeared, he smiled at Duanling Tian and the other 3. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian and the other 3's eyes lit up. At once, the 5 of them set off again. They entered the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave and continued their journey to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As time went by, they were getting closer and closer to the central area. At the same time, many people were approaching the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure from all directions of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. 2 days later. We're here. Looking at the empty cave entrance in the distance, Duanling Tian slowed down. At the same time, he successfully arrived at the location of the cave entrance. Standing at the entrance of the cave, what appeared in front of Duanling Tian was no longer the kind of cave that he had seen countless times before. The cavern before him was incomparably large and spacious. From the bottom to the top, it was like a whole new world. The cave entrance he was standing in was just a small hole high up in one of the walls of the huge cave outside. There were countless similar holes on the walls of this huge cave. However, Duanling Tian did not have the time to care about this. His gaze immediately fell on the central region of this huge cavern. There stood a palace, an enormous palace. The golden and dazzling palace stood there like a sleeping giant beast, emitting an intimidating aura from head to toe. Is this the palace that Emperor Wu mentioned in his message? The place where he died? Peng Bao had caught up to Duanling Tian and stood next to him. He studied the enormous palace standing in the huge cavern in shock. That Emperor Wu's body is in this palace? Huang Daniu caught up as well. His eyes lit up as he looked at the palace in front of him. His breathing quickened involuntarily. According to Emperor Wu's message, there were a total of 3 profundity fragments in his body. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment while the other 2 were Monarch stage profundity fragments. The 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments aside, just the Emperor stage profundity fragment alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. Although Su Li and Zhang Shouyong did not say anything, the burning desire in their eyes when they looked at the palace in front of them undoubtedly revealed their thoughts. The palace that stood in the huge cavern was like a giant. It exuded an ancient and weathered aura involuntarily. It was as if it was telling everyone that it had existed for a long time. There's someone over there. Su Li's eyes were sharp. Soon, he noticed 3 figures hovering in the air on the other side of the enormous palace. It was obvious that the 3 of them had arrived earlier than them. Since the palace mentioned in Emperor Wu's message had appeared, there was no doubt this was their destination. The central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brothers Hua. Peng Bao's soft voice resonated in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears almost as soon as Su Li was done speaking. They followed Peng Bao's gaze and immediately saw a green figure hovering in the air far away. It was a young man in green. Initially, the green-clad young man was standing there quietly with his eyes closed. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others looked at him, he opened his eyes as though he had sensed something. His gaze that was as sharp as a sword instantly focused on Duan Lingtian and the others. Let's go. Let me introduce senior brothers Hua to all of you. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others were summoned by Peng Bao. They quickly arrived near the green-clad young man. Senior brothers Hua. When Peng Bao greeted the green-clad young man, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. It was reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother Peng. The green-clad young man nodded at Peng Bao. He did not pay much attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. Although he did not look down on the four of them, it still revealed his arrogance. Duan Lingtian and the others were not surprised by this. It seems like this is the Zuiyu that Peng Bao mentioned to us earlier. At this moment, Huang Daniu's voice transmission clearly entered Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang's ears. He was secretly communicating with Duan Lingtian and the others. I think so. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang nodded. Zuiyu. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The words that Peng Bao said to them earlier seemed to echo in his ears. My strength can only be ranked second among the younger generation in our Anika sect. The strongest person among the younger generation in our Anika sect is my senior brother's Hua. His full name is Zuiyu, and he's the only direct disciple of our Anika sect supreme elder. Our Anika sect supreme elder is the only martial monarch powerhouse in our Anika sect. Zuiyu. The strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. The direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. Either one of these two titles was enough to shock anyone. The combination of the two made Zuiyu the brightest pearl in Anika sect. When Peng Bao saw that Zuiyu did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others smiled back, indicating that they did not care. If the other party was really Zuiyu, he definitely had the right to be so arrogant. Senior brothers Hua, they're my friends. This is Duan Lingtian, this is Huang Daniu, this is Su Li, and this is Zhang Shouyang. Peng Bao introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Zuiyu. When he mentioned Duan Lingtian, Zuiyu, who stood there arrogantly, immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not hear a single word that Peng Bao said after that. You're Duan Lingtian? Zuiyu stared at Duan Lingtian. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of his eyes despite his arrogance. The disciple of the third-rate force, the five-element sect? That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed in Zuiyu's eyes, he did not even need to think about it to conclude that Zuiyu must have heard about the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Peng Bao's expression changed when he sensed the hostility between Duan Lingtian and Zuiyu. Although Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang knew that they were no match for Zuiyu even if they joined forces, they still stood behind Duan Lingtian firmly and glared at Zuiyu with hostility. Zuiyu's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He tilted his head and looked at the two young men standing in the distance. When he noticed the two of them looking at him from time to time, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. He knew very well that if the two of them found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, it would be difficult for him to obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hands even with his strength. Duan Lingtian could clearly see Zuiyu's little movements. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the two young men in the distance. Among the two young men, one of them was tall and muscular. His body size was similar to Huang Daniu's. The other one was dressed in green and carried a sheathed spirit sword on his back. He was a sword cultivator. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept it toward the two of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. A hint of shock appeared on his face. At the same time, realization dawned on him. I see. It seems like they're the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian was certain of this after he probed their cultivation base. Their cultivation base was not inferior to Zuiyu's. Duan Lingtian noticed the concern that flashed in the depth of Zuiyu's eyes when he glanced at the two of them. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Zuiyu's thoughts. Elder brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice that sounded like an oriole clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a moment, Duan Lingtian stared at the source of the voice. Over there, a figure that looked like a fire spirit was flying out, heading straight for him. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian could not help but show a gentle smile when he saw the person. He flew out and greeted her. The figure that looked like a fire spirit was none other than Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian had been worried about Feng Tianwu's safety throughout the journey. Chapter 983. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face could not help but blush as she stared at the purple-clad young man before her. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Presently, Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate all living beings revealed a trace of shyness, and she looked lovely and moving, causing others to have the impulse to hold her in their arms and properly cherish her. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the red-clad young lady before him. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Currently, when he faced Feng Tianwu, even he did not know what kind of feeling he had. It was no longer the unfamiliarity he had in the past. Instead, it seemed as though there was a sense of closeness. However, it was still a distance away from the feelings between lovers. However, every time he recalled the time when he and Zishang fell into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Feng Tianwu had also jumped down without any regard for her own safety. His heart could not help but throb again. His heart wasn't made of iron and stone, so he was naturally able to deeply feel the kind of sacrifice that Feng Tianwu had made for him that exceeded her life. One had to admit. After that time, Feng Tianwu's position in his heart had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. It was as if only the last layer of membrane was poked open, and their hearts would be able to completely merge together. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy involuntarily extended out and landed on Feng Tianwu's body, he seemed to have discovered something and could not help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had already broken through to the 4th level void interpretation. Compared to the 3rd level void interpretation from before, although there was a huge improvement, it was still not enough to make him stunned. What really made him stunned was the waves of scorching aura emitted from Feng Tianwu's body. This scorching aura was hidden in Feng Tianwu's body and was ready to burst out at any time. It was as though it wanted to ignite his spiritual energy. What happened? For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who had retracted his mental strength, had a serious expression on his face. His mental strength gave him the feeling that there was a terrifying flaming demonic beast sleeping in Feng Tianwu's body. Once that flaming demonic beast woke up, Feng Tianwu would be dead for sure. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Could it be the power of the fire spirit body? Soon, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the reason. This was the only reason. However, Tianwu is only 26 years old this year. It seems like there's still 4 years before the fire spirit body's true strength erupts. Duan Lingtian was rather puzzled by this. It seems like Tianwu must have encountered some accident in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's why the fire spirit body's energy in her body is becoming more and more unstable. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more serious. What a beautiful woman. Feng Tianwu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of Peng Bao, Zuiyu, and the other 2 young men who were standing not far away. At this moment, the four of them were stunned when they looked at Feng Tianwu. They had seen many beautiful women before. However, it was their first time seeing someone with such a temperament. They could not help but be tempted. Brother Ling Tian, you're so lucky. While Peng Bao was stunned by Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face, he also noticed the way Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was a look of adoration. Upon seeing this, he could not help but be envious. At the same time, he was happy for Duan Ling Tian. Although he had not known Duan Ling Tian for long, he had already become a true friend of Duan Ling Tian due to their similar temperaments. Humph. Zuiyu could not help but snort coldly. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After knowing Duan Ling Tian's identity, his first thought was undoubtedly to kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Ling Tian's hand. However, due to the presence of the other two people who were equally as famous as him in the northern desert, he did not make a move at that moment. He knew that if he attacked Duan Ling Tian, he would definitely attract the attention of the other two people. At that time, the other two people would definitely join the fight. In that case, in the end, it was very likely that he would end up with nothing. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to ask Feng Tianwu if something had happened to her fire spirit body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Ling Tian, you're really still alive. A loud voice resonated from afar, breaking the silence. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a bald young man in a kasaya flew out from a hole on one side of the huge cave wall at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing not far away from Duan Ling Tian. Xian Bei. Looking at the young monk who appeared in front of him, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. You haven't fulfilled the agreement between us. Of course, I'll be alive and well. Xian Bei was the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. He was the young monk who had challenged Duan Ling Tian to a battle in Skywolf Fort. How about we fulfill the agreement now? Xian Bei narrowed his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. He said slowly, I'm very interested in the profundity fragment in your hand. Profundity fragment. Hearing Xian Bei's words, Zuiyu, whose expression had changed when he heard Xian Bei call out Duan Ling Tian's name, became gloomier and gloomier. Just now, when Xian Bei called out Duan Ling Tian's name, he found that the two fellows from Izumo sect and North Nether sect, who were equally famous as him, had their eyes fixed on Duan Ling Tian at the same time. But they didn't seem to react for a while. Now, when Xian Bei called out the profundity fragment without any scruples, he clearly saw the sudden realization on the two fellows' faces and their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh no! Zuiyu's heart sank. The thing he didn't want to happen the most still happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Xian Bei's voice died away, the two young men standing in the distance finally moved. Their robes fluttered, and in the next moment, they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already near Duan Ling Tian, staring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Ling Tian was extremely bright. It didn't seem like they were sizing up a person, but more like they were sizing up a peerless treasure. You're Duan Ling Tian? The disciple from a third-rate force who obtained the profundity fragment? Both of them stared at Duan Ling Tian and spoke almost at the same time, interrogating Duan Ling Tian. Feng Tianwu was originally quietly looking at her sweetheart. She only felt that she was extremely happy at this moment, but the two voices that suddenly rang out were like the cries of crows, breaking this short moment of silence and causing her beautiful face to change. Just when Feng Tianwu was about to explode, a gentle voice entered her ears through voice transmission and calmed her restless emotions. Tianwu, did something happen to you in Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Why do I feel like the fire spirit body's energy in your body isn't as peaceful as before? A gentle voice that was filled with concern completely suppressed Feng Tianwu's restless emotions, causing her pretty face to redden even more. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. It felt good to be cared for by someone. Let alone being cared for by her sweetheart. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded and replied to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I obtained a 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment not long ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when Feng Tianwu reached this point. He was still curious earlier. There were 5 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the 3 that he obtained, he did not know who had obtained the other 2. He only found out now that Tian Wu had obtained one of them. Not only that, it's a 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian was shocked. One must know that even among the 3 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments that he obtained, the best one was only an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. It was far from a 9th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Just as I was holding it in my hand, it separated from my palm and turned into a liquid energy that merged into my body. Feng Tianwu continued to speak. Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and snapped back to reality. He listened attentively to Feng Tianwu's detailed experience in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was Feng Tianwu's biggest secret. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. She did not hide anything at all. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn as he listened to Feng Tianwu's story. Tian Wu. She can actually mobilize and cast the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If it was an ordinary martial artist, perhaps it would be a good thing if they could mobilize and cast the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. However, this person was Feng Tianwu, the owner of the Fire Spirit Body. If it's just an ordinary martial artist, it's impossible for the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment to react like that. The Profundity Fragment must have reacted like that because Tian Wu has the Fire Spirit Body. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. I wondered if there's any record of Tian Wu's experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Duan Lingtian, who was so concerned that his mind was in a mess, anxiously searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of the 2 lives in an attempt to find the answer. He had a feeling that the change in the concept fragment in Tian Wu's body and her ability to mobilize the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity were not good news for her. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu communicated through voice transmission. They stood there quietly, completely ignoring the questions from the 2 people from Izumo's sect and North Nether sect. At this moment, the burly young man from Izumo's sect and the green-clad young man from North Nether sect could not help but turn gloomy. Ha! Lei Zhong, Su Qing, I can't be bothered with both of you. At this moment, Zuiyu could not help but laugh out loud. He looked at his 2 old rivals with a mocking expression. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. He was also the direct disciple of the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo's sect. Chapter 984. When Su Qing heard the sarcasm in Zuiyu's words, he realized Zuiyu was trying to sow discord. Therefore, he quickly returned to his normal state, neither happy nor angry. Whoosh! Unlike Su Qing, Lei Zhong's expression changed drastically. How could he, who had a bad temper, hold himself back when he heard Zuiyu's sarcasm? With a flash of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious goshawk in an instant as he flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! When Lei Zhong flew out, a milky white flame rose from his body. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it transformed into a fiery red flame that covered the sky. It made him seem like he had transformed into a vast and swollen flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. He wanted to devour Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Lei Zhong, who was covered in flames, looked like the god of fire that had descended to the world. When he punched out, it was like a big burning fireball that caused the air to compress and set off a series of air explosions. When the air explosion sounded, a scorching airwave spread out. The heaven and earth energy above Lei Zhong's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 4th level Void Transformation Stage. 4th level Advanced Fire Concept. The gap between the 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage and the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. A 3rd level Void Transformation Stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, a 4th level Void Transformation Stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the former, it was an extra 200 ancient horned dragon strength. Whoosh. 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 The airwave that swept out from the compression of the air set off a series of scorching gales. It caused the people present to feel waves of heat hitting their faces. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. Currently, Lei Zhong was attacking Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. He did not even use his spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, a mere young disciple from a third-rate force was not qualified enough for him to use his spirit weapon. As for Duan Lingtian obtaining the profundity fragment, in his opinion, it was purely due to Duan Lingtian's good luck. Whoosh. With 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, Lei Zhong punched out his fist. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of a barrel and filled the sky with flames. It flew straight towards Duan Lingtian as if he wanted to smash Duan Lingtian into pieces with one punch. Elder brother Duan, be careful. In a hurry, Feng Tianwu reacted. Her expression changed greatly as she cried out in alarm. At the same time as she reminded Duan Lingtian, her eyes turned red, and her body emitted a terrifying burning aura that continued to rise. When flames rose from Feng Tianwu's body, the heaven and earth energy above her head stirred, and it seemed like it was about to condense into 1,000, or even 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Don't worry, I can handle him. When the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose up and she was slightly unable to control them, a voice transmission entered into her ears, and it caused her to be completely at ease. She trusted the owner of the voice unconditionally. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be absent-minded and unguarded, turned around in an instant. He raised his hand and threw a punch out to meet Lei Zhong's punch that was filled with flames that covered the sky and was coming at him with a fierce momentum. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian smashed out with his fist, and his milky white origin energy skyrocketed to instantly transform into a vast earthen yellow energy that was coiled with deep violet-colored lightning bolts and material azure-colored strong winds. That was not all. When he punched out, there was even a sword energy that followed him like a shadow. It contained an extremely terrifying sword concept. Boom! 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 When Duan Lingtian punched out, the air was compressed once again, and it gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. Not only that, the air wave that was filled with an extremely strong impact force spread out in all directions and gave rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that collided with the scorching gales that Lei Zhong gave rise to. Following that, another series of explosions rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. The robes of the people present fluttered in the wind, making flapping sounds. However, none of them paid attention to all of this. Their gazes were locked tightly onto the two people that were about to collide. More precisely speaking, it was the two fists that were about to collide. Whoosh! The flames on Lei Zhong's body skyrocketed and raged as he punched out. It was like the fury of the god of fire that tore through the sky and gave rise to a scorching aura that covered the heavens and the earth that enveloped Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The violet clothes on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered and swelled as he punched out. The punch that contained his origin energy and 4 types of concepts that were mixed together met Lei Zhong head-on without holding back. Bang! Both of their fists collided in an instant. The two forces collided with each other and gave rise to a deafening loud bang. In the air, waves of air could be clearly seen spreading out like ripples, spreading out in all directions. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, whose cultivation base was weaker, changed their expressions. They could only feel the qi and blood in their bodies surging as they were faintly affected. So powerful. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was not at a disadvantage when he punched out with his bare hands and collided with Lei Zhong's fist, Huang Daniu and the other two calmed down the surging qi and blood in their bodies. Their eyes lit up. Bang! 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 With the point where Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's fists collided as the center, the air wave that was like a ripple spread out like a ripple. Gusts of wind that were even more powerful gushed out. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the hair bands on Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's heads broke almost at the same time. Their long hair fluttered in the wind like tiny black snakes dancing in the air. Bang! 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 At the point where Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's fists collided, both of their energies continued to collide and collide, setting off a series of deafening explosions. They were evenly matched. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, Zhuiyu's eyes narrowed. Disbelief was written all over his face. He found it hard to believe that everything before his eyes was real. That Duan Lingtian, a young disciple from a mere third-rate force who looked like he was only 25 years old, was actually able to fight Lei Zhong to a draw and be evenly matched with him? This Duan Lingtian is even more powerful than Lei Zhong? Su Qin, who was originally calm, could not help but be moved. He muttered to himself, in the fight between them, Lei Zhong had the upper hand and made the first move. Even so, Duan Lingtian, who hurriedly punched out, was still able to take Lei Zhong's punch head-on. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's punch is definitely more powerful than Lei Zhong's. If it's only evenly matched with Lei Zhong, it's impossible for him to be in a stalemate with Lei Zhong when he hurriedly punched out. Compared to Zhuiyu, Su Qin had a clearer understanding of the scene before his eyes. Duan Lingtian was even more powerful. As though it set off Su Qin's mutterings, at the same time, the rolling heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and descended in an imposing manner. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was undoubtedly telling the truth. The punch that Duan Lingtian threw out with his bare hands contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the 1,100 ancient horned dragon strength contained in the Thunder Bell Fist, it was 100 ancient horned dragon strength more. 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. Duan Lingtian's third-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragon strength. Third-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragon strength. The ninth-level intermediate earth concept and sword concept combined was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength. Coupled with the first-level advanced thunder concept that was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength, it was exactly 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. That was right. Duan Lingtian's thunder concept had made a breakthrough. On the same day that he killed Lei Jun, he successfully made a breakthrough from the 9th-level intermediate stage to the 1st-level advanced stage. Boom! Another loud explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time that the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head consolidated, the purple lightning on his fist became even more profound and raging. At the same time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath from the disadvantage of losing the initiative due to his hasty attack. His entire body erupted with the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons as he charged out. After turning the tables around, the result of the 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength against Lei Zhong's 1,100 ancient horned dragon strength was obvious. Crushing. It was a complete and utter suppression. Impossible. He was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. Lei Zhong did not scream when he felt a bone-piercing pain from his hand. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. A mere disciple from a third-rate force was actually able to suppress him in one fell swoop under the situation where he had the initiative and gained the initiative? Regardless of whether Lei Zhong was willing to believe it or not, his strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. It was an undeniable fact that he was sent flying and was heavily injured. Barf. Lei Zhong, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch, finally managed to stabilize his body after flying for over 100 meters. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. I'm injured. I'm injured by a young disciple from a third-rate force? Lei Zhong wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His eyes narrowed, and his face became a little stiff. However, soon after, he seemed to have noticed something. With a jolt, he regained his senses. This was because he noticed that Duan Lingtian, the disciple from the third-rate Force 5 Element sect, did not seem to want to stop after sending him flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold, and his face was covered with frost. He stepped out in the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as he flew towards Lei Zhong. A cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. In his opinion, he wanted to kill the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. Not only did he want to make his opponent pay for his rashness, but more importantly, he wanted to establish his dominance. At this moment, more and more people started to appear in this huge cave. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from Anika sect, North Nether sect, and Izumo sect. Bang! 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 At this moment, the scene was so quiet that it was terrifying. Every time Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the air would vibrate and emit a soft sound. Chapter 985. Bang! Bang! Every step that Duan Lingtian took was like a giant hammer slamming on Lei Zhong's chest, causing his breathing to quicken. He could not calm down for a long time. Lei Zhong's face turned grave when he noticed the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He quickly took out a healing pill and consumed it. However, with his current injuries, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time even if he consumed the healing pill. It affected his strength. Whoosh! A saber suddenly appeared in Lei Zhong's uninjured left hand. It was a thick saber. As the flame in his hand soared and merged with the saber, a saber ray bloomed. Whoosh! In the void above his head, the heaven and earth energy consolidated 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. Then, more than 520 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered in the void above Lei Zhong's head. They were ready to attack at any time. However, perhaps it was because he had not recovered from his injuries, the 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Lei Zhong's head were extremely unstable. In just a few moments, the number of silhouettes decreased to 1,500. Then, the number dropped to 1,400. After that, there were no more than 1,500 silhouettes. At this moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand as he took a step forward. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, along with Duan Lingtian's energy surging into it, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. 1,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was enough to shock people. However, many of the people present could not help but be stunned. These people were Zuiyu, Su Qing, Peng Bao, and the other young disciples from the second-rate forces. Duan Lingtian only has the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons after using his spirit weapon? Compared to Lei Zhong, who used his spirit weapon in his prime, he's more than 20 ancient horned dragons weaker. However, without using his spirit weapon, his strength is more than 100 ancient horned dragons stronger than Lei Zhong. What's going on? Could it be that he's hiding something? That's the only way. Otherwise, wouldn't Lei Zhong be defeated in vain today? Due to the fact that Lei Zhong was severely injured by Duan Lingtian, it's difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Even if he uses his spirit weapon, his strength won't surpass the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. The people who were discussing animatedly were the disciples of Anika sect and North Nether sect who had made it to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There were no more than 5 of them in total. There was a hint of schadenfreude in their words. In their opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian dared to kill Lei Zhong would definitely die today. The 2 surviving Izumo sect disciples had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. In their eyes, he was the invincible god of battle. However, today, the invincible war god in their eyes was at a disadvantage in front of a disciple from a third-rate force. Moreover, his life was in danger. At this moment, almost all of the disciples from the second-rate forces who had made it to this place knew the identity of Duan Lingtian. They had already heard of the name Duan Lingtian before they came here. The strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, 5-element sect, had obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. To think that I still wanted to encounter this Duan Lingtian and kill him to snatch the profundity fragment in his hands. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, the one who would die would definitely be me. One of the Izumo sect's disciples smiled wryly. Of course. Even senior brother Lei Zhong was severely injured by him. How can we compare to his strength? With such strength, it's no wonder that he could obtain the profundity fragment. The other Izumo sect's disciple agreed. Then, he added, however, as long as he's not crazy, I don't think he would dare to kill senior brother Lei Zhong. Otherwise, not only him, but even the third-rate force, 5-element sect, that he's in, would have to bear the wrath of our Izumo sect. That's right. Unless he can kill all of us who witnessed him killing senior brother Lei Zhong with our own eyes. Otherwise, even if he kills senior brother Lei Zhong, he won't be able to live. Not only that, but his sect will also be implicated. The Izumo sect's disciple in front agreed. At this moment, most of the other people also felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lei Zhong. After all, killing Lei Zhong was equivalent to offending Izumo sect. Izumo sect was one of the 3 most powerful second-rate forces in the northern desert. They only needed to send out a martial monarch powerhouse to remove the third-rate force, 5-element sect, from the northern desert without any effort. However, how could they guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts? When they saw Duan Lingtian increasing his speed and charging toward Lei Zhong again, and in just 3 moves, he sent the thick saber in Lei Zhong's hand flying and severely injured him again, they were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. This disciple from a third-rate force was actually so powerful? When they saw Duan Lingtian lifting his hand and leisurely swinging his sword to pierce Lei Zhong's throat and kill him, he's crazy. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Isn't he afraid of Izumo sect's revenge? At this moment, other than the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect who were stunned, the disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect could not help but mutter to themselves. They felt their scalps go numb. Was this purple-clad young man really a disciple from a third-rate force? Since when did a disciple from a third-rate force become so bold? Duan Lingtian. Just when Zuiyu, Su Qing, and Peng Bao were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Peng Bao cried out anxiously, trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Lei Zhong. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only would he die, but the third-rate force, 5-element sect, would also be annihilated. As a disciple of Anika sect, he knew very well. The wrath of Izumo sect was no joke. If a disciple from a third-rate force dared to kill him, the result would be the same. The Anika sect that he was in would spare no effort to kill the disciple from the third-rate force before annihilating the third-rate force. The dignity of a second-rate force could not be blasphemed by a third-rate force. In the eyes of a second-rate force, a person from a third-rate force, or even the third-rate force, was like an ant that could not even withstand a single blow. Upon hearing Peng Bao's voice, Duan Lingtian's right hand shook and moved the sword away. However, his left hand did not remain idle as he slammed his palm down and heavily injured Lei Zhong again. Barf. Lei Zhong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. His body swayed as though he would fall from the sky at any time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian reached out his left hand and grabbed Lei Zhong's throat, lifting him up forcefully. At this moment, Lei Zhong would definitely die if he exerted more force in his hand. As Duan Lingtian lifted Lei Zhong up by his neck, he looked at Peng Bao with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian, you can hurt Lei Zhong if you want, but don't kill him on impulse. Everything will be fine if he doesn't die. If he dies, not only you, but even the 5 Elements sect behind you will definitely be annihilated. Peng Bao did not beat around the bush and bluntly voiced his concerns. The reason he said all this was because he regarded Duan Lingtian as a friend. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian walk on the path of no return. 5 Elements sect. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian frowned and sighed. I forgot. It's difficult for 5 Elements sect to deal with the wrath of Izumo sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears. For a moment, almost everyone present, including Feng Tianwu, thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Lei Zhong anymore. This Duan Lingtian finally gave in. Of course. The wrath of Izumo sect is not something he and 5 Elements sect can handle. The few young disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect whispered among themselves. They were not surprised by this outcome at all. As for the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect, they smiled smugly. The fact that Izumo sect had such a great deterrent force made them feel proud to be Izumo sect's disciples. Cough. Duan Lingtian, you don't dare to kill me after all. Today, I'll definitely step into 5 Elements sect and make you pay 10 times, no, 100 times for everything you've done to me today. Lei Zhong, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian and humiliated, stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of extremely cold eyes as he gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear his words. He continued to frown as though he was thinking about something. Finally, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, hereby announce that from this moment onward, Duan Lingtian, am no longer part with 5 Elements sect. From today onward, the matters of 5 Elements sect have nothing to do with me, and my matters have nothing to do with 5 Elements sect as well. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, he said something that was inexplicably shocking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. What is this Duan Lingtian trying to do? This was what most of the people present were thinking. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was the first to react. She realized what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. Her beautiful face was filled with solemnity. Brother Lingtian, don't be rash. Even if you leave 5 Elements sect, Izumo sect will not attack 5 Elements sect out of respect. However, you'll have to bear the wrath of Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. It's not worth it to offend the entire Izumo sect just because of Lei Zhong. Soon after, Peng Bao also reacted. His expression changed again as he hurriedly advised. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would really kill Lei Zhong and bring trouble to himself. You're Lei Zhong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Zhong and asked in a calm tone. That's right. I'm Lei Zhong, the direct disciple of the only martial emperor in Izumo sect. Chapter 986. Slap. Almost at the same time when Lei Zhong's words left his mouth, a clear sound of a slap reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and gave Lei Zhong a loud slap. A clear palm print was left on half of Lei Zhong's face, causing it to swell. For a moment, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian was too awesome, right? He even dared to slap Lei Zhong after he said he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. They had to admit that they admired Duan Lingtian's courage from the bottom of their hearts. However, admiration was one thing, but it did not mean they agreed with Duan Lingtian's actions. You're seeking death. At the same time, many people felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death, including Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. At this moment, Zuiyu looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly challenging the dignity of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Even if Duan Lingtian could make it out alive from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely die. It was impossible for the martial monarch powerhouse to let him go. I'm only asking if you're Thunder Bell. Did I ask whose direct disciple you are? After giving Lei Zhong a slap, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Lei Zhong, who was glaring at him furiously. He could not wait to turn him into ashes. You, Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed. He wanted to say something. Slap. Another loud slap landed on the other half of Lei Zhong's face, turning his face into a pig's head. Did I ask you to speak? After giving Lei Zhong another slap, Duan Lingtian continued to look at Lei Zhong calmly. Lei Zhong was so humiliated that he glared at Duan Lingtian with even more hatred. However, he did not dare to say anything. He believed that if he dared to say a single word now, the other party would definitely not hesitate to give him another slap. This purple-clothed youth was simply a lunatic, an out-and-out lunatic. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian giving Lei Zhong another slap, they felt their scalps go numb again. They felt that Duan Lingtian was too bold. He did not even take a martial monarch realm expert seriously. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm as he stared at Lei Zhong and asked word by word. This time, Lei Zhong didn't say anything. However, the cold glint in his eyes undoubtedly showed what he thought in his heart. Smack. Another resounding slap rang out, shocking the onlookers to the point that their heartbeats quickened, and all of them felt a chill run down their spines. Didn't you hear me? Duan Lingtian, who gave Lei Zhong another slap, causing Lei Zhong's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets, spoke once more. His voice wasn't calm any longer, and it seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Don't tell me you dare to kill me? Finally, Lei Zhong swallowed a mouthful of blood that he almost spat out and asked in a hoarse and cold voice. You're called Lei Zhong. I wonder, how is Lei Jun, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect, related to you? Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Zhong and continued to ask. He had a feeling that both Lei Zhong and Lei Jun had the surname Lei, and they were both the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Izumo sect. He's my younger brother, and he's also the direct disciple of our Izumo sect leader. When Lei Zhong heard Duan Lingtian mentioning Lei Jun, his pale face was filled with pride. Your younger brother? What a coincidence. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally radiant. In the end, his voice gradually turned cold as though it came from an ice cave. Do you think that since I dared to kill your younger brother, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong's younger brother, Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. It's over. It's over. When Peng Bao heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned before a wry smile appeared on his face. He knew that from the moment Duan Lingtian said those words, it was destined that Duan Lingtian and Izumo sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No wonder I didn't see Lei Jun. He must have arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure earlier than us. I can't believe he's already dead. At this moment, it was not only Peng Bao. Even Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were struck by a realization. As for where and when Lei Jun died, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Some time ago, Lei Jun had a falling out with Peng Bao and left on his own. They were on their way to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure with Duan Ling Tian. During this period, they had only separated once. It was when they went their separate ways to explore the cave with 6 entrances. Come to think of it, Duan Ling Tian must have encountered Lei Jun at that time and killed him. This Duan Ling Tian is dead meat. Zui Yu sneered. He was clearly rejoicing in Lei Jun's misfortune. Su Qing's expression was calm, but he could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Duan Lingtian's boldness. It seems like Lei Zhong is dead meat this time. Su Qing sighed inwardly. Since Duan Lingtian had publicly announced that he had killed Lei Jun, it was clear that he was determined to kill Lei Zhong. What? You killed my brother? Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed, and his pale face changed again. His body, which was held by Duan Lingtian by the neck, trembled violently due to anger. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Lei Zhong roared in a hoarse voice. You won't have the chance to see if I'm dead meat or not. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly tightened his grip on Lei Zhong's neck. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated in the air. It sent chills down the spines of the onlookers as their scalps went numb. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Lei Zhong, whose eyes were wide open, did not even have the time to scream before his head swung to the side. He was no longer breathing. His eyes, which were originally filled with anger, became dull and lifeless. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and removed the spatial ring from Lei Zhong's hand. At the same time, he released his grip and allowed Lei Zhong's body to fall. He fell from a height of hundreds of meters and turned into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Although everyone knew Duan Lingtian would definitely kill Lei Zhong when he said he had killed Lei Jun before, they did not expect him to kill Lei Zhong as well. After all, after he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, even if he did not kill Lei Zhong, he would still end up the same way after he left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Since the outcome would be the same, and he had taken the initiative to admit that he had killed Lei Jun, it was only natural that he would not let Lei Zhong go. Due to this reason, Lei Zhong was dead. Although it was within their expectations, it still made them tremble with fear. This was especially true for the disciples from the 3 major second-rate forces. They knew very well the position of the 2 brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, in Izumo's sect. These 2 brothers were not only the leading figures of the current generation of Izumo sect's young generation and the future pillars of Izumo sect, but they were also the direct disciples of the 2 powerhouses in Izumo sect. The strongest powerhouse in Izumo sect was Lei Zhong's master. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, the Supreme Elder. As for the second strongest powerhouse in Izumo sect, he was the current sect leader of Izumo sect, Lei Jun's master. The fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun was equivalent to slapping the 2 powerhouses in Izumo sect. He had completely disregarded their dignity. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few more people arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure one after another. They just happened to see Duan Lingtian killing Lei Zhong and smashing him into a pile of minced meat. Who's so unlucky to have the guts to provoke senior brother Lingtian? Among this group of people, there was no lack of 5-element sect's disciples. They could not help but mourn for Lei Zhong. Of course, the reason they thought so was because they did not know Lei Zhong's identity. Otherwise, they would not have taken it for granted. He's actually still alive? Among the few surviving 5-element sect's disciples, one of them had a hint of horror and disbelief in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a swift figure appeared in the sky above the central palace just in time. The moment Zhang Yan arrived, he saw the scene of Duan Lingtian killing someone. That person doesn't seem to be the young powerhouse who came in from entrance number 2 with us. Looking at the corpse that was smashed into a pile of minced meat, Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Since he did not come in from entrance number 2, he could only come in from entrance number 1. During his journey here, he had a certain understanding of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He knew that other than entrance number 2, there was only one other person who came in from entrance number 1. The people who came in from entrance number 1 were the group of young disciples from the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian actually killed a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people? The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Although he had killed a few second-rate forces disciples along the way, it was under the circumstance that no one else knew about it. He knew he did not have the courage to kill a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between a second-rate force and a third-rate force like the emotion-severing sect that he was in, the difference in strength and foundation was like heaven and earth. Xianbei, what's going on? In the end, Zhang Yan could not help but look at the young monk standing nearby and ask through voice transmission. At this moment, the young monk looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance in a daze. He did not regain his senses for a long time. Zhang Yan's voice transmission caused him to shudder and regain his senses. He could not help but smile wryly as he replied through voice transmission, what else could it be? Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong from Izumo's sect. When Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, Zhang Yan knew what he was doing. He knew he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Lei Zhong? Where have I heard this name before? Chapter 987. Izumo's sect. Xianbei reminded him. In the northern desert, the 3 second-rate forces, Izumo's sect, Anika's sect, and North Nether sect, undoubtedly stood at the peak. As one of the many third-rate forces in the northern desert, although they did not have much interaction with the second-rate forces, they still heard about some of the things that happened in the second-rate forces. Lei Zhong? Izumo's sect? After Xianbei's reminder, Zhang Yan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Soon, his face was filled with shock. His eyes could not help but narrow as he muttered, could this Lei Zhong be the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect? Then, Zhang Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and felt his scalp go numb. This Duan Lingtian, his strength. How much has he improved? He can even kill Lei Zhong from Izumo's sect. He had long heard about Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. According to the rumors, Lei Zhong's cultivation base had already entered the 4th-level void transformation, and he had even comprehended the 4th-level advanced fire concept. In the entire northern desert, he was considered a top powerhouse among the young powerhouses. He was far from what he could compare to now. However, such a powerful young powerhouse had been killed by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength. At the same time, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really bold. He actually dares to kill Lei Zhong. It's said that Lei Zhong is not only the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect, but he's also the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo's sect. He had killed the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in front of so many people. Zhang Yan could almost foresee Duan Lingtian's fate in the future. Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect? Duan Lingtian has already announced that he's leaving our 5-element sect. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen, who had rushed to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, were all shocked by the news they heard from the other 5-element sect's disciples. Even though Nangong Chen's expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with fear. Tian Wu, the energy in your body seems to be extremely unstable. When you tried to mobilize and cast the fire profundity earlier, I could clearly feel that it was completely out of your control. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, did not care about the gazes of others. He once again returned to Feng Tianwu's side and spoke with a solemn expression via voice transmission. Not only that, once you cast the fire profundity, it might trigger the fire spirit body's energy in your body and cause it to erupt in advance. At that time, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of worry could be seen between his brows. Elder brother Duan, you don't have to worry. If it's not necessary, I won't cast the fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with warmth when she heard Duan Lingtian's concern. Her beautiful face blushed slightly as she replied softly and obediently. All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. As long as Feng Tianwu did not mobilize and cast the fire profundity by force, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would not erupt. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that there were many more familiar faces at the scene. For example, Zhang Yan, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen, and the other 5-element sect's disciples, Empyrean Temple's disciples, Blade sect's disciples, and Emotion Severing sect's disciples. Unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't make it here alive. The moment he thought of Chen Wei, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Looks like the show of strength earlier is still effective. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of young powerhouses around him and noticed that most of them had a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at him. Even Su Qin, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect, and Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect, had a hint of dread in their eyes when they looked at him. Xianbei. You said earlier that you're interested in the profundity fragment in my hand? Are you trying to snatch it away from me? As though he was reminded of something, Duan Lingtian suddenly looked at Xianbei with a faint smile on his face. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes shifted to Xianbei. This monk from Empyrean Temple suddenly became the center of attention. Ha! Bald donkey, didn't you want to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? You were interrupted earlier, so you didn't succeed. Now that nobody interrupted you, why aren't you snatching it away? Huang Daniu could not help but look at Xianbei when he recalled the earlier scene. He laughed mockingly. What? Senior brother Xianbei wanted to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? The few surviving Empyrean Temple disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Was senior brother Xianbei's head kicked by a donkey? When Duan Lingtian looked at him, Xianbei realized something was wrong. When Duan Lingtian repeated what he said earlier, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. What a joke. The reason he said those words earlier was because he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian with his strength. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he completely dispelled the thought of fighting with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be humiliated. Duan Lingtian, the agreement between you and me is over. I know I'm no match for you. Taking a deep breath, Xianbei no longer cared about his reputation. His expression was that of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianbei deeply. He did not intend to argue with him. He did not have a good impression of this little monk from Empyrean Temple, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. As for what the other party said earlier, he did not take it to heart. Even if Xianbei was in his position and possessed the profundity fragment, he would also say the same thing if he was in Xianbei's position. After all, as long as one was a martial artist, they would be interested in the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, after leaving Emperor Wu's secret treasure, run as far as you can. Since you've announced your departure from Five Elements Sect in front of so many people, I don't think Izumo's sect will attack Five Elements Sect for the sake of their reputation. However, you're different. A voice transmission that was filled with concern sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears. For the sake of taking revenge for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, Izumo's sect will surely spare no expense to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't come in through the same entrance as us. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you wanted to. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika sect's disciple. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duanling Tian looked at Peng Bao, who was looking at him with concern. He felt warmth in his heart as he responded with a smile. Just like what he had said, he knew what he was doing. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, it meant he had prepared a way out for himself. Leaving Five Elements Sect was only the first step. Naturally, the most important reason for leaving Five Elements Sect was that he did not want to implicate Five Elements Sect because of his own matters. He could leave without a word, but Five Elements Sect could not. If Five Elements Sect was annihilated by Izumo's sect because of him, he would not be at ease. Is this the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse? Was it the place where he died? Suddenly, someone said, "That's right." At this moment, everyone, including Duanling Tian, shifted their attention away from Xianbei to the gigantic palace. Their eyes shone brightly. They had come all the way here for the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse. Putting aside the other treasures in this palace, the profound profundity fragment contained the profound profundity fragment. Just the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body alone were enough to drive anyone crazy. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment. The palace is surrounded by densely packed killing formations. How am I supposed to get in? Duanling Tian extended his spiritual energy. The moment it shrouded the palace, he discovered the terrifying killing formations. The power of these killing formations was in no way inferior to the killing formation at entrance number 2. Profundity fragment. Just when Duanling Tian was feeling wary, a Blade Sect's disciple exclaimed excitedly. He dove down and dashed toward the palace, wanting to be the first to enter. As the saying went, the early bird gets the worm. Perhaps, in his opinion, the first person to enter the palace would have a higher chance of finding Emperor Wu's body and obtaining the profundity fragment in Emperor Wu's body. Whoosh! The Blade Sect's disciple was extremely fast. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the palace and dashed toward the entrance. Haha! The Blade Sect's disciple stood outside the palace and laughed excitedly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward the entrance. When the young powerhouses from the other forces saw the Blade Sect's disciple making his move, they were eager to make their move as well. However, what happened in the next moment caused fear to appear on their faces. They immediately became obedient. The Blade Sect's disciple flew out. However, before he could even get close to the entrance of the palace, it was as though he was blocked by an invisible force. Boom! In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the Blade Sect's disciple's body mysteriously exploded and turned into a bloody rain that splattered in front of the entrance of the palace. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of people sucking in cold air. It's an inscription formation. Soon after, someone regained his senses. The way he looked at the gigantic palace changed completely. The way everyone looked at the palace was no longer as though they were looking at a pile of rare treasures. Instead, it was more like they were looking at a ferocious and terrifying beast. Their eyes were filled with fear. There's a killing formation around the palace. How are we going to get in? Many young powerhouses frowned. They had a troubled expression on their faces. The treasure was right in front of them. However, it was still a problem whether they could make it in alive. Since that Emperor Wu left this place behind and asked us to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from his body, it's impossible for him to reject us. Chapter 988. Indeed. Since Emperor Wu left such a place behind, and his body is inside, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to not let us in. Many people agreed. Huh. Just when everyone was at a loss over the killing formation that enveloped the palace, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that he extended out discovered an inkling of something. He discovered something. After the Blade Sect's disciple was killed by the killing formation that shrouded the palace, the killing formation seemed to have completed its mission. It gradually faded away before it disappeared. Don't tell me that the killing formation that the martial emperor set up outside the palace can be broken as long as someone offers their life as a sacrifice? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was no stranger to the idea of breaking a formation with a blood sacrifice. As long as the inscription master who set up the killing formation had the intention, he could set up the killing formation so that it could be broken with a blood sacrifice. As long as someone died under the killing formation would automatically be broken. Lucky young people, welcome. Just as Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their faces to turn slightly solemn. After the killing formation is broken, a polyphony formation has been activated. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force noticed this at the first possible moment. It's the voice of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. At once, the group of young powerhouses present recognized the owner of the voice. Ever since they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they had heard this voice a few times. Soon after, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse that left a message in the polyphony formation resonated again. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the killing formation is broken. Lucky young people, all of you can enter now. The voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse did not contain any emotions. It was extremely cold. The blood sacrifice is complete? When the group of young powerhouses present heard the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they were stunned before they regained their senses. Horror dawned on them one after another. If that's the case, does this mean that it was that Blade Sect's disciple who used his own life to break the killing formation for us? According to the message left by the Emperor Wu, it was obvious that one of them had to die in order to break the killing array. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry to go in just now. Otherwise, I might have been the one to use the blood sacrifice array. It's too cruel. A person's life is required to be sacrificed in order to activate the killing formation outside this palace. Perhaps, the inside of the palace is even more dangerous. The young experts present discussed animatedly. Their brows were filled with fear. They were afraid of the palace left behind by Emperor Wu. They were afraid of the dangers that might exist inside. Even Zuiyu and Su Qing didn't act rashly after hearing Emperor Wu's message. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Feng Tianwu, then called out to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. He nodded at Peng Bao and took the lead to dive down. Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. She trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. As long as Duan Ling Tian was by her side, she would not be afraid even if she had to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. In her opinion, even if she had to die, she would have no regrets as long as she could die by the side of the person she loved. Let's go. Huang Daniu and the other two did not hesitate this time. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu moved, they followed closely behind. Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and opened a path with his spiritual energy. He flew straight to the entrance of the palace and arrived in front of the magnificent door in just a moment. Duan Ling Tian stood in front of the door. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the door. Suddenly, he exerted his strength. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the door opened slowly. It was majestic. Let's go. After opening the door, Duan Ling Tian called out to the four people beside him and took the lead to fly in. Whoosh. 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 Feng Tianwu and the other three followed behind Duan Ling Tian. Their figures instantly disappeared behind the door that was not fully opened. They completely disappeared before the eyes of the people outside. They're fine. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Let's go in as well. Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows. He flew out with Nangong Chen and entered the palace through the open door. Let's go. Zhang Yan and Xian Bei brought the surviving emotion-severing sect's disciples and Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. Subsequently, Peng Bao, Zuiyu, and Su Qing also brought the Anika sect's and North Nether sect's disciples and followed them in. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the palace. As soon as he entered, his spiritual energy detected the dense aura fluctuations of inscription formations that were emitted from within. Among them, there was an inscription formation that practically enveloped the earth and sky regions that they had to pass through. Illusory formation. Duan Lingtian came to a halt. As he muttered to himself, his face turned solemn. This was because the inscription formation he discovered earlier was this illusory formation. If he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to go through it. As long as he entered the illusory formation, he would fall into an illusion. As for where he would end up after he passed through the illusion, it was not something he could control. Illusory formation? Feng Tianwu and the other three who were following behind Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's whisper and could not help but be shocked. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Yes, it's an illusory formation. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, this illusory formation does not have any lethality. It's similar to the illusory formation we've experienced earlier. It's only used to separate us so we can search for treasures in this palace. Illusory formation was the abbreviation of illusory formation. If we want to enter the palace, we'll have to go through it. Therefore, I'm afraid the four of us will have to part ways here. Duan Lingtian said. What's that Emperor Wu trying to do? He's always trying to separate us. I still want to be with you and reap more benefits. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily. How would I know what he's trying to do? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Huang Daniu complaining to him. He rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. Then. Everyone has to be careful. Zhang Shouyong said. Yes. Su Li nodded. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu who was next to him and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, if it's not necessary, don't activate or cast the fire profundity again. Otherwise, the energy of the fire spirit body in your body will surely erupt and even harm your life. Okay. Feng Tianwu heard the concern in Duan Lingtian's words, and her drop-dead gorgeous face revealed a rare smile that could captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly absent-minded for a moment. Two wisps of crimson red suffused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. She was extremely embarrassed. Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze awkwardly and touched his nose embarrassedly. Then, he changed the topic. All of you can go in first. Let's go. Let's go look for that Emperor Wu's body. If I can find it, I'll be rich. Huang Daniu cried out excitedly and flew out. Almost at the same time when Huang Daniu flew out, his figure was concealed by clouds of black mist that appeared out of thin air and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. He had officially activated the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first. Su Li entered the illusory formation after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Then, Zhang Shouyong followed suit. Elder brother Duan, you have to be careful too. Feng Tianwu warned Duan Lingtian. She only entered the illusory formation after getting Duan Lingtian's promise. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the two of them. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them as a greeting. Then, without waiting for their response, he flew into the black mist and disappeared before the eyes of the Nangong brothers. It's the illusory formation again. Nangong Yi frowned as he looked at the familiar black mist before him. Does this mean the two of us are going to be separated again? Earlier, when he first entered, he was separated from Nangong Chen due to the illusory formation at the bottom of the stone stairs on the side of the high platform. After that, they only met again after exploring Emperor Wu's secret treasure for half a month. Moreover, they had to rely on their telepathy. As twin brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen could sense each other's approximate location as long as the distance between them was not too far apart. Telepathy. Nangong Chen reminded him coolly. Yes, telepathy. How could I forget such an important thing? With our telepathy, we can definitely sense each other's location in this palm-sized palace. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up when he heard Nangong Chen's reminder. Idiot. Nangong Chen replied coolly. Then, before Nangong Yi could react, he flew out and entered the illusory formation that was shrouded in black mist before he disappeared. You're the idiot. Nangong Yi snapped back to his senses and cursed before he followed in with a dissatisfied expression. Soon after, Zhang Yan and Xian Bei arrived as well. It's the illusory formation again. Although they were shocked by the illusory formation before them, the two of them did not hesitate and flew into the illusory formation directly. Then, the disciples from Five Elements Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect entered one after another. Among the disciples from the 6 major forces that entered from entrance number 2, only the disciples from the 4 major forces survived. As for the disciples from the other 2 major forces, they were all killed. After the group of people from entrance number 2 disappeared into the illusory formation, the group of people from entrance number 1 arrived late and appeared in the palace one by one. The leaders were Su Qing and Zuiyu. Let's go. Su Qing called out to the 3 surviving North Nether Sect's disciples and flew into the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I hope you're really hiding something when you used your spirit weapon earlier. Otherwise, if I find out that the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons that you cast after using your spirit weapon is your full strength, I'll definitely kill you. After Su Qing and the others entered, Zuiyu's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 989. If Duan Lingtian used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. He was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. With the 4th level void transformation concept that he had comprehended and his cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation, his strength would be equivalent to the strength of 1,620 ancient horned dragons once he used his spirit weapon. In his opinion, his strength was more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than Duan Lingtian. If he still could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would not deserve to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. When Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong, he seemed to have used a few types of concepts. Moreover, their levels were quite high. Zuiyu's eyes gleamed as he recalled the scene when Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong. He thought to himself, perhaps, it's because concept is more important than origin energy when he unleashed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using his spirit weapon. Therefore, after using a spirit weapon, the increase in strength from the spirit weapon is not strong. Zuiyu was even more certain when he thought of this. Now, I just need to confirm it. Once I confirm that Duan Lingtian's strength is only 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashes his full strength, I'll be able to kill him myself before the people from Izumo's sect kill him. Zuiyu's eyes were filled with greed when he thought of this. He was greedy for the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Zuiyu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by Zuiyu's judgment. Just as Zuiyu thought, Duan Lingtian's strength was indeed more important than origin energy. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons was the limit of the strength that Duan Lingtian could exert at this moment. First the grassland, and now the desert. In the illusory formation, Duan Lingtian was in a vast desert. All he could see was yellow sand. There was no green or blue at all. Young man, head east. Just as Duan Lingtian was looking around, not knowing where to go, a familiar yet strange voice came into his ears. It was the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the secret treasure of the Emperor Wu. East. After the prompt, Duan Lingtian knew the destination of his trip. He stepped into the air and flew towards the east at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian originally thought that this time would be the same as last time, where they would go all the way to the end. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. Young man, north. Young man, west. Young man, southwest. The message left by the Emperor Wu in the polyphony formation, coupled with the illusory formation that Duan Lingtian was in, was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be exhausted from running around. Finally, Duan Lingtian reached the end. Where did that Emperor Wu powerhouse lead me to? Why did I have to change directions so many times? Duan Lingtian walked out of the illusory formation curiously. After walking out of the illusory formation, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a long corridor that was extremely spacious. On both sides of the long corridor, there was a row of neat stone rooms. There was a statue at the entrance of each stone room. It was either a human-shaped statue or a beast-shaped statue. They looked so lifelike that they could be mistaken for the real thing. These stone rooms, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian approached the first stone room and poked his head out to see what was inside. With just a glance, he saw that there was a stone platform in the stone room that was not very spacious. There was a sword on the stone platform. It was an extraordinary sword. A grade 2 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could tell the grade of a spirit weapon with just a glance. Ordinary people would need to test the grade of a spirit weapon to verify it. There's a grade 2 spirit sword here? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he strode into the stone room. Although this sword is only a grade 2 spirit weapon, the material used is not bad. I can keep it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was about to enter the stone room to keep the grade 2 spirit sword. As soon as he stepped into the stone room, horror dawned on his face. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of wind whistling entered his ears in just a blink of an eye, accompanied by a thick and heavy fist. To be more precise, it was a stone fist. The human-shaped statue standing at the entrance of the stone room had moved. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the stone room, it threw a punch at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. The human-shaped statue's fist was surrounded by blue waves that contained a vast and rolling energy that seemed to be able to break everything. Whoosh! Unfortunately, as Duan Lingtian raised his hand at lightning speed, the human-shaped statue's stone fist was easily caught by him without any pressure. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not feel any pressure at all. Bang! At this moment, the human-shaped statue moved again. It took a step forward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Subsequently, its other leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning and attacked towards Duan Lingtian's lower body. The blue ripple rose sharply and seemed to have transformed into a rolling and stormy wave that charged towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above its head stirred and finally gathered into 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the human-shaped statue's attack was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. 7th level void interpretation. 1st level advanced water concept. Although the human-shaped statue's speed was fast, it was like the speed of a turtle in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was not worth mentioning at all. Duan Lingtian casually kicked out with only origin energy, and it easily broke the human-shaped statue's leg that was attacking him. Bang! The human-shaped statue's broken leg flew out and crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of gravel and stone chips. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and punched back. The vast energy swept towards the human-shaped statue and shattered it, turning it into stone chips that filled the sky. At the same time, 10 origin stones and a blue fragment appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The blue fragment was, naturally, the water concept fragment. The inscription formation in the statue is hidden really well. I didn't intentionally use my spiritual energy to investigate earlier, but I didn't discover anything. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. 10 mid-grade origin stones and a first-level water concept fragment. My gains are not bad. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he could obtain such gains with just a casual punch and kick. After taking the grade 2 spirit sword in the stone room, Duan Lingtian walked to the next stone room. There was a pill bottle in the next stone room. I wonder what kind of pill it is. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian ignored the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room and quickly rushed into the stone room to grab the pill bottle in his hand. When he opened it, he found that there were 3 pills inside. Grade 2 life recovery pills. The purity is less than 70%. Trash. Frowning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the pill bottle on the ground and looked at the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills in disdain. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. That was a grade 2 life recovery pill. A high-grade healing pill. Ordinary people might not even have it even if they wanted it. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the grade 2 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70% was a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash that was not even worth mentioning. He, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of refining medicine, had already condensed a grade 1 pill fire and became a noble grade 1 alchemist. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs, let alone a grade 2 life recovery pill with high purity, he could even make a grade 1 life recovery pill with high purity without any pressure. However, Duan Lingtian thought the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills were trash, but the beast-shaped statue guarding the entrance of the stone room did not think so. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian threw the pill bottle away, the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room moved. The flames on its body surged as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. This beast-shaped statue had the same strength as the human-shaped statue from before. It could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even need to use his concept. He merely swept out with his 3rd-level void transformation stage origin energy, and it was enough to completely crush the energy on his body and destroy him. Boom! 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 The beast-shaped statue that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian turned into a pile of flying rocks and piled up into a small hill. Before this, Duan Lingtian had made his move at lightning speed and took the 10 mid-grade origin stones and the first-level fire concept fragment that dropped from the beast-shaped statue. Are there any treasures that are tempting? Duan Lingtian swept along the long corridor. All the statues at the entrance of the stone room were destroyed by him along the way. All the stone rooms were turned upside down by him. However, he only managed to collect some grade 2 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons. As for the pills, he threw them away casually. Even a precious healing elixir like a grade 1 life recovery elixir was no exception. It was thrown away by him like trash. According to Duan Lingtian, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons could not be refined. Even if a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit artifact was slightly inferior, it could still be reforged. However, it was impossible to reforge pills. Pills with low purity, even if they were grade 1 pills, were an eyesore to him. He did not even bother to throw them into his spatial ring. Is this the end? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian found himself at the end of the long corridor. As he swept his way, the statues at the entrance of the stone room became stronger. However, in the face of his powerful strength, even the stronger statues could not withstand a single blow from him. They were all shattered by him easily. There's another stone room over there. When he reached the end of the long corridor, Duan Lingtian saw a stone room in front of him. It was an independent stone room. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked over. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sensed a slight fluctuation of an inscription formation. He knew that he must have activated one of the inscription formations. Young man, congratulations on entering the 4-entry 1 stone room. If you're the only one left in the circle of light after an hour, you can enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure you deserve. 4-entry 1 stone room? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.